Mage, start as a master of magical potions. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, Transforming the Oak Magic Armor and Completing the Brown Force Field. The Secret Realm of the Leaping Land. Sunan spent a day and a lot of mental strengthening potions to construct a ring of magic, oak magic suit, and the intelligent brain had helped him improve the spell model of the oak magic suit in advance. Make the spell model of the oak magic suit more suitable for Sunan's own soul characteristics. After becoming a formal wizard, Sunan's soul has been improved, which means that his life level has also been improved. At the same time as the intelligent brain that is integrated with him. Although the computing power has not been improved, its understanding of magic has also been upgraded by leaps and bounds. Therefore, the first ring spells created by the Oak Wizard can be transformed to adapt to Sunan's own soul characteristics. In this way, Sunan's use of Oak Magic Suit will be more powerful and the mana consumption will be reduced. Moreover, in the auxiliary control mode of the intelligent brain, Sunan's speed of constructing a ring of magic has also been greatly improved by precisely controlling his mental power. In addition, there are a large number of magic potions to replenish the lost mental power. Therefore, it takes an ordinary formal wizard 1 or 2 months to build a well-researched first ring spell model, but Sunan only took 2 days to complete the construction of the Oak Magic Suit. Absolutely precise control of mental power can reduce many accidents and troubles, and can ensure that the construction of runes in the most core area of the wizard, the Sea of Consciousness, is very safe. When a 4-dimensional super-complex rune structure pile was constructed, the oak seeds on Sunan's body began to grow and sprout, and formed hard branches, like plate armor, covering Sunan's whole body, and even an oak magic suit helmet. The overall shape of the oak magic suit is very different from the one used by the oak wizard, which looks like a few wooden barrels on the body. Instead, it looks more like a knight's full body plate armor. The head of the magic suit also grew oak wood barbs like horns. 2 barbs also grew on the shoulder armor of the oak magic suit. At the same time, there are also barbs like blades on the elbows, and the same is true for the ankles and knees. The surface of the plate armor made of oak magic strips is covered with patterns like oak tree rings. Moreover, there are some tender green tree buds growing on it, and even a small branch grows out of Sunan's chest, and a tender green oak leaf grows on this small branch. However, this is actually an insidious attack spell, which belongs to the matching spell of the oak magic suit. As long as Sunan is willing, this small branch will become a magic gun and shoot out, with a length of up to 100 meters and a speed of up to 100 kilometers per hour. This is in line with the character of the old oak silver coin. Sunan, wearing the oak magic suit, is like a demon king, showing aggressiveness all over his body, which makes people shudder when they see it, and dare not be an enemy. This is the result of the transformation of the intelligent brain to make the oak magic suit suitable for Sunan's soul characteristics. However, since the oak magic suit is a permanent defense force field, it is equivalent to strengthening this spell and then permanently solidifying it in Sunan's soul. Therefore, the oak magic suit disappeared from Sunan's body and merged into his soul. As long as Sunan was willing, even if he didn't use the oak seed, the oak magic suit would emerge. And even if it was not activated, the oak magic suit would automatically unfold and continue to defend when it encountered danger. This is the official wizard version of the magic shield. Every official wizard, every time he pushed a magic path to the level of a formal wizard, could get a place for such a permanent defense force field defense magic. However, since each magic path would affect each other, the general official wizard could only have 1 or 2, or at most 3 magic paths. According to the Oak Wizard's own diary, there was a formal wizard who was stupid enough to take 4 magic paths at the same time, just to covet 3 more permanent defense force fields than other formal wizards. As a result, these magic paths affected each other, and each magic path concept attacked each other, causing this formal wizard to become a magic madman and transform himself into a magical creature griffin. Since then, he has continued to live as a griffin. The Oak Wizard believes that it is best for wizards to specialize in one magic path. because human energy is limited, and studying too many paths will affect the promotion to the second ring wizard. Moreover, starting from the official wizard, because the permanent defense field is equivalent to the new shell of the soul, whether the wizard is willing or not, he has actually used magic to transform his soul. Therefore, each magic path will change the wizard's body. Therefore, every time you learn a magic path, you will have a greater chance of going crazy and losing control of magic and become the situation of the poor griffin wizard. However, Sunan still believes that the oak wizard may not have enough talent, so he emphasized it more than 7 times in the same diary. He believes that a first ring wizard only needs to have one magic path, constantly study it, and improve the strength of the permanent defense field. Because the oak wizard's play is basically closed door, directly leading his own path into a dead end, and he has to continue to study in the dead end. He doesn't want to learn by analogy, learn from other people's magic paths, and observe whether there is something wrong with himself. I have come to the end of the oak wizard's path. After completing the oak magic armor, Sunan began to think, other magic paths should actually be the fuel for my potion system. The potion path is the main one, and the other paths are just references and fuel. At the same time, Sunan spent another day to complete the first ring of potion magic. Potion charging brown force field spell, and an invisible brown force field was formed around his soul and body. Sunan opened a bottle of fireball insect potion, and the potion automatically evaporated and replenished into the brown force field, strengthening the brown force field. Sunan injected 10 bottles of fireball insect potion into the brown force field, which increased the defense by more than double. The fireball insect potion is just a secondary sublimation potion. Sunan asked Blom and Warwick to bring a bottle of black and white flame potion and a bottle of Akshay vortex potion respectively. He first poured the black and white flame potion, and the defense of the brown force field increased by at least 50% again. When Sunan used a bottle of Akshay vortex potion on himself, the defense of brown's force field directly doubled. The Brownian force field without the use of potions is maintained naturally by my mana, and its defense is much lower than that of the oak armor. It can only be regarded as a permanent defense field of a formal wizard. But as long as a little potion is poured into it, it can surpass the defense of the oak armor. Sunan speculated, the lower limit of the defensive force field formed by the potion charged Brownian force field spell is the minimum strength of the permanent defense field of a formal wizard, but the upper limit should be 15 times of this minimum strength. This strength is far greater than the permanent defense force field strength that an ordinary first ring wizard should have, and may even be a level that senior first ring wizards cannot reach. This is based on the excellent defensive magic spell model calculated by the intelligent brain, and it requires the consumption of a large amount of potions. But to reach this 15 times, a large number of advanced potions are needed. For example, the fourth sublimation of the Akshay vortex only requires 15 bottles, but the black and white flame potion requires 30 bottles. If it is the fireball potion, it will require 150 bottles. Each time I pour potions, it seems that the duration can last for a week. Then I only need to pour 15 bottles of 4-time sublimation consumable potions into my defensive stance every week. In other words, I only need to make my potion productivity reach the point where I can produce 4-time sublimation consumable potions per week, far more than 15 bottles. For others, this may be too extravagant, so outrageous and a waste of resources. At most, they upgrade the defense field to 15 times the strength before preparing for battle, but for me, it is not a problem to keep my defense field at its peak forever. In this way, the basic consumption of 4-time sublimation potions will be more than 60 bottles every month. And the 4-time sublimation potions refined by Sunan are precious even for formal wizards. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 book bar. You should know that the Flash +1 potion is just a 4-time sublimation potion. In other words, the potion-powered brown force field spell is a defensive magic that only Krypton Guild players can afford, and only Sunan dares to play. This is the magic that Sunan asked the intelligent computer to calculate based on his resources and situation. After becoming a formal wizard, Sunan can already refine 5-time sublimation potions, so the 4-time sublimation potions that were originally precious to him are now just that. Sunan said to the intelligent computer, calculate the possibility of comprehensively improving the wizard's hand, so that Sunday can independently refine 4 times sublimation potions or 3 times sublimation potions. Unlike before, the intelligent computer did not answer that there was no such possibility this time, but responded yes, it is starting to calculate. Sunan sighed. The improvement of becoming a formal wizard is indeed huge. Next, Sunan used up his Aksha Vortex inventory and immediately increased his defensive force field to the limit. Then, he took advantage of the fact that the effects of the limit-breaking lightning and artificial soul had not been completely absorbed, and drank the last bottle of Flash +1 potion. He began to repair his 2 permanent defense force fields and 2 meditation models that had reached the first ring, the Tree of Life meditation method and the Crucible of All Souls meditation method, to check for omissions and fill in the gaps, to see if there were any omissions, to completely tame his mana, to transcend the entry level, and gradually approach the level of a senior first ring wizard. However, although Sunan's mental power was sufficient, his accumulation of magic was still not enough, so Sunan could not reach the level of a senior first ring wizard for the time being. Moreover, he was seriously lacking in the attack magic of a first ring wizard. But with 2 powerful permanent defense force fields and powerful mana, it is estimated that he could fight against ordinary first ring wizards who had been promoted for a long time, and it was not impossible to kill them. Your mental power is currently 160. Currently 170. Currently 190. Sunan completely digested the effect of the Ancestral Essence concentration potion, and his mental power reached 200. Facing the doubled mental power, this means that Sunan's current 3 mental strengthening potions can no longer work on him. Even the Flash +1 potion that increases meditation efficiency. He needs to develop a new 5 times sublimation mental strengthening potion, or research a new series of mental strengthening potions. At the same time, Sunan's werewolf hunter potion in the crucible has been completed. He poured the potion in the crucible into a glass bottle and stood up from the ground. Suddenly, Blom, Warwick, Vasily, and even Mario came over with concern and asked Sunan how he was doing. Sunan smiled and said, everything is fine. I have become a formal wizard. From today on, our wolf pack will become a first ring wizard level wolf pack. This is the first step towards a wider world. Everyone in the wolf pack seemed very happy. Even Wolf 1, Wolf 2, and Wolf 3 were happily wagging their tails, sitting on the ground, and howling at the sky. Sunan looked at the werewolf hunter potion in his hand, the 5 times sublimation werewolf curse transformation potion. Can you only refine 1 pot at a time? This is normal. Chapter 227 The Fire of Revenge Will Never Die. In the southwest of Storm Kingdom, in the Atlas Mountains region across the Mediterranean Sea from Storm Kingdom, the vampire queen Vanessa Van Helsing stumbled in the mountains. The Atlas Mountains region is located between the desert and the ocean. There are many Berber tribes living here. Many of these Berber tribes are primitive blood tribes maintained by blood relations, and they are not even clan tribes with the same surname. After absorbing the blood of a Berber, the vampire queen Vanessa Van Helsing wiped the corners of her mouth, and her immortal body restored her damaged body to its original state. At the same time, the wolf's bane in her body finally began to weaken after so many days, and her body began to adapt to this wolf's bane. At the same time, the vampire queen Vanessa Van Helsing suddenly realized that her physical strength had increased. She seemed to have a faint feeling of breaking through the limit of her soul. Wrong. All wrong. The vampire queen, Vanessa, walked between the Atlas Mountains, wiped the corners of her mouth stained with human blood, and her eyes were blurred. More than 2000 years ago, I followed those vampire elders, and betrayed the castle of Kelmus, allowing the energy world to exterminate those werewolves. Now it seems that it was a completely wrong behavior. After my body adapted to the wolf poison, I actually felt that my strength began to rise again. At this time, Vanessa's pupils had turned back to the beautiful pupils of a pure-blooded vampire. It turns out that my momentary self-righteousness has caused me to not break through, to become a formal wizard for more than 2000 years. No matter how hard I try, it's useless. It's just because I made the wrong choice. Vanessa walked to the top of a mountain. Then, she began to overlook the surrounding Atlas Mountains. Because of the previous energy exchange, the blind nun doesn't know my exact location. As long as I don't take the initiative to contact her, she will find it difficult to find me. Then this period of time is the time when I can move completely freely. That wizard even calculated this? How should I choose? If I return to the energy world, I will definitely be infused with the warlock's blood again, polluting my pure vampire power and completely losing the possibility of moving forward. But if I rely on myself, it will be difficult for me to remain independent. The blind nun will chase me to the north and south to kill me. The energy world will not forgive betrayers. Vanessa Van Helsing's eyes were confused. Moreover, the existing werewolves seem to exist in the hands of that wizard. If I want to go further, I must find him. What else can I choose? Sicily, in the secret realm of the Leaping Road. Sunan used his magic power to set up 5 crucibles at the same time. The 5 crucibles floated in the air at the same time, and magic flames burned at the bottom at the same time. Since he had the experience of refining the werewolf hunter potion once before, Sunan could refine 5 portions at the same time this time. However, the werewolf hunter potion requires the use of the blood of the first ancestor. Sunan divided the remaining half of the blood of the first ancestor into 5 portions, and put them into the crucible. To refine the blood of the first ancestor, the spirituality of the body of the patron saint is needed. Since there is a Bishop Borgia, Sunan does not have to worry too much. However, the method of refining the blood of the first ancestor is in the hands of the vampire queen Vanessa Van Helsing, and the drop of blood of the first ancestor in his hand has been used up. If he wants more, he needs to find her. However, he deliberately deflected the position of energy replacement at that time, and she should not be within the control of the blind nun now. Moreover, she should have adapted to the wolf poison and found that the key to moving forward lies in the werewolf. I think she should make the right choice. No one else should be allowed to covet the side of the bed. Since vampires and werewolves are mutually hostile, it is also related to the key to breaking through the limit of the soul. So no matter which force has vampires loyal to him now, he must ensure that all vampires are loyal to him. Before, he was still a wizard apprentice, so facing the blind king, he has always been passive. Only when the blind nun attacked him, he would fight back. But now that he is a formal wizard, the situation should change. Taking back the entire vampire clan from the energy world is his first goal to fight against the energy world. Half a day later, Sunan finished refining 5 werewolf hunter potions. Then, Sunan began to refine the legendary Death Knight potion. During the wizard apprentice stage, he felt that the Death Knight series of potions had been upgraded to the highest level. But after becoming a formal wizard, the intelligent brain quickly proposed a new formula for the Death Knight potion. At the same time, the intelligent brain also deduced the formula for the new Sacrifice Stone potion, a legendary Sacrifice Stone Golem potion. There is also a new Sun Mark potion, a legendary Sun Mark potion. The core material of the legendary Death Knight potion formula is the undead body tissue of a creature at the level of a first ring wizard, which means it must meet 2 requirements. First, it must be equivalent to the body of a first ring creature. Second, this body must be of the undead, with powerful death energy. And Sunan has one of these things in his hand, which is the Blood Clan's treasure, the Corpse Hand Prosthesis. The Blood Clan, who was once as powerful as a formal wizard, took off his right hand and refined it into a prosthetic-like undead treasure and used it as a heritage of the Blood Clan. Sunan can't use this thing, so he might as well use it as a material for refining the legendary Death Knight potion. The main material of the legendary Sun Mark potion requires 400 milliliters of blood from a first ring wizard. Sunan can't find a second first ring wizard for the time being, so he can only draw his own blood. Anyway, 400 milliliters of blood is still within the acceptable range, which is equivalent to donating blood once. And there is another advantage in this way. The Arcane Swarm uses his own blood to refine the potion 5 times, and they will naturally be closer to him. The main ingredients of the legendary Sacrifice potion are 200 Ether stones and 100 magic stones. For other wizards, this may be an astronomical price. But for me, who owns the entire underground and can sell low-level potions to witches' gatherings, it is just that. So, in the secret realm of the Leaping Land, Sunan completed the potions needed for all 5 sublimations of his current magic army. The werewolf hunter potion is a mysterious violet color, and it seems that there is a werewolf chasing the hunter, jumping in the potion. The requirement for digesting this potion is to die once and experience the spirit of the werewolf chasing the prey during the resurrection process. If the hunter, as a higher level creature, does not have a strong desire to chase, he may really die. The basis for taking this potion must be the sixfold immortality brought by the werewolf's first 4 sublimations. For ordinary creatures, drinking this potion is to destroy themselves. For them, this thing is no different from poison. The color of the legendary Death Knight potion is black like ink. The digestion condition is to endure a huge pain, which is 10 times that of the 4 sublimations. If the mind dissipates in this pain, it will die completely. If the will for revenge is stronger than the terrible pain, it will transform. The color of the legendary sacrifice stone potion is white. The digestion condition is that the body is destroyed by the enemy in an invasion war and then reassembled. There is no absolute proportional relationship between the number of reorganizations and the digestion speed. It depends on personal talent. This is probably the safest of all the 5 sublimation potions currently available to Sunan. Of course, if you are not careful, you will really die. The legendary Sun Mark potion is a color that shines like the sun. It will further enhance the reproduction and life capacity of the insect swarm. The digestion condition is to endure a high temperature of at least 3000 degrees Celsius at the moment of drinking. If you don't die, you will sublimate. If you die, you will turn into ashes. The core materials required for the refining of these 5 sublimation potions and the difficulty of digestion after taking them are no longer comparable to the first 4 sublimations. There is a serious risk of death. Sunan began to think that it was natural for such a change to occur as his strength increased. But as the potion system continued to mature, he should also make some auxiliary potions to reduce the difficulty of digesting potions, or think of other ways to further reduce the difficulty of digesting potions. Sunan told the wolves about these digestion conditions, then pointed to the potion on the ground and said to everyone, "You can make a choice. Will you accompany me and drink the potion, or stop here? No matter what choice you make, it doesn't matter, I understand. On the road of life, there are always more people who stop than those who walk with me. Those who choose to continue walking with me can drink the potion." Vasilian was the first to react. He walked over directly, picked up the ink-colored legendary Death Knight potion on the ground, and drank it directly. Suddenly, a strong death magic enveloped him. It seemed that he was going to drag him into the abyss, or as if death himself came to take him away. Vasilian wailed in pain to the sky, and then half knelt on the ground. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel first. Read at 69 book bar then. He condensed a black knife in his right hand and inserted it into the muddy ground. Suddenly, death magic spread along the black knife to the ground, polluting the land and turning ordinary soil into pieces of rotten soil. Vasilian's mental power was also rapidly improving. He was breaking through the limit of his soul. After breaking through the limit of his soul, Sunan made a legendary Death Knight potion. Half of the materials were variant materials of the Azure potion. This mature potion technology was enough to solve the problem of the limit of the soul. Vasilian held the black knife tightly. "I don't believe it. All the pain comes from expectation. As long as there is no expectation in my heart, there is no life and no death. I will not have any pain. As long as there is no expectation for this world of huge lies, I will never feel pain again. The pain I feel now is just because I still have a little expectation for this world." Vasilian stood up from the vortex of dense death magic. At that time, his spirit had broken through the limit and reached 110 and continued to climb up quickly. Warwick said to Sunan, "Young master, did Mr. Vasily succeed?" Sunan frowned, observed for a while and said, "According to reason, he is still in the breakthrough stage, and his soul is still suffering. But Vasily surprised me a little. He seems to have overcome the pain. He is clearly suffering from great pain, but it seems that everything is normal. Sometimes it's like this. Some abnormal individuals are born different from others. I now think that the Storm Church is really a kind church. They actually used hypocritical doctrines to trap a ruthless person like Vasily. For more than 60 years, Vasily has become a harmless priest for so long. Vasily is a natural Death Knight. An hour later, Vasily formed a permanent defense force field, one ring defense psychic magic, legendary death barrier, around his body, so that in the 30-meter area around him, wherever he walked, withering and death would appear. Unless Vasilan specially converges his power and shrinks the power of the legendary death barrier to the vicinity of the soul shell. Try to minimize the impact on the outside world. The permanent defense force field is generally the most powerful defense magic of a wizard. And Vasilan's legendary death barrier even borrows the energy shell of the energy world, plus the energy force field deduced from the Rye Mistress, when Sunan fought with her before. This makes the legendary death barrier also borrow the energy force field. Therefore, the legendary death knight will still be a first ring wizard killer. It is very likely that a first ring wizard will not be able to break the death barrier of the legendary death knight. Sunan checked Vasilan's mental power and found that his final mental power level was 140, even higher than the Rye Mistress who borrowed the external power of the Philosopher's Jade that day. The peak moment of the Rye Mistress was only 130 mental power, and Vasilan's overall attribute data has all increased to 20. The overall physical attribute is 20, which is the standard data of the legendary Storm Knight calculated by Sunan through the information of the legendary knight. Sunan took the lead in applauding, and the others also applauded to welcome Vasilan's rebirth. Sunan said, "Congratulations, Vasilan." The legendary Death Knight Vasilan shook his head. "My master, I was reborn because of revenge. The wind of revenge will never die. I will always walk with you, touch the mysteries of the gods with you, and finally kill the gods with you. I will personally stab the black knife into the heart of the god of storms, knock him down from the kingdom of God to the mortal world, so that the world will never be fooled by the church again. I will split this world of lies in half. Therefore, I will always be by your side, and walk with you." Sunan raised his eyebrows. "Why are you sure that I will eventually touch the secrets of the gods, and become an enemy of the gods?" Vasily said firmly, "Because the master is a true wizard. The master keeps exploring the truth, so he will definitely explore the secrets of the gods. And the gods don't want wizards who can unlock the secrets of the gods, or even create gods." Sunan understood. Vasily meant that sooner or later his magic potion system would expand to the point where it would begin to analyze the power of the gods, allowing mortals to sublimate to the realm of gods through the magic potion system. Sunan smiled bitterly in his heart. Vasily thought too highly of himself. He had never thought of this before. But since Vasily mentioned this, and he was now a formal wizard, he should indeed expand his goals and mind. Focus on the god of storms. But now he was still far from that level, and for the time being he should find a way to advance to the second ring wizard. Now the only clue related to the second ring wizard is the wizard ruins left by the oak wizard's mortal enemy, the ocean witch, as mentioned before his death. Moreover, the ocean witch is a double second ring witch from the School of Alchemy and the School of Oceanography. I really need to explore her wizard ruins. Moreover, I'm afraid that the ocean witch should also want to be resurrected. Her wizard ruins may also contain her soul. Anyway, the enemies of oak old silver coin are mostly old silver coins. Sunan looked at the other people in the wolf pack. After watching Vasilan's excitement, Mario drank the legendary sacrifice stone potion without hesitation. Of course, it may be the character of a child that makes him not so afraid of death. Mario even said to Sunan, "Creator, I must go with you. Otherwise, I'm a stone man. What should I do without you? If you become a formal wizard and leave this main material plane, and I'm left here to watch over the house, then I will be so pitiful." Sunan nodded to him. The second person to make a choice was Warwick. Warwick drank the werewolf hunter potion and said to Sunan, "My little master, the only reason for me to become a werewolf is to watch you move forward. A werewolf without a master is not worth mentioning." Chapter 228, Way of the Werewolf Hunter. Wolf 1, Wolf 2, and Wolf 3 also immediately transformed into werewolves, picked up the potion on the ground and drank it. For them, if they could no longer follow the leader of the wolf pack, they would rather die immediately. The feelings of these three shadow werewolves transformed from hounds were very simple. They would follow wherever Sunan went. They would always follow the leader of the wolf pack until they really died. Sunan used the Nit reversal spell to let a queen worm hand over the legendary sun mark potion to Jinx in the worm capital. Jinx drank it without thinking. The hive consciousness has a paranoid obsession with evolution. The entire arcane worm swarm is constantly iterating and evolving. Therefore, the arcane worm swarm will never refuse to take the 5th sublimation. However, since there are millions of arcane worm swarms in the underground world, the worm swarm uses millions of individual lives to share the pressure of the 5 sublimation potions and speed up the digestion of the potion. As a result, it took only 10 minutes to digest the legendary Sun Mark potion. Jinx's body became as big as a building again. She was emitting a sun-like light that was caused by the overpowering arcane magic. It was also the main body of the hive consciousness, forming a ring of defensive force field magic, Arcane Sun. This was not cast by Jinx herself, but a collective evolution route. A group was just a hive consciousness of a living body, casting Arcane Sun. It cast the defensive power of arcane magic on the Zerg individuals that the hive consciousness considered more important. For example, the queen of the swarm, Jinx, and the current 31 queens, as well as the wizard tower of the hive tower and the hatching platform of the queen tower. Because even the buildings of the arcane swarm are biological buildings. In essence, they are also part of the hive consciousness of the arcane swarm. Sunan began to think. Judging from the speed at which the arcane Zerg digested the 5-time sublimation potion, the potential of the arcane Zerg at this point is not even at the first ring level. I really don't know what will happen to this swarm when it evolves to the end. After that, I still have to strengthen the control over the hive consciousness, don't let it get out of control, cause a swarm disaster, and ruin my reputation. Finally, everyone looked at Blom. Because Blom, except for the 2 elite golems who were not present, was the only shadow werewolf who had not chosen to take the potion, but had been in the 4th sublimation state for a long time. The werewolf veteran Blom spread his hands to everyone and said, "I've decided. I'll continue to fight with you. I wanted to ask the master if I could step back, because I have been fighting for most of my life, but I just wanted to say it, and I started to feel uncomfortable." Blom drank the werewolf hunter potion, and a powerful magic flashed in his pupils. The characteristics of this magic were very sharp. I know why I feel bad now. I was born in war, I'm content with war, and I can only die in war. I have never done anything in my life, except being a soldier. If I don't fight, I really don't know what else I can do. So I still have to take the risk and drink this 5-time sublimation potion. Blom apologized to Mario. "I'm sorry, Mario. In fact, I can barely read. When I taught you the sonnets, many of them were guessed. Most of them are made up by me because of vanity. You should find Mr. Warwick to teach you in the future. Come on, you may really become a golem poet in the future." Mario snorted coldly in a mature manner. "I guessed it a long time ago. But Mr. Blom is the only person besides the master who has the patience to teach me to read, so I didn't expose it." Sunan looked at Blom unexpectedly. Blom's state of mind now unexpectedly matched the power contained in the werewolf hunter potion, so his digestion speed was actually faster than Warwick's. Sunan said to Warwick and Blom, "That's right. Werewolf potion is different from other potions. When taken together, the digestion speed and success rate of the werewolf potion are higher than when taken alone." Warwick responded, "By the way, werewolves never fight alone. We always act in groups. So when digesting, the difficulty of digesting alone will be much greater than the difficulty of digesting in groups." Sunan himself also drank a bottle of werewolf hunter potion. In an instant, a prey that was running away from him and running wildly into the distance appeared in front of him, but Sunan saw that there were other werewolves around him. There was Warwick, Blom, Wolf 1, Wolf 2 and Wolf 3. They divided the work and cooperated. Each wolf chased the poor prey for a short distance, consumed its physical strength, and finally caught up with the poor prey. The wolf pack returned with a full harvest. The whole wolf pack seemed very happy. At the same time, they were full of confidence. They were the top hunters of the entire ecosystem. The meaning of hunters lies in hunting, but werewolf hunters have a greater meaning, protecting the wolf pack, protecting companions, and then limiting the number of prey through hunting to protect the world. The way of werewolf hunters is to protect the wolf pack and the ecology, not to hunt prey. Then, Sunan saw another illusion. As the Wolf King, he gradually died due to injuries and aging, and all the werewolves were wailing in pain. The next moment, the Wolf King, who symbolized Sunan, came back to life and got up from the ground again and was stronger than before. The wolf pack began to cheer. Sunan broke away from the illusion. The werewolf leader in his virtual machine had evolved into a werewolf hunter. Sunan was a little stunned. He relied on himself to be a first ring wizard, so he forcibly digested the sublimation potion 5 times. In the illusion, he came back to life and completed the ritual that must be passed to digest the potion, resurrection from the dead and understanding the way of the hunter. It turns out that, by borrowing the blood of the ancestor of the blood clan, the werewolves have some vampire characteristics, and the hunter's way is actually like this. Sunan thought. The way of the werewolf hunter was not designed by Sunan, but purely a thing that came out of the collision between werewolves and vampires. The secret of the way of the werewolf hunter lies in protection. Therefore, all the actions of the werewolf hunter are not for killing, but on the basis of killing. They transcend the bloodthirsty nature of the werewolves and become for protection, and kill those prey that may threaten the existence of the wolf pack in advance. That is, imaginary defense, or defense, and hunting in advance. Sunan thought, the combination of the mystical meanings of vampires and werewolves is actually the guardian moon. So the moon phase related this time is the blood moon. It seems that the origin of vampires, the blood world, there are still many mysteries that can be excavated by me. If this is the case, then what is the blood world protecting? I'm afraid that even the wizard who brought werewolves and vampires into the original wizard society didn't fully understand the existence of werewolves and vampires. Maybe he didn't even understand them as well as I do now. Sunan said to the wolf pack that had taken the sublimation potion 5 times. Someone has invaded Peter's territory now. It should be the creatures from the energy world that lurked in our South Thrace military region before. Warwick said, what? Then we have to go back immediately. Sunan shook his head. It's okay. I'll gradually use the traversal spell to teleport Mario back, and then teleport the wolf pack and the queen back. It's just right to use their attack this time, to help you digest the potion. It will be safer to digest the potion near the wizard tower. Sunan said, as for me, I don't have to rush to show up. If I go back, those warlocks from the energy world may retreat immediately. So you can play with them for a while first. I want to completely settle some of the karma I owe in this secret realm. Sunan estimated that, if the warlocks from the energy world found out that they were invading the wizard tower of the first ring wizard, they would probably be scared and run away directly. After all, even a second ring wizard is not sure that he can defeat a first ring wizard in his own wizard tower. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Raiding the wizard tower at 69 book bar is an alternative kingdom of the wizard. As long as you are in the wizard tower, you can completely fight across levels. Warwick and others agreed immediately. Warwick was impatient when he heard that someone had invaded Peter's territory, and he wanted to go back immediately. After Sunan used the niche reversal spell to teleport them all back, Sunan stayed alone in this secret place. He drank a bottle of mental strength +6 potion and restored his condition to the peak. Then, he looked to the north and slowly walked to the location of the Orc fortress. After seeing Sunan, Elvis even showed a strange expression, as if he didn't know Sunan Peter. He took a half step back and continued to look at Sunan. Are you really Sunan Peter? Even if you have broken through to become a formal wizard, your mental strength and magic power are still too strong. Your magic power is so well controlled that I can't see any weaknesses. It's like a senior wizard who has been a formal wizard for decades. Elvis looked at Sunan again, but suddenly said, yes, it's you. A formal wizard who is only 17 years old. Elvis put away the surprise in his eyes and said, it seems that you have not only broken through to become a formal wizard, but also used your accumulation before the breakthrough to skip the entry stage. This also shows that you have a complete formal wizard inheritance. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, you can't do this. Elvis smiled and said, is it to guard against me? So you skipped the entry stage directly and stabilized your magic power to such a level? I have no hostility towards you. We may even become friends. Sunan glanced at him. Now in his eyes, Elvis no longer had that unfathomable feeling. Elvis's spiritual power is 250, which is higher than his own, but there is no gap between them. They are both at the same level. I think he is not at the level of a senior first ring wizard. In fact, because of the special reason of Brown's force field, Sunan's defense force field is 15 times the lowest level of the permanent defense force field of a formal wizard, and it is specially used to restrain spell attacks. So if they really fight, no one knows who will win. Sunan said to Elvis calmly, "You think too much. I just did it conveniently. It's as natural as eating and drinking. There is no need for a special reason." Elvis, in this land, are there any organizations for formal wizards? Elvis was stunned for a moment, then spread his hands, and smiled with a more equal attitude. "I would like to say there are, but unfortunately, there really are none. At least I haven't found such an organization yet after just lifting the seal. For the major forgotten ones now, the magic tide has just recovered to the point where the first ring wizards of these forgotten ones organizations can begin to revive one after another. But it's not even enough to produce a normal magic concentration that is enough for wizard apprentices to break through to formal wizards. Even the current magic concentration is not enough for formal wizard activities. You don't feel anything in the secret realm, but when you leave the secret realm, you will suddenly feel as if you have swum from a river to a small pond. For formal wizards, the low to medium magic environment outside even reduces the power of our spells, so that after we consume our mana, we cannot recover immediately, but recover very slowly. Elvis said, "So, in this situation, even if a formal wizard organization wants to appear, it will not be too late. But now, you and I are two formal wizards. Why don't you join our Thundering, and our Thundering will be transformed back into a formal wizard organization." Seeing that Sunan's eyes were not right, Elvis hurriedly said, "It's okay if you are not satisfied with the Thundering. I'm a lightning wizard. You and I will each take a character from our names, and then form a new wizard organization. For example, the Lightning Ring, the Flash Su Ring, etc. But this kind of name is difficult to understand. I think it still needs to be optimized." Sunan said calmly, "Elvis, I'm not kidding you." Elvis raised his eyebrows and shrugged his shoulders. "You have the same temper as the Thunder Wizard. But part of what I said is true. I really don't know where there is a formal wizard organization. Or you invite me to join your gathering, which is also good. Anyway, that gathering, with a great pharmacist like you, should be worth going to. And, the leader of your gathering, is called the Petrified Witch, right?" She succeeded in advancing. Sunan raised his eyebrows in surprise, and then he was also happy for the Petrified Witch. In order to be promoted to a formal wizard, the Petrified Witch even begged for life, and now she has finally become a formal wizard. Elvis said, "You provide commodities for trading for the gathering. The Petrified Witch continues to be responsible for organizing her gathering, and I can provide the gathering with magic contracts used by formal wizards. In this way," Elvis recalled, "it is very similar to my past in the Thundering. At that time, the Thunder Wizard was also responsible for the administration of the Thundering. I was responsible for research, and the Thunderstorm Wizard was responsible for combat. But in the blink of an eye, both of them died in the invasion of the Orc world under the Energy world. Only I survived, because of a serious injury. 2,000 years later, when I woke up, everything had changed." Elvis looked at Sunan and emphasized again, "But our Thundering deserves everyone. We solved the invasion of the Orc world alone." Chapter 229, The idea of establishing a formal wizard market and the invitation of the Pure White Wizard Council. The Petrified Witch who had broken through to become a formal wizard soon followed the magic pressure of Sunan and the Lightning Wizard Elvis and came over. The magic pressure of a formal wizard will only be stronger. Ordinary wizard apprentices will feel pressure and consume magic power just by getting close to a formal wizard. Unless they are formal wizards, they will actively converge the magic pressure and convert it into a constant defensive magic force field. The Petrified Witch looked at the two formal wizards who were talking in surprise. She didn't expect that Elvis would be a formal wizard. The Petrified Witch immediately broke out in a cold sweat. After all, she had dealt with Elvis before and cast a petrification curse on Elvis. Fortunately, when the Justice Witch wanted to kill the 3 wizard apprentices of the Thundering, Sunan stopped her. If they had taken action at that time, they were not formal wizards at that time, and they would not be Elvis's opponents at all. Fortunately, Sunan's strategy at that time prevented Elvis from tearing off his identity disguise and taking action against them. The petrified witch quickly suppressed her surprise and fear and calmed down her emotions. After all, she was now an official wizard. No matter what happened before, now that she was an official wizard, everything was different. She didn't need to be afraid of Elvis. As the newest official wizard born in this land, the petrified witch had the capital to be proud. The petrified witch nodded to Elvis as a greeting. The two of them were not very familiar with each other, not to mention that they had a not so friendly relationship before. When the petrified witch looked at Sunan, she said enthusiastically, "Moon, thank you for helping me to refine the azure potion. At the last moment, I thought I was going to fail, but as soon as I drank the azure potion, I felt that the barrier in front of me suddenly disappeared by more than half. Then, I continued to work hard and seize the rare opportunity. Finally, I broke through the limit of my soul and became a formal wizard. My soul also gained a new life because of the breakthrough of the limit of my soul. My soul became young and full of vitality again." The petrified witch said with satisfaction, "The formal lifespan of a formal wizard is more than 1,000 years. Now, I have become a young man again." The formal lifespan she mentioned refers to the normal lifespan without any treatment. But wizards have too many ways to extend their lifespan. More than 2,000 years ago, the reason why the first ring wizards died in large numbers was because of the sudden invasion of the energy world and the subsequent retreat of the magic tide. However, no matter which method is used to extend the lifespan, it will make the soul less young, which will create obstacles for the subsequent promotion and breakthrough. Elvis looked at Sunan, his eyes burning with passion, and said, "So, Sunan can also make potions for breakthroughs. A wizard like you would have been a guest of honor wherever you went, even more than 2,000 years ago. Ah, what a pity. The pharmacist associations that were originally everywhere are gone now. Otherwise, you can now register as a first-ring pharmacist at the Pharmacist Association. You can enjoy the benefits of the Pharmacist Association, as well as the special benefits given to first-ring pharmacists by the Supreme Council of Wizards. In the past, the Supreme Council of Wizards in the wizard world, the Council of Truth, would have special benefits for wizards who were good at special expertise. The Council of Truth believed that wizards such as pharmacists and refiners were of great benefit to the overall wizard civilization, far more than ordinary wizards. Sunan nodded, so that's it. As his strength improved, he learned more and more about the wizard world. However, I don't know what the Orthodox Wizard Society of more than 2,000 years ago has developed into now. Now, will the Orthodox Wizard Society still be a parliamentary system? Sunan told the petrified witch the idea that Elvis had just told him. At the same time, Sunan also told her his real name. He had become a first-ring wizard, so there was no need to hide his identity anymore. Revealing his name would allow him to better cooperate with the petrified witch and Elvis to lead a wizard gathering of the official wizard level. After hearing this, the petrified witch's eyes lit up. That's good. We can exchange resources with each other again and find a way to become second-ring wizards together. Our gathering can be not a strong alliance relationship, but just a loose trading relationship, or a better relationship than this. In this way, everyone can protect their own interests. Elvis could not care about the petrified witch who had just become a first-ring wizard, but he could not care about the thoughts of the great pharmacist Sunan. He valued the gathering because of Sunan. So Elvis nodded and said, "That's true." The petrified witch thought about it and said to Sunan, "Let's do this. From now on, the leader of this gathering will be Sunan Peter. Elvis and I can be assistants." Elvis also nodded. The current situation is that only if Sunan Peter becomes the leader of this wizard gathering can he convince the people. This will prevent this gathering, which has just taken shape, from dying halfway. If Elvis is the leader, Sunan and the petrified witch will involuntarily doubt whether this wizard gathering will become a subsidiary organization of the Thundering. And if the petrified witch continues to be the leader, she will not be able to convince the people. Therefore, only Sunan meets the requirements. Sunan naturally has no intention or reason to refuse, so he nodded and took over the leadership position. That wizard gathering will be called the Storm Gathering from now on, because I'm the great lord of the storm. Elvis and the petrified witch looked at each other and nodded. After they learned about Sunan's real identity and reality, they were also surprised. How did Sunan, a formal wizard, get the position of the Count of Storm? The Church of Storm is one of the most hostile churches to wizards in the Order God Church. And the Lord of Storm is the spokesperson of the great nobles of the God of Storm in the mortal world. Even the Church of Storm has to ensure the interests of the Lords of Storm in many cases, and make some compromises with the secular world for this purpose. The Lord of Storm has a very high status in the belief system of the Church of Storm, but a wizard like Sunan actually got in. Sunan said, "Then let me add one more requirement to the joining requirements of this wizard organization. At least wizards in the Storm Gathering should try to avoid life and death battles with wizards in the same gathering. You can have conflicts, but you can't kill them. I want to write this into the contract. What do you think?" The petrified witch and Elvis had no objection. In fact, this joining requirement can even be said to be the basis of the gathering transaction. Otherwise, if everyone in the gathering is a mortal enemy, how can they trade? It is easy to see that someone deliberately wants to ruin the deal of this wizard gathering. Elvis and the petrified witch suddenly realized that, if this clause was added, the wizard gathering they jointly organized would actually be a quasi-wizard organization. And Sunan was determined to build a formal wizard level market. Learn from the petrified witch's approach, and use this market to collect magic resources for himself and the participants to become a second-ring wizard. The road to the pursuit of truth is endless. I will continue to move forward until I have cracked the mysteries of the gods, and then on this basis, I will go further and find more mysteries. In front of Sunan and the petrified witch, a group of magical lights suddenly appeared. In front of Sunan was a white dove, and in front of the petrified witch was an owl. The white dove and the owl both held a letter in their mouths, and then stuffed it into the arms of Sunan and the petrified witch. Sunan asked Elvis curiously, "This is?" Elvis was a little helpless. "Oh, it's nothing, just something those idiots made. I call it a scam letter. Like I said just now, the magic tide has just recovered to a certain extent, and is retracing the history of the magic tide from weak to strong that the Wizarding Society has experienced in the past. So some organizations belonging to the formal wizard level are being formed. Then at this critical moment, some power-hungry first-ring wizards who were left in this land and had just recovered began to mess around, trying to imitate the former Orthodox Wizarding Society and form a local first-ring wizard council. In the past, each region had a wizard council to distribute the interests of various wizarding school organizations and to reconcile disputes. In fact, it is not an organization, more like a place for everyone to quarrel. Elvis spread his hands and said, "But this will not bear fruit. Those first-ring wizards want to form a council just to better divide resources and establish a monopoly on magic resources. But it's stupid. First of all, the first-ring wizards who joined the council are not fools, and they will not tolerate being exploited. Secondly, now that the magic tide has just revived and everything is uncertain, some people want to divide regions and monopolize resources. This is simply ridiculous. Based on my experience, any organization that quarrels over the division of profits before the cake is made will end up in a mess. But those things are annoying. If you don't respond, they will keep sending you magic pigeons or magic owls to harass you. In my opinion, the two different styles of letters you two received should be invitation letters from two whimsical, greedy, and stupid first-ring wizards." Sunan looked down at his letter, which read, "The Pure White Council invites the great wizard Sunan Peter, who has become a formal wizard, to go to the council and become a member of our council as a member of the High Wizard Council that governs the Storm Kingdom area above ordinary wizard organizations. Letter writer, Pure White Wizard, the wizard leader of the Pure White Altar in the capital area of Nicomedia." Sunan thought about it, and thought that the Forsaken of the Pure White Altar should be in Nicomedia City, and the School of Insect Curse was in Stormwind Castle. In fact, Stormwind Castle and Nicomedia were once the first and third cities in the Eastern Human Empire, so the distance between the two is not too far, but very close. Originally, the Nicomedia Empire was the remnant of the Eastern Human Empire, and every day they thought about fighting back to the capital of the Storm Kingdom. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230. The failed electric ring witch breaks through and becomes a formal wizard. The petrified witch raised the letter in her hand and said, "It was the Flame Council that invited me." Elvis said, "You don't even need to go, because I've already been there for you. This kind of wizard council is a mess. They give you a seat in the council, and then they ask you to do things. It's just a free-for-all. The current era is still the era of the church. Saints from churches all over the world are coming. Moreover, I have noticed before that the number of knights in churches of various countries is skyrocketing. The number of knights in the knight class of the whole world is likely to be more than doubled in the past. This shows that the gods behind the major churches have begun to respond to the return of the magic tide and the reappearance of the energy world. In this case, where do those grassroots teams get the rights that a normal wizard council should have?" Sunan nodded. He would not believe everything Elvis said, but he would not completely ignore what he said. Anyway, in the next period of time, after he has firmly broken through the realm, he will start looking for a way to become a second ring wizard. If he can't find it, he can also visit the Pure White Council to see if they have any magic resources to trade. But now, since this wizard council is very troublesome, Sunan is not going to touch it easily. There is no need. Next, Elvis took Sunan and the petrified witch to find the electric ring witch in the secret realm of the path to knowledge. When they first saw the electric ring witch, the petrified witch and Sunan were speechless by the scene in front of them. In the mountains and forests in the secret realm, in a wizard's hut, the electric ring witch no longer had a human form. She turned into a ball of lightning. But Sunan still caught some clues from the remaining signs at the scene and the lightning she turned into, confirming that she was the electric ring witch. At this time, the ball lightning in the sky could no longer speak and could only carry out some simple thinking activities. This ball lightning was spinning meaninglessly around the wizard's hut. Wherever it passed, the grass and trees were struck by the electric current, and sparks appeared cracklingly. Elvis explained to Sunan and the petrified witch, this idiot wanted to forcefully break through the limits of her soul, so she became what she is now. She overused our Thundering's secret method of transforming her body into lightning element, hoping to use it to break through. As a result, her magic got out of control, and she turned herself into a ball of lightning. Now, she's combined with the limit-breaking lightning. Elvis pointed at the ball of lightning that was formerly the electric ring witch and said, "Now this thing can barely be called a lightning elf. Anyway, it's a magical creature transformed from a wizard who failed to break through. Although it has some research value to me, he is a wizard of the Thundering after all. If I use it for experiments, people's hearts will be scattered. So I'm going to sell it to you. Who of you wants it?" The petrified witch shook her head. "I used curse magic to become a formal wizard. I will focus on petrification curse magic in the future. I have no use for this thing." Sunan looked at the ball lightning, then looked at Elvis and said, "Then give it to me. I'll make use of it. See if I can research something. How about I pay you 100 magic stones?" This ball lightning is still a good research material for Sunan. If it doesn't work, he can use it as a material for refining potions, or use it to hatch his own 3-winged lightning bird. The hatching of 3-winged lightning bird eggs requires this kind of high concentration lightning electromagnetic field. Elvis felt that using such a waste thing in exchange for 100 magic stones was already a great value for money, so he immediately agreed. "Then you can take it away when you leave the secret realm." The secret realm made a rumbling sound, and a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. That was the secret realm closing. Sunan and others were teleported out of the secret realm one after another. Sunan's 70 super werewolf messengers outside the secret realm were confronting the wizard apprentices of the Thundering in the wilderness of Sicily. The two sides were on the verge of a direct fight. When the wizard apprentices of the Thundering saw Sunan and others come out, they were immediately delighted. They thought that their backer, the electric ring witch, could come out of the secret realm. But when they saw the two first-class wizard apprentices of the Thundering who looked tired, Elvis who looked disapproving, the petrified witch, the justice witch, and the huge ball lightning behind Sunan, they were still confused. But the next moment, they pointed their spearheads at Sunan and others. But just as they were about to speak, the powerful magic pressure from Sunan, the petrified witch and Elvis, belonging to the first ring wizards, suppressed them and made them speechless. A fat second-class wizard apprentice even lay on the ground. His face had turned purple, and his breathing began to become difficult. He couldn't even crawl up. The dozen or so wizard apprentices of the Thundering were all suppressed by the magic pressure, unable to move, and their bodies were under tremendous pressure. This terrible magic pressure is from a formal wizard. There are 3 formal wizards in front of us. Elvis is also a formal wizard. What's going on? Where is our senior witch with electric rings? Elvis had his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. Facing these wizard apprentices, he didn't need to explain, but since they were wizard apprentices from his own school, he had to speak. Sunan and the petrified witch were both formal wizards. They were wizard apprentices from his own school, and they had offended them, so Elvis had to come out and explain himself. There was no reason for Sunan and the petrified witch to explain. Elvis was even very dissatisfied with these wizard apprentices. Who gave them the courage to be so arrogant in front of 2 formal wizards? I'm a lightning wizard. I was just hiding my identity before, and wanted to see what you are capable of. Elvis scolded them. As for your senior sister, she is dead. You'd better learn this lesson. These 2 official wizards are now my friends and allies of our Thundering. Who gave you the courage to make such a fuss in front of a first ring wizard? Apologize to me immediately. The error-free version is available at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. The apprentices of the Thundering Wizards who read at 69 Book Bar were all terrified. They realized belatedly that they had actually committed suicide in front of 2 official wizards outside the school. They all apologized to Sunan and the petrified witch, and also apologized to Elvis. Even the 2 apprentices of the Thundering Wizards who entered the secret realm did not expect that there would be such a reversal. They bowed respectfully to Sunan and others. Greetings to the great first ring Grand Wizard. You are the practitioners of truth and the predecessors who walk in front of us. The Justice Witch looked at Sunan and the petrified witch in surprise. She didn't expect that. After entering the secret realm once, when she came out again, everyone's identities were already very different. She could only be brave enough to greet Sunan and the petrified witch, and Sunan and the petrified witch responded to her as usual. This made the imbalance in the heart of the Justice Witch alleviated a lot. Sunan didn't care about the wizard apprentices of the Thundering. They didn't care about their apologies and flattery to him, or even their previous hostility towards him. Formal wizards don't need to care about this group of wizard apprentices who don't even have magic pressure. Sunan opened a bottle of white sap stabilizing potion. After paying Elvis 100 magic stones, he put the bull lightning into the white sap stabilizing potion and sealed it. Sunan said, "My territory has been invaded by the energy world. I'm leaving first." Elvis and the petrified witch were a little surprised. Elvis said, "Do you want me to help you? As long as you pay a certain amount of money." The petrified witch said directly, "Do you need help, Sunan?" Sunan shook his head. "Thank you, but no. Because I just need them to help me complete an experiment. Convert the magic pressure shell into a magic pressure shell force field, and at the same time gather all the magic power within the physical body, give up most of the spells, even the magic pressure, and concentrate on strengthening the body. This is a werewolf hunter equivalent to a formal wizard. I need a strong opponent to complete this experiment, and the helpers invited by the blind nun Zaobich can help me complete this experiment." Elvis and the petrified witch didn't say much. After all, they are all formal wizards, and must have absolute rationality to judge the situation clearly. Sunan said that he doesn't need help, so he definitely doesn't need help. Elvis thought of something, and said to Sunan, "By the way, speaking of the Storm Kingdom, Sunan, did you know that the third king of your Storm Kingdom was captured by the Bulgars again?" Sunan, is this a hopeless case? After all, he paid back 30,000 gold coins to the royal family, and paid them 50,000 gold coins to buy the capital library. Chapter 231, The Destroyed Wolves and the Art of the Blind Monk. Late at night, in the palace of Stormwind Castle, the capital of the Storm Kingdom. In a dark space, the Queen Mother, the old queen, and the young 16-year-old queen's bride of the Storm Kingdom hugged each other and cried bitterly. They were worried about their husbands who were captured by the terrible and rude Bulgars who believed in the god of beasts. The old queen, as the daughter-in-law of the old king, the wife of the old king, and the mother of the new king, was the most worried. She looked at the statue of the god of storms in the darkness and began to accuse. God of storms, have you really abandoned us? If you didn't abandon us, why did you let the 3 generations of kings of the Storm Kingdom be captured by the Bulgars? Could it be that the power of the god of beasts is greater than yours? So you are forced to watch this absurd thing happen. Suddenly, the statue of the god of storms fell down and fell on the marble floor inlaid with gold and diamonds in the palace, and then the statue broke into pieces. The 3 women screamed in fear. In this storm kingdom, the statue of the god of storms fell to the ground like this, which meant too many things. They shouted at the guards who heard the sound and tried to come in, but they did not dare to let them see the statue of the god of storms smashed to the ground. The old queen looked at the smashed statue on the ground, at a loss. Could it be that now even the god of storms can't be counted on? At that time, from the shadow of the corner, a blind monk with male heads on his face, wearing a black monk's tight leather clothes, and his eyes were tied with luxurious silk, walked out. The blind monk walked out with a very elegant posture, like an evil noble in the dark. He said in a majestic bass voice, "Yes, the god of storms is no longer reliable. But now there is still a way to get your husband back. We have the power. We can help you get your husband back and repel the Bulgars and the stupid Eastern Empire people." The 3 women hugged each other and looked in horror at the blind monk who suddenly appeared in the palace and was obviously not an ordinary human. Who are you? What do you want to do? This palace is full of church knights. There is also a shrine to the god of storms. The god of storms is watching here. We are the ruling family of the gods chosen by the god of storms. The blind monk laughed and walked forward with an unchanged expression. Humans are really a kind of creature full of artistic talent. You have clearly seen the statue of the god of storms shattered in front of you, but you can still pretend to embrace your faith devoutly. You have clearly reached the point of despair, and your despair summoned me, but you flatly denied it, and thought that I suddenly broke into your territory. Many chains suddenly appeared behind the blind monk. These chains rushed out of the windows of the palace, smashed the window glass one by one, and then used hooks to insert into the bodies of the church knights and royal knights who were responsible for guarding outside the storm royal chamber. Screams came one after another, and in just a moment, there were 20 corpses of storm knights hanging behind the blind monk. The 3 women watched this scene in shock. The blind monk pointed at the broken statue on the ground and said, "It's just as you thought. Compared to the clay sculptures you believe in, we have real power. As long as you reach a contract with us and agree to our normal missionary work in the Storm Kingdom, I promise to bring back your youngest king within 7 days." The blind monk took out a contract, which was even burning with green evil flames. The 3 women were very scared at the moment, and the old queen stopped shaking suddenly after seeing the power of the blind monk. She lowered her head and suddenly showed a strange smile. "Maybe I really was the one who summoned you here. I just thought in my heart, no matter what, as long as someone brings back my father-in-law, husband, and son, I can agree to anything. Fuck the god of storms. If the god of storms can't protect his king, then don't blame us. Find new forces to cooperate with." Facing her daughter-in-law and mother-in-law, looking at her surprised eyes, the old queen said, "Politics is dark and realistic, and has always been full of blood. Let's stop pretending to be good people. People are the same. As long as they encounter danger, as long as they encounter a blow, people will choose what is best for themselves." But the old queen looked at the blind monk. "Why do you need our consent to preach?" The blind monk explained, "We like orthodoxy and order. Our world is full of order, more orderly than yours. In our world, the high-ranking person is the absolute strong one. The strength of energy determines the status and identity. But in your world, the high-ranking person is not necessarily the strong one. This is such a ridiculous fact. Therefore, beings like me must find weak women like you and let you sign a contract." The blind monk spread his hands artistically. "So, order was observed again. How about signing it? It shouldn't be bad for you." The old queen's eyes flickered. She checked the contract above and confirmed that it was indeed just a contract allowing them to preach, so she signed her name. "You should be some kind of eccentric cult. Do you want to seize this opportunity to gain national recognition? You did seize the opportunity very well. Well, maybe the Storm Kingdom itself should introduce other gods. If there is only one god, this god will not even do his best for our royal family. I sign it. In the future, we will have more opportunities to cooperate. The old Queen Zo showed her talent as a shrewd politician, and then stamped the contract with the seal of the Storm royal family. This is a certification from the royal family. I hope you can be different from the Storm Church. The blind monk immediately withdrew the contract. As long as these mortal queens signed this contract, there would be two benefits. First, when they walk inside the Storm Kingdom, they will no longer be rejected by the ubiquitous material world. Although there will still be the sacred authority of the Storm God, suppressing the power of their energy world. Second, he can create a blind and foolish gate connecting to the blind realm in this capital. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. This is the last step, to destroy the capital of the Kingdom of Storm. The blind monk laughed in an ambiguous way, and then elegantly performed the etiquette that a lower noble should have for a queen. You are really a shrewd and capable female politician. You are more capable than your husband and sons. Queen Zo, I believe that the Kingdom of Storm will go further under your rule. At the same time, Raphael Fisher, the demon hunter who was leading 7 demon hunters to attack Peter's territory, suddenly realized that the rejection of him by the main material world disappeared. Moreover, the force of the energy world in the air became at least 5 times more than before. Raphael Fisher was very surprised. He did not expect that at this moment, when he launched a general attack on Sunan Peter, he could still get support from the energy world. In other words, as the energy world eroded the Kingdom of Storm more and more seriously, the support they could get would also be greater and greater. Raphael Fisher confidently faced Warwick, who suddenly appeared in front of him and tried to stop him, and sent out the spell of the 4-star Warlock's full power, Spear of Indifference. He pulled the trigger, and immediately Warwick's heart was pierced by a spear of indifference condensed by a high concentration of indifference wind on an iron arrow, nailing it to the ground. Next, Raphael Fisher fired 3 arrows in a row. Warwick's head, the rest of his heart, and his chest were all pierced and destroyed. But Raphael continued to shoot at Warwick's body, and continued to destroy it. Finally, I can exert my full strength. According to the information I have collected, you high-level werewolves can still survive, even if your heads and hearts are destroyed at the same time. Then I will continue to destroy your bodies to the point where even the necromancy can no longer manipulate your bodies. Your weaknesses have been completely exposed in front of my eyes as a demon hunter. And my attacks, the attacks of a 4-star warlock, are also incomparable to the enemies you have encountered before. He looked at Blom, who had remained silent, and said, "Let me destroy your greatest reliance. From now on, you can only fight alone." He took out a strange wooden arrow engraved with many runes, and then shot it in the direction of Blom, but the arrow fell beside Blom, and landed on the ground beside him. But in an instant, all the werewolves discovered in horror that the wolf pack effect disappeared, as if it was blocked by something. All the werewolves could no longer feel the collective existence through the wolf pack effect. They became alone. The wolf pack effect was destroyed. Blom glanced at Warwick. This is going to be troublesome. This enemy is indeed stronger than all the enemies we have encountered before. If Sunan had not been promoted to a formal wizard and fully sublimated the entire wolf pack 5 times, making the wolf pack in a state of digesting the potion, suddenly facing the attack of this demon hunter, even if they could defeat him with difficulty, I'm afraid that the wolf pack would suffer a lot of casualties. In the distance, Sunan, who was sitting on the deck of a 3-masted offshore ship returning home, finally laughed. "You're doing a good job. I was worried that the attacks of you demon hunters wouldn't be enough to really kill Mr. Warwick. The shadow werewolf 6-fold immortality makes death itself an insurmountable obstacle. But if you're immortal, how can you come back to life? But if only the lone wolf dies and the wolf pack doesn't, then it's meaningless. We must let the wolf pack die completely once, then that's enough. Wolf pack, please come back to life once. Only then can we move on together." Sunan sat on the wooden chair on the deck, picked up a book at hand, used the light spell, and began to read leisurely. Chapter 232, The Powerful Fighting Power of the Reborn Wolf Pack and the Official Wizard. Baron Peter's Territory, Dark Night. When the Demon Hunter family invaded this territory, the entire territory became extremely depressing and negative. Even the civilians in the territory felt extremely tired mentally and physically. It was already midnight and everyone was sleeping, but no one could sleep and was extremely depressed. This was caused by the concentrated invasion of Peter's territory by most high-star warlocks. The energy of the warlocks lingered in the sky, turning into dark clouds that lingered for a long time, like a heavy burden, lingering on the bodies of everyone in the territory. In a house on the edge of Maple Leaf Town, a boy under 10 years old lit an oil lamp, and next to the dazzling oil lamp, he stared fearfully outside Maple Leaf Town, and asked his parents, "Mom, what happened outside? Why is there such a sound everywhere? Woo woo woo." His mother hugged him and whispered, "It's different this time. The Peter family will definitely protect us. What happened in the earldom of Samori will not happen to us again. I believe that. Lord El Peter, please protect us. We are too weak. We can only ask for your protection. Please don't let the war come to us again." Outside Peter Castle and Maple Leaf Town, the demon hunters were killing like crazy. They generally had a 3-star warlock level and the magic level of a second-class wizard apprentice. They also knew the weaknesses of wizards very well, and knew a lot about the attack patterns of werewolves. Wolf 1, Wolf 2, and Wolf 3, who lost the support of the wolf pack, died in battle at the gate of Peter Castle one after another. Although the 3 shadow werewolves tried their best to kill the enemy and killed 3 weaker demon hunters, the remaining 4 demon hunters were all 3-star warlocks like Rachel Comnenus. Their weapons are all crossbows. When firing crossbows, they can use the wind of indifference to speed up the firing speed of arrows. This allows the speed of the crossbow to keep up with the movement speed of the shadow werewolf when it is fully activated. The arrows themselves are made of the compound energy produced by the mixture of the fire of anger and the earth of stupidity, fell energy lava. This fell energy lava can suppress the undead ability of the shadow werewolf and slow down their recovery speed. Then, with intensive attacks and shooting, after sacrificing 3 2-star demon hunters, these demon hunters with orderly offense and defense finally killed Wolf Big, Wolf 2 and Wolf 3. Before Wolf Big died, he also turned on extra rage. His whole body was full of fell energy lava arrows, and these green fell energy lava arrows were still flowing slowly. Before he died, he inserted a claw into the chest of a 3-star demon hunter, wanting to exchange 1 for 1, but unfortunately failed. Wolf Big let out a low wolf howl, then stood on the ground, his wolf eyes wide open, and died. Wolf 2 was already in full swing, and had activated his special ability, Delayed Rage. Unfortunately, he was also beaten up by 4 3-star demon hunters, and finally died of exhaustion. He fell to the ground with a heavy sound. Wolf 3 was running around the battlefield quickly to observe the situation, when he was attacked by the witch who had turned into a witch. His heart was pulled out of his body and his magic shell was broken. Then, the witch launched a violent and rain-like attack on Wolf 3, leaving Wolf 3 with no chance to resist. He died tragically under the witch's claws, which were composed of green evil energy from the energy world. When the 4 wounded demon hunters here dealt with the 3 shadow werewolves. On the other side, the demon hunter Raphael was also fighting with Blom, chopped off his head, and then stepped on Blom's head. Then, he continuously shot 5 spears of indifference at Blom's body. Use saturation attack to ensure Blom's death. After confirming the death of the 5 highest level werewolves in Sunan's territory and the wolf pack effect was destroyed by the evil rune arrows, the remaining demon hunters gathered together and began a round of bombardment of the brown shield of Maple Leaf Town with demon hunter hunting arrows. The brown shield outside Peter's castle flickered brightly and dimly. Mario tried his best to support the situation and protect the castle. Unfortunately, the demon hunters were trained by blind monks to deal with wizards. They can combine the 5 skills mastered by 3-star warlocks: evil water, stupid earth, angry fire, cold wind and blind darkness, and attack wizards specifically. As a 4-star warlock, the demon hunter Raphael has all his basic abilities strengthened in all aspects compared to 3-star warlocks. The same cold wind, his cold wind, formed the cold spear, which is faster, stronger and more powerful. Raphael didn't even need to develop so many messy and varied abilities. He only needed to focus on the most basic and core ability of the blind warlock, the Wind of Indifference, and he would be very powerful. After the wolf pack effect was broken, coupled with the targeted tactics that the demon hunters had used against the wolf pack these days, they finally defeated the wolf pack. Raphael smiled and said, "We won. Although we have lost the lives of 4 family members so far. Report your situation to me. Next, as long as we attack the 2 shields protecting the castle and the city, we can destroy Sunan Peter's territory and his family. This will be the first step to his defeat." Demon Hunter Selena said, "My physical strength and vitality are seriously depleted. Those 3 werewolves are too difficult to deal with. For a while, I even thought that they could turn defeat into victory." Another middle-aged female demon hunter smiled sarcastically. "If we had not collected their combat intelligence before, it is very likely that they could really kill us. What a pity. Especially the werewolf with the biggest head. Before he died, he actually wanted to kill me too. But in the end, I was lucky. In the end, he died, and I'm still alive." She was talking about the wolf. The other demon hunters also reported their physical conditions one after another. Basically, they had consumed most of their physical strength and vitality. Raphael said, "Then you guys take a break. I'm basically not exhausted. I've made full preparations for this attack. The werewolves Warwick and Blom are weaker than I thought. They fell before I even used my full strength. Next, the witch and I will attack the last 2 barriers of Peter County together." The 3-star warlock, the demon hunter Selena, suddenly asked, "But I have always had a question. Why do these werewolves want to fight us to the death? Why don't they run away? If the wizard really uses intimidation and spells to rule these werewolves, why am I in his eyes or in their eyes that they were determined to protect their homeland to the death, just like us?" The demon hunter Raphael raised his eyebrows and said to her, "These werewolves must have been enslaved by Sunan Peter. Well, no need to continue this topic. The only reason those werewolves did not run away is that they were forced by Sunan Peter to not run away and must defend the gate of the territory to the death. Well, let the ghost woman destroy this magic shield. The ghost woman is specially created by the monk. It is a body of evil energy condensed from the fire of anger and the water of evil chaos. As long as it touches the magic, it will immediately destroy the magic." Mario saw that a ghost woman quickly jumped towards him on the ground and shouted, I won't let you come over." Raphael sneered. "Ridiculous." The next moment, the ghost woman's ghost claw hit the brown shield. Suddenly, the brown shield, which had not had time to upgrade, produced violent ripples. But the brown shield was not broken. Raphael was shocked. How is it possible? The 4 demon hunters were puzzled. Raphael said, "The claws of the witch can destroy any spell below the 1st level of magic the moment it touches the magic. But the magic shield was not broken immediately. It also withstood the attacks of the 5 demon hunters before, and continued to exist. This is simply abnormal. No wonder the blind nun wanted to borrow us from the blind monk. Only our demon hunter family can hunt Sunan Peter without using a 5-star magician." The middle-aged demon hunter woman who had been severely injured by the wolf asked, "What should we do now?" Raphael thought about it and said, "There is no way. I thought I didn't need to use this skill, but now it seems that I have to use it. I can consume 1/3 of my vitality to use an ability that only a 4-star magician belonging to the blind monk can use. I will use these 2 skills to destroy this special shield and the golem in an instant." Demon hunter Selena was a little worried about him. "It's not that serious. Raphael, I'm worried about you. It's necessary. I must destroy Sunan Peter's abnormal power in advance." The demon hunter Raphael took out a Rubik's Cube and put his index finger on it. Suddenly, a tiny spike appeared on the Rubik's Cube, piercing his index finger and absorbing the blood flowing from his index finger. The Rubik's Cube began to rotate and reassemble according to a certain rule. This is the monk's Rubik's Cube. The blind monk himself did not build a few. The construction materials of each monk's Rubik's Cube require a large number of self-depraved souls. In other words, let humans voluntarily sell their souls. Then, a small subspace, based on the 5 powers of evil water, stupid soil, cold wind, angry fire and blind darkness is constructed inside this Rubik's Cube. As long as the monks 4-star or above warlocks provide their vitality to this Rubik's Cube, they can complete the transaction in exchange for the huge power of the next attack. Raphael raised his crossbow, and the wind of indifference lingered on the arrow in his crossbow. Then the monk's cube on the ground in front of him began to reorganize automatically. Electric currents lingered around the cube, and also appeared on the cold spear of the crossbow. Raphael's eyes were bleeding. In the name of the Blind King, human beings, continue to be indifferent, have no sympathy, do not consider others, turn a blind eye, and be blind forever. The moment he shot the cold spear quickly turned into a huge spear almost as big as a tree in the evil lightning of the monk's cube. This is the unique ability of the warlocks under the monks, the Cold War Spear. In just a moment, the brown shield was destroyed by the battlefield spear, and even the upper body of Mario, who was 50 meters tall, was destroyed in an instant. Only the lower half of the angel soldier statue remained. The error-free version is available at 69 book. 69 book bar first publish a novel 69 book bar read the huge and heavy marble wings on both sides of him also fell to the ground. At this moment, the people of Peter Castle and the nearby territories all heard the terrible sound of the wings hitting the ground. But Raphael did not stop his attack. He bent down again, picked up the monk's cube on the ground, and then changed his hand, and put his middle finger in the middle of the cube. Suddenly, the cube that had stopped rotating, began to rotate again, and began to reorganize, as if there was an invisible hand, moving the cube, allowing the cube to reorganize according to the new arrangement and combination. The demon hunter Selena was a little worried. Raphael, let me sacrifice. Your vitality will be gone, if you continue like this. I have the potential to become a 4-star warlock. Let me do it, I can do it. She wanted to grab the cube, but was pushed away by Raphael. Raphael said, get out of here. Then, Raphael shot an arrow at Maple Leaf Town, and the war spear of indifference flew towards Maple Leaf Town. Then, in just a moment, the brown shield of Maple Leaf Town, a few kilometers away, was also destroyed in an instant, and the upper body of the fortress Knight Alexander was also blown away. At the same time, Raphael began to attack the gargoyle flying in the sky. He fired 10 consecutive shots of the Spear of Indifference, hitting Gargoyle 3 times, and with the auxiliary shooting of 4 demon hunters, Gargoyle soon fell from the air and hit the ground, breaking into pieces. Seeing that all the enemies in front of them seemed to have been eliminated, Peter Castle appeared in front of the demon hunters like an egg with its shell peeled. Demon Hunter Raphael breathed a sigh of relief, with a triumphant smile on his face. The Demon Hunter family also felt that they had finally defeated the Peter family. They were about to enter the castle and harvest heads. Raphael raised his hand, wanting to wave it and give an order, but suddenly, his pupils shrank suddenly, because he found that someone was standing next to them. And it seemed that he had been standing there for a long time, but they had never noticed it. At this moment, the 4 demon hunters also looked in the direction where Raphael was looking because of Raphael's abnormality, and they all had cold sweats on their backs because they saw that the person standing next to them was Sunan, who had returned from Sicily and led dozens of werewolves. At this moment, Sunan was standing next to them, and at the same time, 70 super werewolves sat obediently on the ground, looking at the moon in the sky. At some point, a full moon appeared in the sky. At some point, the full moon turned into a blood moon, hanging in the sky, emitting scarlet moonlight, shining on the earth. The demon hunters asked in horror, "Who is it? How did you suddenly appear beside us? Are you an enemy or a friend?" Raphael stared at Sunan Peter. Sunan raised an index finger and put it on his lips, signaling them to be quiet. "Listen, what a beautiful sound. Don't be too noisy, otherwise you won't be able to hear this beautiful sound. Listen, this is the sound of rebirth. This is the sound of resurrection. This is the sound of new life. Thank you, demon hunters. Thank you for working so hard to make my wolf pack go further." Raphael's face was ferocious, and he shot a spear of indifference directly at Sunan. But Sunan did not dodge or avoid. He raised his left hand flat towards him, and then grabbed the spear of indifference he fired in his hand. Raphael's pupils suddenly shrank. "This is impossible." Sunan looked at him with some disappointment. "Your attack is too weak. The 15 times brown force field around him was enough to protect the body and soul, and he directly held it with his bare hands, a full strength attack from a 4-star warlock. Sunan suggested sincerely, "I'll give you a suggestion. If you want to destroy the enemy, you should use your most powerful attack from the beginning. You have less than 1/3 of your vitality left. You should use this vitality to exchange with the strange magic cube again and attack me with the powerful spell just now." The next moment, Sunan crushed Raphael's spear of indifference with his left hand. The violent wind appeared between Raphael and Sunan. The demon hunter Raphael showed a trace of confusion and fear on his face. He roared, "This is impossible." He fired 3 consecutive spears of indifference at Sunan. He couldn't believe that this attack, which even the shadow werewolf couldn't avoid and would kill him, seemed less dangerous to Sunan than the water gun. He couldn't believe this result. But the next moment, his eyes widened, because the 3 spears of indifference, before they got close to Sunan, were 10 meters away from Sunan, suddenly seemed to hit something, and then broke. Just in the air. It was like breaking out of thin air. At this moment, Raphael realized the huge power gap between Sunan and him. Raphael and the demon hunter family watched this scene in horror. A possibility that they dared not think of at the moment appeared in their minds. Sunan slowly turned his head to look at them and said, "Have you finally realized the power gap between you and me at this moment? But don't worry. Today, I won't kill you. Because my wolf pack wants revenge and wants to vent its anger on you. Just be a toy for my wolf pack." Raphael wanted to taunt him, but Sunan's wolf pack had been disintegrated by him in advance, and the corpses were shot into pieces by him. But the next moment he was speechless, because behind him, many powerful magic fluctuations exploded. Blom's voice appeared behind him. Hey, although I deliberately didn't dodge all your attacks before, you hit me so hard. You even stepped on my head. We have to settle this account. What do you think, Mr. Warwick? Mr. Warwick, I think an old soldier should fight to the last moment, so I returned from death. What about you? Warwick said, wherever the young master is, I will be there. As long as the young master doesn't die, I don't want to die either. Then, I followed the young master's voice, and returned to the ground. Raphael's forehead was covered with cold sweat. The body was broken into pieces. Can it still live? Isn't this immortal ability a bit exaggerated? On the other hand, Sunan, through his own magic power, guided and mobilized the 10 werewolf inspectors and 10 super werewolf inspectors in his territory to walk out of Peter's castle, and exerted his ability to enhance the anti-interference ability of the wolf pack effect here, and restore the wolf pack effect. As a result, all the werewolves felt that they had joined the wolf pack, and had comrades around them at all times. Mario, Gaggy, and Alexander were all in the magic field of Peter's castle, activating their super speed reorganization abilities, and began to reorganize. Their sacrificial stone cores had not been destroyed, so they were not considered dead before. Chapter 233, The Werewolf Clan, that abandons the magic pressure, and the dark energy killing intent fluctuation. The demon hunter family was shocked by the resurrection of Blom and Warwick. They remained alert, back to back, and huddled together. Then, because they were afraid of Sunan, they began to retreat. Facing Blom and Warwick, who were apt in abnormal magic, they moved back again, trying to distance themselves from Blom and the others. As a result, they moved to the area where Wolf 1, Wolf 2, and Wolf 3 had just died. At this moment, the 3 werewolves also returned, because of the wolf pack's call, and abnormal magic also appeared on their broken bodies. Demon Hunter Selena whispered, "No way. These 3 werewolves, can't they also be resurrected? Then what's the point of our previous battle results? All the werewolves we killed before have all resurrected, and even the shields we broke, and the destroyed golems have been reorganized, and restretched that strange shield. All the results of our attacks here have become nothing in an instant." At this moment, the demon hunter family was also exhausted. They paid such a high price. 4 members of the tribe died. Raphael lost most of his vitality, and all the demon hunters consumed more than half of their energy. But in the end, everything had to start over again, and all the enemies were resurrected, and they became stronger than before. Even the wolf pack effect they destroyed has now been restored. Now they really feel too tired to fight again. At this moment, Wolf Big got up from the ground and roared at the demon hunters. The evil energy lava arrows on his body also began to break one by one under the abnormal magic power and fell to the ground, forming one piece after another of green earth pits polluted by evil energy. Wolf Big shook his body and then stared at the demon hunter family with bloodthirsty and cruel eyes. But after Wolf Big's rebirth, his personality has indeed changed a little. The cruelty and bloodthirstiness in the past were based on killing, and the cruelty at this moment is based on the anger of the enemy invading the wolf pack base, angry for guarding. At the same time, the demon hunter family was also shocked to find that Wolf 2 behind them had also resurrected, and even Wolf 3 had come back to life. Moreover, these resurrected werewolves made them feel abnormal, because they could not feel the magic pressure of these werewolves. Originally, there was a magic pressure shell in the werewolves, so they would unconsciously radiate magic pressure to the surroundings. And the demon hunters had long been accustomed to finding the location of wizards based on magic pressure. In the previous battles, the demon hunters used the magic pressure on the shadow werewolves to confirm their location on the battlefield in the dark night, and in the battle, they developed the habit of attacking wizards by capturing the trajectory of magic pressure. It should be said that this is a trick that they will use when fighting all wizards. It is difficult for wizards to restrain magic pressure when fighting. Magic pressure will inevitably be released. But at this moment, these werewolf hunters stared at them with strange eyes. They were obviously spinning around them, looking for opportunities to attack them, but they did not feel the slightest magic pressure. It was as if all the magic on these werewolves had disappeared, so there was no magic pressure. Demon Hunter Raphael stared at these werewolves and began to observe. Could it be that these werewolves paid the price of sacrificing their own magic during the resurrection process, so they have no magic pressure? Now they just look fierce. The middle-aged female demon hunter took over the conversation and said, "Yes, all resurrections cannot be without a price. If so, then we have a chance to retreat. Kill the weakest werewolf first." She was referring to the werewolf butler Langsan. The next moment, she kicked the ground and flew out with the cold wind, and at the same time, she shot 2 fell lava arrows at Langsan's eyes. She wanted to attack from Langsan's position. The next moment, she felt a chill on her back because her 2 fell lava arrows shot at Langsan's body, but did not break the defense. But the 2 fell lava arrows broke, and she herself was caught in the claws of Langsan. The middle-aged female demon hunter widened her eyes. How is it possible? Their movements are faster than before, and their reactions are faster too. They are completely different. The next moment, Wolf 1 came over and swung his claws over Wolf 3's claws, and the female demon hunter's head was gone. Another demon hunter died. Now there are only 4 left, and there is also a witch. Demon hunter Selena widened her eyes. How is it possible? Sister has the defense of the earth of stupidity. No matter how powerful she is, how can she be broken like tofu? These werewolves have no magic pressure. How can they do this? Could it be? Demon Hunter Raphael said, "This means that these werewolves did not lose their magic pressure because of resurrection, but they gave up their magic pressure on their own initiative." Sunan Peter, he is an outlier. At this moment, Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 suddenly rushed into the group of demon hunters. The demon hunters used the Wind of Indifference to form a protective shield to block the attacks of the 2 werewolf hunters, but the Wind of Indifference was instantly crushed by the wolf claws, and the Wind of Indifference turned back on them, breaking them up instead. Wolf 1 swung his claws and smashed the head of a demon hunter into a pulp. At the same time, Wolf 2 pressed down the body of a demon hunter, then opened his mouth and bit it. The 2 demon hunters stared at each other as they died, as if they couldn't believe it. They didn't even have time to react before they were killed by the opponents they had defeated before. Raphael, with Selena, quickly distanced themselves. Raphael was so angry that his body was shaking. His demon hunter family, the ace wizard hunter in the hands of the blind monk, was dead, leaving only the 2 of them and a witch. Raphael looked at the werewolves with great certainty and fear at this moment. Yes, although I don't know what happened, the werewolves did give up the magic pressure, but their body functions have been comprehensively improved. The next moment, Wolf 1, Wolf 2, and Wolf 3 used magic blood charging, formal wizard level magic blood charging. Its complexity is dozens of times that of the magic blood charging in the 4th sublimation stage. A large amount of magic energy appeared on the three of them, like a small magic vortex, or like a small magic pool. This magic energy entered the bodies of the 3 werewolf hunters, and did not form magic pressure. Instead, it merged into their muscles, bones, souls, and tendons, comprehensively strengthening the strength of the flesh and forming a magic pressure shell field. It was not until this moment that Raphael realized what these werewolves had done. His pupils dilated. They use all their magic power to strengthen their bodies, so there is no magic pressure. Because all their magic pressure is used to strengthen their bodies. No, it cannot be said that there is no magic pressure, but because the magic pressure constantly strengthens the body, forming something similar to an energy shell field, there is no magic pressure fluctuation that wizards will reveal when casting spells. This, Sunan Peter can think of it. He gave up the magic pressure spell route and let these werewolves take the magic pressure body route. And I'm afraid we are facing werewolves that are equivalent to formal wizards. The permanent defense field of these werewolves is their bodies. Convert the permanent defense field into pure physical strength of the body. If the wizard society had such a thing more than 2000 years ago, they would not have needed to cooperate with the church and the knights. Demon hunter Raphael gritted his teeth. Sunan Peter. He is not an ordinary lucky earth wizard as we imagined. Sunan looked at the battlefield over there and raised his eyebrows. The patriarch of this demon hunter family is still a little smart. He actually analyzed for him the situation they are facing now. Werewolf hunters are magical creatures that have been sublimated 5 times. The basic physical attributes of a werewolf hunter messenger are 28. The basic physical attributes of a werewolf hunter deacon are 20. The basic physical attributes of a werewolf hunter warrior are 30.1. The basic physical attributes of a high level werewolf hunter are 30. And the basic attributes of a leader type werewolf hunter are also 30. And the mental power can be increased by 10. In other words, as long as they are transformed into werewolf hunters, they can be completely integrated with the body due to the permanent defense field, and become pure physical functions. Then all the attributes of these werewolf hunters exceed the basic attributes of ordinary legendary knights. Even Wolfdan Wolfer can suppress a legendary storm knight alone and kill him. Even Wolfson can fight with ordinary legendary storm knights. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 book bar that this is why the demon hunters are no longer a one-on-one enemy of the wolf pack. As soon as they meet, they will be slaughtered by the werewolf hunters who do not use any skills. Because the two sides are no longer at the same level. After the resurrection of all the wolves, they have become a formal first-ring wizard level wolf pack. And this physical fitness that exceeds that of ordinary legendary knights is when the werewolf hunters do not use any skills. If the werewolf hunters use magic blood to recharge, their overall physical fitness can be plus 10. The 8 claw skills and rage skills of the werewolf hunters in the 4th sublimation stage are all skills of the apprentice stage. Even if they are attained, they cannot improve the combat effectiveness of the werewolf hunters much. They need to be improved and upgraded like magic blood recharge. Because Sunan synthesized the 8 claw skills into 2 first-ring wizard level claw skills, and synthesized boiling and rage into 2 new first-ring spell type rage skills. At the same time, Sunan integrated all the dark magic systems into one, turning them into a first-ring spell. They are Hunting Claw, Caesar's Claw, Boiling Blood, Hunting Fury, and Dark Energy Killing Intention Fluctuation. In other words, the werewolf hunters now have a total of 6 first level skills, plus the magic blood recharge. At this moment, the werewolf hunters gradually began to activate boiling blood. In an instant, strong flame magic filled their blood, turning all the werewolves' hair red, and at the end of the werewolf hair, there began to appear spots of flame similar to burnt charcoal. Boiling blood is a skill that can increase the physique of the werewolf more than boiling. Then, they activated Hunting Fury again, and a wolf howl came out of them. The golden ring pupils of these werewolf hunters turned into red ring pupils, reflecting the blood moon. Hunting Fury is a comprehensive upgrade of Fury. Once activated, it can further increase the power of a first level werewolf. In this state, every attack of the werewolves will have the power of a first level force magic. When the werewolf hunters use hunting claws and Caesar's claws, their attack strength is estimated to reach 1.2 rings of force magic. The effect of the hunting claws is to increase the power and speed of the werewolf's claws to attack every 5 seconds. After hunting an enemy target, it absorbs part of the enemy's power, and in the claws, it increases the speed and power of the claws again, and forms a ball of fire on the surface of the claws. This can at least increase the werewolf's attack strength by 0.1 rings. The effect of Caesar's claws inherits the claws of triumph, the claws of limit, and the claws of steel, and develops again on this basis, becoming a claw that can extremely compress the power of the claws and form a claw that can destroy weapons and enemy defenses, and is harder than stationary iron. The dark energy killing intention fluctuation is even more powerful. It can make the werewolf have dark energy all over his body. When attacking, it comes with a dark energy enchantment attack. It can be converted into a wave type, a sphere type, a beam type, an arcane missile type, etc. according to the form you want. It is essentially a one-ring dark energy enchantment magic. The effect is very comprehensive, which can increase the overall strength of the werewolf by 0.1 ring again, and make the melee attack strength of the werewolf hunter reach the level of 1.3 rings. Moreover, it also increases the medium and long range capabilities of the werewolf hunter. At this time, there are so many werewolf hunters in front of him who are besieging him with all their strength. Raphael was about to move, but he found that his shoulders were pressed down by Blom in human form with both hands. The dark energy killing intention fluctuations emanated from Blom, making him unable to move. Dark energy itself is a standard matching spell for melee mages. At this moment, facing this level of dark energy killing intention fluctuations, Raphael only felt a strong dark energy formed by killing intention fluctuations, entering his shoulders through Blom's hands, destroying the warlock blood in his body. It made him unable to move normally. He was also frightened by this strong killing intention fluctuation, and the pressure was so great that he couldn't move his body. Raphael's Adam's apple moved. He couldn't believe that Blom behind him was the person he had just killed. The gap is simply too big. It's as big as the difference between heaven and earth. How did Sunan Peter manage to have so many powerful werewolves? Blom's deep voice appeared behind him. Don't move. The hunter becomes the prey. Now you know what it feels like. This is a trap for you witches, and you stepped on it, but thought you had won. Leader of the witches, from the beginning, you were in the trap set by our wolf pack. Now, you are the prey of our wolf pack. Everyone in our wolf pack is very happy to have captured you. The next moment, Blom's left hand partially transformed into a wolf claw and pierced Raphael's chest. Raphael spat out a mouthful of blood, then he suddenly gritted his teeth, and at the moment of his body falling, he pressed his fingers on the monk's cube. Selena said, "No, Raphael, you can't sell your soul." Raphael Fisher gritted his teeth and said, "I, Raphael Fisher, choose to sell my soul. Lord Blind Monk, please come here and use my..." The monk's cube flashed with electricity and began to rotate. The next moment, Warwick grabbed his wrist and tried to separate his palm from the Rubik's cube. Raphael was horrified to find that Warwick, relying on the powerful physical power of the werewolf hunter, was trying to pull him out of the monk's cube, which had already formed a contract for trading souls. Raphael said to Warwick, "My soul already belongs to the Rubik's cube. You can't interrupt the transaction, you." Warwick said to him seriously, "No, you only belong to our wolf pack. No prey can ever escape our wolf pack. Even if you sell your soul, we will catch it back. Prey, don't even think about escaping our trap. The needs of our wolf pack take priority over this Rubik's cube and the blind monk you mentioned." Chapter 234, Harvesting the Monk's Cube. On the ground in the wilderness, the monk's cube began to release a large amount of lightning. Because Warwick used his powerful physical skills to forcibly interrupt the contract between the monk's cube and Raphael, the monk's cube began to rotate abnormally. One after another, evil lightning appeared from the ground and released in all directions. "Who dares to interrupt the contract?" A majestic voice came from the rotating monk's cube. "This person's soul already belongs to me." Warwick was not at all intimidated by the voice coming from the monk's cube. After all, even before, when the blind nun possessed the cultist in the territory, Sunan and he had defeated it together. Warwick said, then you can get out now. This person's soul belongs to the wolf pack, and he is the wolf pack's prey. The wolf pack will not give up its prey. The monk's cube rotated wildly and disorderly, releasing one lightning after another, and continued to release a majestic voice from the cube. The contract cannot be broken. Werewolf, you can't mess up. Order. This person's soul belongs to me. Blom transformed into a werewolf hunter, fully activated, and then walked over and stepped on the monk's cube. The monk's cube immediately made a ka sound, as if something was stepped on and broken. Blom said to Warwick and Sunan, the quality of this thing is really good. I originally planned to step on it and break it into pieces. Sunan observed the cube and asked the intelligent computer to record the data. The cube contains a small artificial subspace. If you want to step on it, it is equivalent to stepping on a subspace with 1 foot. In fact, it is not impossible. If you can step on the weak structure of the subspace with 1 foot, with a full force of 1.7 rings, I think it is possible. If you have super intuition ability, plus your own super sense of touch. Before, I was temporarily unable to study the super intuition ability of the Comnenus family, but now it should be possible. During the 5th sublimation, the exclusive super sensibility of each werewolf will also be sublimated. The extra fury of Wolf 1 turned into extra hunting fury, and the delayed fury of Wolf 2 turned into delayed hunting fury. The existence behind the monk's cube seemed to be enraged, and more lightning was released from the monk's cube. You have disrupted the order. You need to bear the price of disrupting the order. Sunan sensed that a force was coming to his territory through this cube. He said indifferently, I remind you that I have already told the blind nun, the little bitch. Without my consent, the energy world cannot enter my territory. If you dare to come in, that would violate my law. Here, my law is order. A large amount of lightning was released from the monk's cube at once. Then, a group of blind monks with strange looks who liked to nail iron nails on their heads appeared on the battlefield in the wilderness in front of Peter's castle. The blind monk with a nail-headed head stood at the front of the monks. On his left was a fat monk with a similar appearance, on his right was a female monk, and behind him were 5 ordinary monks with strange appearances. The blind monk said, interesting. This is the first time I've heard a human say that his law is order. Human, it seems that we all like order. But I don't know if our understanding of order is the same. With creatures like humans, can we accurately grasp the essence of the art of order? But human, this person's soul already belongs to me. You can't take him away. The blind monk looked around and found that the werewolves had no magic pressure. He thought they were ordinary werewolves at the apprentice level who didn't even have magic pressure, so he didn't care at all. The blind monk looked at Sunan. Human wizard, with your level of magic pressure, your soul will also belong to. The next moment, Sunan completely released 200 mental powers, the magic pressure that should have. All of a sudden, except for the blind monk, the other low-level monk creatures in the 7 energy worlds all felt the huge pressure emanating from Sunan. Under this huge magic pressure, their vision was already blurred. Everything they saw was distorted. Dense magic pressure lines appeared around them, pressing them so hard that they had to use up all their strength to maintain their existence. The monk's magic cube in the grass began to freeze when it started to rotate. Both the demon hunter Raphael and the demon hunter Selena began to feel dizzy. They had already consumed too much energy and were injured. Especially Raphael, who almost fainted. His arm was also crushed by Warwick. The blind monk looked at Sunan with a look that changed from casual to cautious and vigilant. He didn't expect that the little earth wizard that the blind nun had to deal with had now become a formal wizard. It became a difficult existence. It seems that he misjudged the situation. The crickets, insects, frogs, mice and other creatures in the grass around Sunan all died in the blink of an eye under Sunan's powerful magic pressure. Sunan said to the blind monk, what kind of magic pressure do I have? After all, I can't exert my magic pressure all day long, like I did when I was a wizard apprentice. Otherwise all mortals who stay by my side will die because of it. So, I can only restrain my magic pressure. But you seem to have doubts about the strength of my magic pressure. The blind monk raised his right hand to Sunan and said, I see. A powerful official wizard. So my demon hunters died in your hands. The blind nun is helpless against you. But the order cannot be broken. If you agree to let me take back my soul, I will not trouble you. This should not be bad for you. We can sign a contract. Behind the blind monk, many iron chains with iron hooks appeared. These iron chains pierced the werewolves here, as if they wanted to kill a few werewolves to establish their prestige, just like what he did in the palace of Stormwind Castle when facing the three queens. These chains with hooks were meant to pierce Wolf 1, Wolf 2, Wolf 3, as well as Blom and Warwick. Read the error-free version at 69 book. 69 book 1 publishes a novel. Read at 69 books. But the hooks of these chains were broken by the werewolf hunters before they could get close. Warwick even grabbed Raphael's arm with one hand and broke the 3 hooks that attacked him with one wolf claw. The blind monk finally showed a look of astonishment at this moment. He glanced at the 5 werewolves without any magic pressure, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Without magic pressure, you can block the monk's chains. Can you do it with physical strength alone? The next moment, he was hit in the face by the furious Wolf 1 with a wolf claw. The 1.7 ring force strength made his face deformed and swollen, and then flew out. Then the furious Wolf 2, who started the delayed hunting, hit the blind monk on the back with one claw. And Blom finally found the weak point of the Rubik's Cube with his supersensory hands, and smashed the monk's Rubik's Cube with one fist, breaking it. In this way, the entire blind monk team was beaten back as soon as they appeared. The wolves captured Selena and Raphael, and also obtained a broken monk's Rubik's Cube. Sunan was very satisfied with this. He didn't need a good monk's Rubik's Cube. He could still analyze what he needed from the broken monk's Rubik's Cube. This method of hiding a subspace in the Rubik's Cube is very interesting. If it can be analyzed and copied, it should be able to solve his own material logistics problems. But it seems that he has made an enemy of middle-level Lord of the Energy World again. But it doesn't matter. The worst thing is that the blind monk and the blind Nan will huddle together for warmth. Sunan looked in the direction of the castle and Maple Leaf Town. At this moment, the 3 elite golems have also completed the reorganization, completed 5 sublimations, and upgraded the brown shield to a 1-ring brown force field. With a 1-ring brown force field, even if a 5-star warlock attacks, he is not afraid that they can break through the brown force field and destroy his territory. Storm Castle, in the capital, in a 3-story house on a street. The Supreme Church is in the base here. The blind monk slammed his fist on the table angrily. It's a mess. It's a mess. The order is all messed up. I was beaten in the face by 2 dogs. The soul that should have belonged to me was actually snatched away by that wizard. My magic cube also fell into his hands. That is one of the secrets of my power. If he analyzes it, go find the blind Nan quickly. I want to learn about that wizard. Fortunately, the wizard is far away from the capital of the Storm Kingdom, at least for the time being. It turns out that the blind Nun is really not a waste. That wizard lord is really tricky. Chapter 235 The Magic of Cognitive Formation. Sunan checked the 3 elite stone golems, Merio and Alexander, and they were all restored to their original state. And because of the 5 sublimations, their strength attributes increased to 30, speed increased to 7, and physical fitness also increased to 30. The reason why the attributes did not increase much was mainly because Sunan did not let the legendary stone golem follow the path of the werewolf to convert magic power into physical functions. This is mainly because the current ground golems are not taking the combat route, but the role of providing brown force field and brown shield. Just like today, even if I deliberately let the wolf pack be reborn from the ashes, because of the existence of brown shield, the demon hunters could not attack the castle for a long time. Only after paying a huge price can they break the brown shield. After today, even if I pay this price, the energy world will not be able to break through the defense of my territory. Because I transformed the soul magic shell of the sacrifice stone into the permanent magic field unique to the first ring wizard. That is to say, they are all equipped with the first ring defense magic of potion learning, potion charming brown force field spell. As a result, the combat power of the legendary stone golems was definitely lower than that of the werewolves and death knights for the first time, but their defense power was far beyond that of the werewolves and death knights. Sunan looked at Merio and Alexander and said, I will install a few turrets on you in the next few days to improve your long-range attack capabilities when defending. This way you won't be as passive as today when you encounter the demon hunter. Sunan decided to take out part of the computing power of the intelligent brain and give it to Mario and Alexander to enhance the ability of long-range counterattack. And there is no need to worry too much about the defensive ability. There is the brown force field. Of course, it is also necessary to pre-research a better brown force field type defensive magic and spell model. However, this requires more magic resources at the first ring wizard level, or even magic resources at the second ring wizard level, to optimize and calculate and improve. At the same time, Sunan looked at the gargoyle Gaguai. At this moment, Gaguai's strength was 20, his physique was 20, but his speed was an astonishing 50. This is to further enhance the air cruising capability and speed of Gargai. Of course, Sunan also needs to modify the Tesla valve compression acceleration device in its throat, so that its attack power can be increased to the proper level. At the same time, this gargoyle golem should also consider developing new mounted weapons. Next, there will be a period of time to be busy. In general, Sunan has basically replaced his magic troops to the level that a first ring wizard should have, and he can continue to update the magic troops later. Make the Peter family stronger. Sunan said to Warwick, give food subsidies to all the residents of Peter Castle and Maple Leaf Town this time. Warwick understood what Sunan meant. Young master, are we going to tell our subjects that the situation is still under our control? Sunan nodded and said, also, hang the bodies of these dirty demon hunters on the edge of my territory, so that the forces of the energy world can see them. Let them know the consequences of offending me. Blom. Warwick and others all agreed very much. Because of the previous battle, they now have a lot of opinions about the energy world. The next day, in Peter territory, the people of the territory who had been worried all night yesterday walked out of their homes and found that nothing had changed. What happened yesterday was just like a trivial episode. It was like a small accident. The people of the territory all smiled happily. As long as they stayed in Peter territory, they would enjoy order and peace. This kind of thing is now extremely luxurious in the entire Storm Kingdom. In the early morning, in the suburbs outside the city of Peter Castle, a peasant woman opened the chicken coop and happily took out a little rooster from the chicken coop. She said to her husband and 3 children who were going to do farm work in the morning, when the sun was not too glaring, kill a little rooster to eat today. Her husband was a little reluctant. It's not a festival, and it's not the birthday of the god of storms. The peasant woman smiled happily and said, it's not to celebrate the birthday of the god of storms, but to celebrate that we have found a good lord. It's really happy to live here. The peasant woman obviously thought of her life in the earldom of Samori before, and she was still scared. It's great to have a place where we can live simply, as long as we work hard. At that time, Sunan was in the attic of Peter Castle, feeling the changes in the magic in the territory, and raised his eyebrows. After I become a formal wizard, I can see the sacred authority of the god of storms in the air. But there seems to be something else in my territory. It turns out that making the people feel happy can also generate magic. Magic is so wonderful, and there are many unknown areas that I have never seen before. Sunan realized that, because the church suppressed the thoughts of people in various places before, the air everywhere was full of the sacred authority of the god of storms. At this moment, when Sunan gradually weakened the authority of the Storm Church in his territory and let go of people's thoughts, these people who felt happy actually generated a special magic. This magic mixed with his own magic power and disappeared. In the attic experiment, Sunan grabbed the void upwards and immediately captured this special magic. Intelligent brain, record relevant data, and analyze the current situation. Yes. Now it can be considered that, similar to the secret world, the collective cognition of a piece of land is magical. Just like the moral cognition and legal cognition of a world's collective habits will form a more powerful constraint than swords and guns. Therefore, it can be considered that this is the magic generated by the collective cognition. The cognition formed by individuals changes this society and this land, and then each individual will in turn be changed by this society and land. You are the Storm Lord here, so you can easily inherit this magic. It is not known yet what benefits you will get from accepting this magic. Since this is the first time to come into contact with this phenomenon, it is necessary to establish multiple observations in order to better analyze the internal reasons and use this phenomenon to establish a new spell model. But perhaps the following speculation can be put forward. if this territory is not loyal to you because of the belief in the god of storms or any other gods, they simply regard you as a guardian. Perhaps you can inherit a considerable amount of magical power from it. Sunan lowered his head and thought. Before, the church has been using religious authority to prohibit people from opening their minds so that the thoughts of the people in a land can be rigidified. By the way, it's not that the gods can't enlighten people's wisdom. They are all great sages. After all, this world has true gods, and true gods are not afraid of mortals having wisdom. Unless these mortals are wizards. Only the existence of wizards is a real threat to the gods. But the church in this world still has to suppress thoughts because, since positive cognition can form positive magic, then negative cognition should be able to summon a lot of negative magic. These negative magics accumulate, and it seems that something bad may happen. It may even be that the energy world discovered this world in the void. Sunan shook his head. But that's not right. If there is no magic tide, then no matter how many ideas people have, they will not turn into special magic. Therefore, at least part of the reason why the church rigidifies everyone's thoughts may really be because it wants to suppress mortals with power and wisdom. After all, if a mortal can solve all problems by himself, why does a mortal need to believe in gods? The weaker the mortals are, the more dependent they will be on the gods. Chapter 236, Changes in the Arcane Swarm. Obviously, Sunan's act of hanging up the demon hunter would anger all creatures in the energy world, so there were many attacks by cultists around the territory. But they were all easily solved by the werewolf inspectors, werewolf deacons and werewolf messengers. 3 days later, Sunan had the bodies of the demon hunters collected and sent to his laboratory to start magic experiments. At the same time, he also used a sleeping spell to seal Raphael and Selena and lock them in the dungeon of Peter's castle. Sunan began to let the 5 times sublimated arcane insect swarms in the underground world explore deeper underground to find a way to enter the next underground world. Now that Sunan has become a formal wizard, he naturally has the confidence, and in order to become a second-ring wizard, he must also collect more resources. Sunan entered the Rye underground domain again to completely solve the 3 major problems left over from the underground world that he could not solve, so that his back garden would become extremely safe. Sunan walked in the insect city. At that time, the entire Rye underground domain was already full of arcane insect swarms. The arcane swarm that has been sublimated 5 times has become more dangerous. The swarm has evolved into a spike tower covered with bone spurs, which is specially used to hatch upgraded bone spur anti-shooting insects. The power of the bone spurs of the bone spur anti-shooting insects has increased from 0.2 rings to 0.5 rings. The bone spur anti-shooting insects have become bone spur cruise insects. Each bone spur cruise insect can act as a biomass launch base, firing 0.5 rings of bone spurs at enemies 10,000 meters away. Moreover, each bone spur cruise insect can carry 50 such bone spurs and replenish all the bone spurs fired from its body within 1 day. This is the backbone of the arcane swarm at present. As for positioning, it can be handed over to the queens. The queens who have been sublimated 5 times have all generated magic pressure, which is equivalent to the first-class wizard apprentice who generates magic pressure. Master the arcane magic system inherited from the drow. The Hive consciousness has analyzed hundreds of arcane magics of the drow, simplified them, and selected several commonly used arcane magics from them: arcane shield, arcane prophecy, arcane missiles, arcane flicker, arcane rebirth, arcane arrows, arcane communication, arcane perception, and arcane levitation. The queens can use arcane communication to command all swarms, and can use arcane perception to lock the enemy's location and order the bone spur cruisers to bomb. Sunan looked at the spike tower in front of him, which was covered with rings of bone spurs, like a finger standing up, and a bone spur cruiser was crawling out of it. The current bone spur cruisers are no longer very similar to scarabs, except that they have a small golden round shell of scarabs on their backs. Now, no matter what the worms of each arcane swarm evolve into, at least they will retain a small round scarab hard shell similar to the sun on their backs. The bone spur cruisers are now more like a worm with a snake in the lower body and the characteristics of upright animals in the upper body. They have a pair of limbs that look like arms, but the ends are not palms, but sickle-like bone blades formed by bone spurs. They are generally as big as small tanks, and their bodies are covered with huge bone spurs, which can be fired through muscle strength and arcane energy. This special snake-shaped insect that looks like it has weapons all over its body made a close voice to Sunan and became very excited and enthusiastic after seeing Sunan. In its eyes, Sunan is the most core part of the hive consciousness, more important than Queen Jinx. Sunan saw the tyrant tower that produces tyrant scarabs and the hatching chamber that specializes in producing cannon fodder soldiers in the distance of the insect city. At this time, the size and appearance of the tyrant scarab have become similar to that of the Hulk, and the whole body is protected by 30 layers of chitin shells. Therefore, Sunan directly called it the tyrant bug. The tyrant bug can already kill senior knights alone. The tyrant bug also has arcane magic power and can use the characteristics of arcane magic enchantments to enhance the melee ability of the tyrant bug. However, this was the evolutionary direction of the Zerg itself, and Sunan did not interfere too much. The fifth sublimation of the arcane swarm also had more cannon fodder troops, but the number was so large that Sunan was too lazy to remember them. Because the essence of the arcane swarm was that the Queen Jinx, the Queen, the Tyrant Worm, the Bone Spur Cruiser, and the Hive Tower, the Queen Tower, the Tyrant Tower, the Bone Spur Tower. The worms born in the hatching chamber were just some miscellaneous cannon fodder worms. The arcane swarm was constantly conducting experiments on the next evolutionary direction, and then superimposed the accumulated evolutionary results on the tyrant worms and the Bone Spur Cruiser. Jinx walked out of the hive tower and used arcane levitation to accompany Sunan. Proudly, she and Sunan toured the worm capital. This arcane swarm was currently the largest base group. At this time, Jinx was very large, larger than 2 adult elephants combined, but her appearance did not change at all. After the wings were folded, it was a golden shell sphere. Because of the arcane magic brilliance, it looked like a floating sun. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 book bar. Jinx told Sunan through mental connection. Great Master, leader of the swarm, we have conquered the Shadow Spiderstone Forest 2 days ago. All the shadow spiders are under our control. Now, except for the black hole creatures and the door to the energy world, the entire right domain of the underground world has been ruled by us. According to your order, the arcane swarm has coexisted with the lizard monster tribe in the underground world. To be honest, Sunan's rule over the underground world is not as attentive as that over the surface world, because it is a slave society. But even so, his rule is much better than that of the Rye Mistress. The population of the underground world has shown signs of increasing. Lizardmen are a particularly fertile race. Sunan walked on the fungal carpet of the Zerg city and said to Jinx, very good. We just need to try to find the entrance to other areas of the underground world. I need resources, and the Zerg needs to expand. We have to continue the next round of invasion. Before the underground world invades the surface, we can invade the underground world first. Sunan was originally a little worried about the existence of the Great Arcanist deeper in the world, but now, he no longer needs to be afraid. Jinx used arcane levitation to float in the air. Okay, Great Lord of the Swarm. It's only a matter of time before we find the entrance to the deeper underground world. We will soon find new areas to invade. As long as you are willing, the Zerg will continue to expand. Always move forward with you and accompany you to the end of the world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, The Rye Lady Who Surrendered, and the Fire Devil's Fury Potion. In the underground world, the Arcane Swarm subbase, that is, next to the main city of Peter, there is an uninhabited village next to an underground lake, where the door set up by the Silent Commander is located. Sunan stood here, observing the door. This door is equivalent to a nail in the energy world, inserted into one's own sphere of influence, which is more troublesome than black hole creatures. Black hole creatures can basically be regarded as an objective phenomenon of the underground world. And this door is full of anomalies. Therefore, among the 3 major crises in the underground world, the second one to be solved is this door. A queen worm led the nearby swarm of worms and bowed to Sunan. Sunan's whole body appeared oak magic suit, and then a wooden thorn appeared in his hand, stabbing at the door. A serious ring of magic hit the door. Suddenly, this black iron door kept shaking, and even as Sunan continued to increase his magic power, the surface of this door began to show the phenomenon of poor energy flow. It's possible, Sunan said. Bombard it with a first level spell, and you can destroy this door. Sunan suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, according to the characteristics of the energy world, the concept of door is energy. I couldn't destroy this door before, just because my energy level was too low, not enough to destroy this high level energy. Sunan continued to use the oak magic armor to attack the door. He was a little speechless, because the 4 first level magics he knew now were not offensive. So his attack power was seriously insufficient. Fortunately, the intelligent computer had developed its first consumable flame attack potion within 3 days, the Fire Demon's Wrath potion. This potion was upgraded, based on the Fireball Bug, Black and White Flame Magic Aksha series potion. At the same time, it would also be the potion cannon installed on the Golem, mainly explosive energy potion. Sunan had already installed 10 bottles of Fire Demon's Wrath potion in the throat launcher after upgrading Kagai. Similarly, he had asked Sulan to start designing the cannon and install it on Alexander and Mario. Anyway, a cannon can be used as long as there is a source of energy for firing. Gunpowder is a source of energy for firing, and potions can also be one. Sunan took out 5 bottles of Fire Demon's Fury potion and used a single powerful injection spell at the same time to find the energy gap of this door. He cast 5 powerful injection spells in a row and injected the Fire Demon's Fury potion into the door. The single powerful injection spell can inject potions into relatively abstract non-living things. As long as the connection between the potion and the energy of this thing is found, the 2 sides can be pulled together like a zipper, and then the potion can be injected into it. Then, the door exploded 5 times. The entire door was torn into pieces. In this way, Sunan pulled out a nail that the Silent World had nailed in his Rye underground domain. After the door was destroyed, a chaotic energy vortex was temporarily formed. Sunan took a look at the swarm of insects. Because this swarm of insects had been with the door of the energy world for a long time, it was actually infected with the energy characteristics of the door. Jinx and I noticed this. However, because the Zerg originally used mass reproduction to test the direction of evolution, Sunan did not stop it. In this case, let this group of queens continue to build Zerg sub-bases around the energy vortex. It can also accumulate some data for the evolution of the Zerg. After solving the gate, Sunan went to the bottom of Peter's main city, but it was still a pity. After all, the black hole creatures were masterpieces of the Arcanist Alliance, and there were formal wizards involved. Sunan couldn't think of a way to deal with them for a while. He could only continue to observe. This is also a good research topic in itself. Sunan used the arcane blood separation potion on the black hole creature, but halfway through the separation, the potion was destroyed by the other black hole creature using strong gravity. However, this also shows that Sunan's attempt to separate the arcane blood of the black hole creature did have an impact on the black hole creature. In the prison of the Rye Mistress, who was doing nothing, sat in the prison in a daze all day. In the past few months, the mood of the Black Rye Mistress was like a roller coaster. She was afraid and frustrated at first, then she was very angry at Sunan, and then she felt desperate when Sunan kept using her for experiments. Then, she began to actively cooperate with Sunan, wanting Sunan to stop using her as an experimental subject. In this process, the Black Rye Mistress gradually accepted the fact that she was Sunan's slave. At this moment, the Black Rye Mistress seemed to feel something. She looked up at Sunan in confusion, and then her pupils suddenly dilated. "So, Master, have you become a formal wizard?" Sunan nodded. Suddenly, the Black Rye Mistress felt that her last bit of pride was wiped out. She began to look at Sunan humbly, her eyes full of admiration. The drow all admire the strong. The previous Black Rye Mistress thought that Sunan was just a little stronger than her. She felt that she was imprisoned because she fell into a trap. But now that Sunan has become a first-ring wizard, the Black Rye Mistress has completely convinced her. In addition, the taming over the past few days seemed to have had some effect. She knelt on the ground and bowed to Sunan, saying, "Congratulations, master." Seeing that the Black Rye mistress was so respectful, Sunan said, "I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to serve me or be my experimental subject?" The experiments on the arcane system have been basically completed. The arcane blood separation potion was very successful, but it was just unable to resist the gravity of the black hole creature. Therefore, if the Black Rye mistress still refused to cooperate, Sunan would have to lower her level as an experimental subject and start some irreversible experiments on her. How could the Black Rye mistress dare to make any demands or refuse? She had clearly foreseen the doom she would face if she dared to refuse. "Master, I have recognized my position. I'm willing to be your slave." Sunan nodded, threw a new slave collar on the ground of the prison, and removed the original slave collar from her neck, saying, "Put it on." Sunan was too lazy to sign a magic contract with her. The error-free version is available at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar first publishes a novel. 69 Book Bar reads, "As long as it is a contract, there will be loopholes, and there will be ways to break it." This is the conclusion drawn by countless wizard ancestors. The slave collar is the most useful. This slave collar made of steel iron is filled with the potion of the fire demon's wrath. As long as Sunan slightly stimulates his magic power, it will explode immediately. The Black Rye mistress hurriedly put the collar on herself with one hand. Sunan thought about it, took out a bottle of life essence potion, injected it into the Black Rye mistress, and let her broken arm grow back. The Black Rye mistress looked at her new right arm, looked at it in disbelief for a few times, and then knelt on her knees more respectfully to Sunan. "Master, thank you. It's just that I did a lot of wrong things in the past, and I hope I can make up for it in the future." Sunan nodded. "Change your clothes and work as my laboratory assistant with your daughter Sangsan first." The reason why Sunan didn't kill the Black Rye mistress was that he wanted to see if she could be subdued. "Now that I have become a first-ring wizard, I can actually form a wizard organization and even take in some apprentices. However, I don't have the leisure to take in apprentices for the time being. If I have to say it, Vasily is my wizard apprentice. However, Vasily is now also a first-ring wizard. Therefore, it seems not bad to take in a few more wizard apprentices as slaves. Maybe they can be used in the future. Moreover, my laboratory assistants must have sufficient magical knowledge to be able to serve, so using these arcane captives as alternative laboratory free labor slaves is also a good choice. I didn't use Rye Madam before, because she was not much different from me, and it was easy to backfire on me. But now I'm already a first-ring wizard, and even the kind of wizard whose strength has been equivalent to that of a first-ring wizard for decades. In my eyes, Rye Madam is already an ant." Rye Madam took a simple black dress that Sunan asked the insect swarm to send over, put it on, and walked out of the prison obediently, standing in front of Sunan with her head down, not daring to move. She will never dare to be arrogant again. Sunan glanced at her and said, "You were heading in the wrong direction before. It is good for you that I knocked you down from the wrong realm. If you perform well in the future and really help me and make great contributions, I'm not impossible to consider giving you the opportunity to become a first-ring wizard." Mistress Black Rye's pupils dilated in shock. She originally thought that Sunan would limit her power from now on and would never let her make an inch of progress. She did not expect that Sunan's courage and mind were so big. Mistress Black Rye took a sneak peek at the young Sunan and suddenly realized a problem. Her young master seemed to be very young. She seemed to have completely misunderstood something. What if becoming Sunan's slave was not a shame for her, but a rare opportunity? Is it really a shame for her to become the slave of a future powerful wizard? Madam Black Rye said to Sunan with some excitement. "Master, thank you. I'm ashamed that I was your enemy before. I'm really so stupid. I should have surrendered to you the first time I saw you." Sunan looked at her speechlessly. At least Madam Black Rye would follow him wholeheartedly now. Sunan said, "In my laboratory, there are a batch of dangerous magic materials used to make a magic potion of the first ring. Your daughter Songzan can't handle it. I'll give it to you." Madam Black Rye quickly seized this opportunity to show off and said to Sunan, "Master, please give it to me. It is my lifelong honor to serve you." Madam Black Rye knelt on the ground and looked up at Sunan. The drow originally admired the strong, not to mention that Sunan was her master. For those who admire the strong, as long as the master is always stronger than her, she will be absolutely loyal. And Sunan herself will become more and more powerful in the future, so this black eye will be easy to use. Chapter 238 The key to advancing to a second ring wizard. 5 days later, in the laboratory of Peter Castle on the surface, Sunan was very satisfied with the performance of Madame Rye in his laboratory. With her as free labor, he could make potions faster. Sunan not only made 20 bottles of Fire Demon's Wrath to store, but also made a first ring potion, 100-year sleeping potion. This is the Sleepy Head potion, a series of sleeping potions, a corresponding first ring version of the Sleeping Curse potion. This is a cursed magic potion. Once a wizard is hit, he will fall into a deep sleep for at least 100 years. It can even bypass the permanent defense field of a first ring wizard and have an effect on a first ring wizard. On the first floor of the Oak Wizard Tower, Sunan is reading the diary of the Oak Wizard. The Oak Wizard was once a senior first ring wizard, so reading his diary, you can understand what problems he encountered in the later stage of the first ring wizard's road. Then what should be done to become a second ring wizard? Although the Oak Wizard himself doesn't know how to become a second ring wizard. According to the Oak Wizard's diary, once a person becomes a formal wizard, his soul and body are different from those of ordinary humans. Because at this time, the real shell of the body and soul is the permanent defense field of the first ring wizard. Therefore, as long as the strength of the permanent defense field continues to increase, the strength of the soul of the formal wizard will increase, and the upper limit of the formal wizard's mental power will also continue to increase. For a period of time, the ancient wizard society also believed that the first ring wizard had unlimited evolutionary potential. But since there are still second ring wizards and third ring wizards today, it means that the mainstream wizard society later discovered that the first ring wizard also had the problem of mental power limit and thought of a solution to break through and become a second ring wizard. Sunan looked at the content of the soul limit of the first ring wizard that the Oak Wizard discovered later in the diary. Although the Oak Wizard himself should not have reached this limit yet, but in the subsequent improvement of his mental power, he has vaguely noticed that his mental power is increasing more and more slowly, and he is gradually approaching the limit of the first ring wizard. Sunan looked at the last few pages of the diary and read, if the strength of a formal wizard's permanent defense field can really continue to increase, then of course the soul limit will always increase. But this is impossible. I gradually discovered that the so-called permanent defense field is that a first ring wizard maintains his defensive magic, and the magic power consumed is far less than his daily magic recovery speed. But I found that if a first ring wizard wants to keep moving forward, he must improve his mental strength. To improve mental strength, he must increase the strength of his soul, so he must constantly increase the strength of the permanent defense field. But once the strength of the permanent defense field is increased to a certain level, the consumption will be greater than the recovery, and when the permanent defense field is increased to a certain strength, the magic system will be chaotic and unable to increase again. My mentor once described this state. The strength of his defense field has reached its upper limit, and he can no longer improve the permanent defense field by constructing runes and enhancing magic. He believes that as the defense field increases, a chaotic phenomenon will occur. It is this chaos that leads to the phenomenon of the first ring wizard's mental limit. Sunan looked at the bottom of the diary and found that this was the last page. So, the mental limit of a first ring wizard is because of the chaos. The principle is different from the soul limit of a wizard apprentice. But there is an upper limit for mental strength enhancement. It seems that every time the ancient wizard society explores a new wizard level, it is a breakthrough in the limit of the wizard civilization at that time. Continuous breakthroughs, and finally even 5-ring wizards were produced, and even in the end, there is a possibility of moving towards 6-ring wizards. I don't know how many rings there are in the current Orthodox Wizard Society. Sunan looked at the diary and kept reading what the Oak Wizard mentioned. When strengthening the permanent defense field, the chaos will appear little by little, and then become stronger and stronger. Until the end, the strength of the permanent defense field cannot be improved at all, because as long as it is improved, the chaos will be strengthened to the point of destroying the rune structure of the entire permanent defense field. This description makes Sunan feel that this is a bit like entropy increase. That is, in an isolated system, if new resources are not introduced, the system will only move towards chaos. It's like a new appliance, it will only get worse with use, not better. And entropy increase will also increase with the increase of energy. Could it be that the sole limit encountered by the first ring wizards is actually the problem of entropy increase? Sunan was a little curious. How did the wizards at that time solve this entropy increase problem, break through to become second ring wizards, and make magic civilization take a step forward? Unfortunately, Sunan searched through the collection of books of the Oak Wizard, but couldn't find the answer. The Oak Wizard didn't even reach the limit of the mental power of the first ring wizard. If he didn't have a teacher who reached the limit of the mental power of the first ring wizard, he might not even know these things. Therefore, it is difficult for Sunan to infer the approximate value of the mental power limit of the first ring wizard through his records. In the Oak Wizard Tower, Sunan sighed. I have used up all the resources of the Oak Wizard. Even if he were to resurrect himself, he would not be able to answer this question. I will look for new magical inheritance resources. It is time to set out to find the magical inheritance of the Golden Wizard and the Ocean Witch. But before that, I have to solve 3 things. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 book bar. The first thing is to build a model of an offensive first ring potion spell. The second thing is to participate in the witches meeting again, and invite the lightning wizard to reorganize the meeting with the petrified witch to establish a stable channel for magic transactions. There are 3 days left until the end of the month, and a new round of wizards meeting will be held. I think this time, the group of friends will feel complicated, because there are 3 more official wizards in the meeting. The third thing is to go to Stormwind Castle, and take the inheritance of the Deep Blue Wizard. Thinking of Stormwind Castle, Sunan frowned. Because a few days ago, the royal family announced that their King Barry, relying on his own strength, fought back from the Bulgars. This seemed very strange. Barry himself obviously did not have this ability at all. But what really surprised Sunan was that according to rumors, after Barry returned to the palace, he seemed to have changed into a different person. Just one day after returning, he killed 2 court nobles in a row because of disrespectful words that angered him. Sunan knocked on the table. Combined with the sudden surge of energy from the energy world in the air of the Storm Kingdom a few days ago, he was almost certain that this was another conspiracy from the energy world. It just so happens that I have to go to Stormwind Castle to retrieve the inheritance of the Deep Blue Wizard. And there are vampires who are doing a little bit of a low blow in the energy world, which makes me very unhappy. I want the Blind King to take the initiative to cede the vampire tribe to me. He couldn't let the vampires be on the enemy's side. That would be too dangerous. Sunan closed the Oak Wizard's notes. It's time to take the initiative to attack the energy world. Otherwise, if I keep being beaten passively, people will think I'm a good-tempered person. At least force them to give up the vampire tribe. Besides, the wizard ruins of the Golden Wizard are also near Stormwind Castle. I need to find a way to break through the second ring wizard. You can go there to have a look. The Bulgar area is just north of the Stormwind Castle area, and the 2 are connected. Of course, the search for a new underground world cannot stop. Wizard towers are also divided into levels. There are 2 conditions for breaking through the second ring wizard that are certain. First, you need to be able to construct second ring magic, so you also need to master a certain amount of first ring magic to slowly study the second ring spells of the corresponding magic path. Second, you need to upgrade the first ring wizard tower to a second ring wizard tower. Chapter 239. Create Mage Units War Ancient Trees. In the Oak Wizard Tower, Sunan imprinted his spiritual essence on the sapling of the Tree of Life and the Fountain of Life, and removed the magic of the Oak Wizard that was originally filled in it. In this way, the Oak Wizard Tower truly became his own. He now had 5 wizard towers. It was equivalent to having 5 defense towers in his territory. However, he also needed some people who could operate the wizard towers to assist him in controlling the wizard defense towers. Otherwise, he alone could not effectively use the 5 wizard towers at the same time. The psychic tower could be operated by the Solian. The hive tower could be controlled by Jinx. The hive wool was special, so he didn't have to worry about it. But if he used Peter's castle, the Oak Wizard Tower, and the Panacea Tower alone, it would be too extravagant and inefficient. And if Vassalan went out with him to do business, the Psychic Tower would be unmanned and could only operate on its own according to the agreed magic design. Thinking of this, Sunan began to think that his Peter family indeed needed some new wizard units. The werewolves were all melee fighters, while the golems were more responsible for guarding and long-range bombing. The direction of the swarm's development was too unique. There was only one Death Knight at present, so he could transform some more. However, special Death Knights like Vassalan were still relatively rare. It should be said that the current Death Knights were able to have such strength because of Vassalan's personal characteristics and talents. Ordinary Death Knights could not be like him. With his help, the Glacier Sleep meditation method had reached the level of the first ring. Sunan left the Oak Wizard Tower and looked for high quality trees in the Four Seasons Garden. The first potion of the Great Tree Guard had been refined. The starting point was the fourth sublimation. The formula of the Great Tree Guard potion of the fifth sublimation had also been calculated by the intelligent brain. However, the main material in the potion formula of the Great Tree Guard potion of the fifth sublimation, Knowledge Ancient Tree Treeman Guard potion, required a spine of an undead dragon creature. There is not much demand for the spirituality preserved in this spine. In other words, even if it is a piece of dry bone, it is enough to extract some of the spirituality from it as a symbolic meaning. But the problem is that I don't have this thing at the moment. Sunan plans to ask everyone at the gathering one day later to see who has it. Another condition seems harsh, requiring an oak trunk that is more than 1,000 years old, but it is easy for him to obtain it. After all, he has the Four Seasons Garden. Due to special reasons, the Four Seasons Garden has existed for more than 2,000 years and has not been harvested by anyone. In fact, this is a special situation. If it were in the Orthodox Wizard Society 2,000 years ago, the huge number of wizards would make any resources scarce. Sunan also suddenly realized that this special situation is actually good and bad for him. For him, the lower limit of this situation is very low, but the upper limit will be very high. The situation that a large amount of resources are piled on a wizard, which was originally impossible, is now possible. If he could create an ancient tree of knowledge, he could make the ancient tree of knowledge grow tree people, protect the Four Seasons Garden, preside over the Oak Wizard Tower, and even control many forests in Peter's territory. He could further improve his overall control over the territory. Sunan stopped in front of a pine forest. He used a long-range throwing spell to make 10 bottles of 4 times sublimated Tree Guard series potions, war tree potions, float behind him, and at the same time, used telekinesis to open the lid of the potion. Suddenly, strange runes lit up on the trees in the pine forest. These runes were all the foundation of the Oak Wizard's magic path, or one of the foundations of the botanical school, Ogham script, a kind of script called tree script. It can mobilize the power of trees and bless wizards, and it is also the main method for wizards to create tree people. There are a total of 25 symbols, divided into 4 groups, of which 5 symbols are created for the convenience of writing and recording. Even Ogham script can be used for divination. However, Sunan and the Oak Wizard are not very good at this. This is a sub-direction of the botanical school, and only wizards in the direction of tree prophecy can do it. It requires long-term research and some special talents. Otherwise, it is easy to turn oneself into a mysterious charlatan. Sunan chanted a spell, and suddenly a gust of wind blew through the pine forest, and a certain natural rhythm appeared in the forest. The feathers of the trees rustled, and the pine forest seemed to come alive at this moment. The Ogham tree characters on the pine trees disappeared one by one. This was Sunan selecting suitable trees to become tree people. After all, even trees have different qualifications. If the qualifications are not enough, forcibly transforming into a tree person, especially starting from the 4th sublimation, there will be a great risk of failure. In the end, in the pine forest and the entire garden maze, only 10 trees barely met the requirements. Sunan said, "In the name of Sunan Peter, trees, come alive, jump, run, talk, sing, fight, and use your own hands to personally protect all the trees in my territory. Forest, wake up from your long sleep." The Great Tree Guard series of potions is the Treeman potion that Sunan made after accepting the inheritance of the Oak Wizard. It can be regarded as the last series of potions and spells derived from the magic path of the Oak Wizard. Sunan's positioning of them is similar to that of golems, and they are also guardians. But they are magic guardians. After all, the Ogham script itself is a defensive magic system that tends to be white magic. The treemen derived from the Ogham script are basically the products of white magic. It is unlikely to be black magic. The positioning of treemen and guardians is a natural match. But in the formula, Sunan used a drop of his own blood that was transformed into the leader of the werewolf hunters to strengthen his great tree guard treeman as a guardian's duties and abilities. In the sense of mysticism, the concept of the tree guards as forest and territory guards was strengthened. In this way, the wolf pack could have a group of tree mage guards in the pine forest, one after another, like the sound of a person turning over when waking up. A tree man even sneezed, and some tree men wanted to continue sleeping, making rumbling snoring sounds. However, under the effect of the war ancient tree man magic potion, it gradually woke up and produced a magic pressure shell on its body. Then this magic pressure shell reversed and improved their mental strength. Before, the reason why Sunan could not create tree guards for a long time was because he defined tree guards as mage units, but this was a more difficult thing than creating melee units. Even more difficult than creating a death knight. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first published a novel. When the Death Knight was just transformed, he only had 10 points of mental power, equivalent to a second-class wizard apprentice. But now, each of the tree guards he transformed has a mental power of 80 at the beginning. But after becoming a formal wizard, Sunan mastered the technology of reversing the magic pressure shell into the upper limit of mental power, which allowed him to make the tree guard potion. However, this resulted in the tree guard potion being the most precious material among all his potions. First of all, the transformed tree man must be at least 300 years old. Because the tree must be old enough to transform these ancient years into its mana and carry the power of nature. 300 years is usually the existence time of a dynasty, a cycle of civilization decline and prosperity. Only trees that have experienced such years can withstand enough natural forces. Again, because no one has harvested the Four Seasons garden for 2000 years, it is full of plants with very long life cycles. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find trees with such a long life outside. Secondly, the potion materials required the blood of the werewolf hunter, the spring water of the fountain of life, the leaves of the sapling of the tree of life, the branches of the 500-year-old oak tree, and the spine of the medium-level undead. The weight of a leaf can only make 10 war ancient treemen. The key is that there are only a few leaves on the sapling of the tree of life. If too many are taken, it will affect the development of the sapling of the tree of life itself. In other words, even for the current me, the war ancient treeman cannot be mass produced. The source of the 10 medium level undead spines was that on that day in the underground area of Rye, the Death Knight Vasilian transformed many lizardmen soldiers into undead underground. On that day, most of the undead became traps and calculated the Rye mistress. But some undead survived. These remaining undead devoured each other, and gradually some powerful individuals appeared. Sunan simply obtained 10 medium level undead spines from them. However, after being cut by himself, there were almost no powerful characters left among those undead. Sunan deliberately let the Zerg and Lizardmen and other races in the underground world not destroy these undead, just to see if they could devour each other and evolve some medium-sized undead, so that he could harvest another wave of leaks. Because the undead have soul fire inside, it is easy for them to devour each other's souls and evolve. The body structure of the undead is like a nut without a solid hard shell. The flesh of the nut is exposed, and it is very easy to be devoured by others. Of course, the structure of the Death Knight is different from that of ordinary undead. Soon, 10 war ancient tree people appeared. The bodies of these war ancient trees are different from ordinary pine trees. They have 2 thick trunks like arms. Their roots can move, but the speed is very slow. Their crowns form a structure similar to the head, and their trunks have become very thick. Even if they want to disguise themselves as an ordinary tree in the forest, the huge trunk will attract attention. All these ancient war trees bowed to Sunan, and at the same time they felt as if they had just woken up from a long sleep, and some of them were still sleepy. We seem to have slept for a long time. Now we are awake. I seem to have started sleeping when I was a sapling. I feel like I fell asleep when I was still a seed. Now, we are awake. Great wizard master, thank you for awakening us ancient tree people. From today on, trees and forests will serve you, and you will become the master of the forest. May the forest and nature always favor you, our wizard master, Sunan Peter. Sunan noticed that there was still a pine tree that had an accident during the transformation. It was unable to fully digest and withstand the power of the 4-time sublimation potion, and half of its crown exploded. Sunan opened a bottle of life essence plus 2 potion, and then used a remote injection spell to inject the life essence into its body, to help it recover its body that exploded during the transformation process. The war ancient tree man said to Sunan with gratitude, "Thank you, my master. Your magic power is really strong. It is much stronger than ours." Sunan injected it with magic potion 5 times in a row, before repairing the serious injury of the tree man. However, this tree man was still slightly weaker than other tree men, probably because he had not completely digested and absorbed the magic potion before. This made Sunan a little concerned, because the 4-time sublimation tree man guard magic potion could have such an accident. If he made the 5-time sublimation knowledge ancient tree magic potion in the future, and transformed the knowledge ancient tree man, if such a thing happened, or even directly exploded the tree man to be transformed, then his loss would be great. The materials used in the tree man guard series of magic potions are relatively precious to him now. Sunan thought of a solution. Before he transformed the knowledge ancient tree man in the future, it would be better to strictly select a batch of trees, and then choose the best from the best to find the best qualified tree, to prevent such a situation from happening again. Chapter 240 People don't need to feel ashamed of their talents. Sunan checked these 4-time sublimated treemen with satisfaction. It was probably impossible to expect these treemen to improve themselves like Vasilian. These war treemen were like people who had just woken up. Moreover, it would take some time for them to completely digest the potion. The strength and physique of these treemen were both 7, but their speed was the same as that of the ground golem, which was only 2. Although it was fast enough for ordinary humans, it was a bit slow for opponents of the same level, and the data of 7 was the standard data of the Storm Knight. But these were just extras, because the real important thing for the war ancient treemen was that they could cast plant magic. All the mental power and mana of these war ancient trees were above 80. Moreover, these ancient war trees have solidified 7 botanical magics in the potion. 0.7 ring, enlightened small tree man. 0.5 ring, tree root entanglement spell. 0.7 ring, war throwing. 0.5 ring, life healing. 0.7 ring tree man shield. 0.5 ring, nature's language. 0.5 ring, animal communication. Enlightened small tree man is to temporarily turn a tree into a tree man and restore it to its original state after an hour. Tree root entanglement is the specialty of the oak wizard. War throwing is to pick a branch from the crown of the tree and throw a tree spear into the distance, which has powerful destructive power. Life healing can use natural magic to accelerate the recovery speed of a unit's vitality. And the tree man shield is to form a natural energy shield to resist the enemy's attack. The 5 magics are control, summoning, output, healing and defense. After I gather all the potion materials to make the ancient tree of knowledge, the ancient tree of knowledge will also have 5 magics, each of which is good at one direction, which is very balanced. The language of nature and communication with animals allow each war treeman to communicate with flowers, trees, and animals in the woods, and use this method to communicate with the entire forest. In this way, the entire forest will be Sunan's eyes. Because Sunan can communicate with the forest through the treeman, and give orders to the woodlands and animals in Peter's territory, when his 5 sublimated ancient trees of knowledge are transformed, it will be easier to control the entire forest in the territory. Sunan gave orders to the ancient war trees. I have reclaimed 100 acres of black soil in the 4 Seasons garden, and planted ginseng, astragalus, sage and other plants that I often use as magic potion materials. You should first separate 5 treemen to take care of my magic field in the 4 Seasons garden. There are 5 more treemen. I need you to leave this secret realm, enter my territory, go to the woods in Peter's territory, communicate with all the trees, and let them all stand on my side. As a wizard lord, he should not only rule the humans in the territory, but also all the flowers, trees, and animals in the territory. These should all belong to him. Just as Sunan said in his declaration of war against the underground city, everything in the sky, underground, and on the surface within his territory, should be loyal to him. Moreover, there is another great advantage to having trees, animals, and plants on his side. It will be more difficult for the existence of the energy world to invade his territory again next time. The ancient war trees bowed to Sunan one after another. Wizard Lord, Master of the Forest, we will follow your orders to us. The forest should be ruled by you. We can guarantee that all the trees in your territory will stand on your side. Sunan added them to the wolf pack effect. Suddenly, the ancient war tree people found that the composition of Peter's territory was indeed complicated. Werewolves, stone men, death knights, gargoyles, and insect swarms. It seemed that there was everything. An ancient war tree said, it turns out that even the stones must be loyal to the great wizard master. An ancient war tree was a little afraid of the arcane insect swarm. When I sleep, I often feel that there are bugs gnawing at my body. The bugs are so scary. Jinx protested in the wolf pack effect, saying that the arcane swarm would not eat them, and asked the tree people to rest assured. Jinx said that the swarm has been trying to devour the black hole creatures under Peter's main city recently. The swarm is more challenging food. Unfortunately, so far, the black hole creatures have eaten more Zerg. The war ancient tree man scratched the top of the tree crown with his hands made of branches. It's hard for us to be eaten. Sunan then selected 5 war ancient tree men and brought them to the surface, to the forest of Peter's territory. The war ancient tree men, together with Sunan, strolled in the forest. An ancient war tree man pointed at a sparrow in front of him excitedly and said, "Oh, Bert, I finally saw a bird. How can there be no bird's nest as a decoration on the top of the tree? Sparrow, come here and build a nest on my head." Suddenly, the sparrow standing on the beech tree in front of him was frightened and flew away. Another ancient war tree man said to him, "You should be more patient. You will scare away all the small animals." Sunan looked at them and said, "Anyway, you will communicate with the flowers, plants, and trees in my territory and ask them to be loyal to me once." The 5 ancient war tree men bowed and bent to Sunan and said, "Yes, Wizard Master." At the same time, in the evening, after Sunan returned to the castle, he came to the second floor of the castle, a relatively independent area, which was Julia's bedroom. Julia Peter was the person in Peter's family who was closest to him. When Sunan learned from Blom that Julia could see ghosts and had wizard talent, he remembered this. Although there is not much difference, it is better to support a wizard apprentice who comes from the same family as yourself than to find one from outside. Julia was surprised to see Sunan come in, because Sunan was always busy and would never come to her. Of course, now that Sunan can come for the first time, Julia is also very happy. Julia raised her eyebrows at Sunan and smiled. "Cousin, I didn't know you would come this evening, but you didn't even prepare a cup of tea. Why did you think of coming today?" Sunan waved his hand and said, "I don't drink tea much. Tea can easily make people excited. The coffee bean beverage that has been shipped from the south recently is good. In fact, if people drink too much tea, they are prone to theophylline poisoning, and then they are easily excited and easily angered, so there are more violent cases, quarrels, and fights in tea houses. It's just that because this thing, compared with drinking and getting drunk, the symptoms are too subtle, so many people don't notice it. However, when the heart beats abnormally due to drinking tea, it means that there is a problem." Julia nodded. "I see. Sunan, you are always so self-disciplined. Today, when I held a tea party in the castle, some noble ladies were wondering when they would meet someone who could make their heart beat. Julia and Sunan walked to the tea room specially provided for her in Peter Castle. She recalled, "They are very curious about what kind of woman can make a man like Sunan Peter move his heart." Sunan smiled slightly. The atmosphere is always so relaxed when getting along with family members of the same age. Julia said, "But don't pay too much attention to what those noble girls say. In my opinion, they just want to get your preferences from me so that they can have a chance to become a countess." Sunan nodded and said, "At my age, there is no need to worry about this matter for the time being." "Julia, I heard that you can see ghosts a lot recently." Julia immediately remained silent and stopped talking. Her face was a little pale, as if she was very afraid of those things. Sunan tapped the table with his fingers and said, "Can you tell me what you think of those ghosts?" Julia bit her lip and said, "I'm scared. Not only because of those ghosts, but also, the Church of the Storm says that people will go to God's heaven after death. If they do evil, or don't believe in God, they can only go to the wall of unbelievers after death, and receive eternal torture. But, now those ghosts are all on this land. I'm scared. I think my faith is wavering, so I went to find our uncle, Father Louis, to ask for his explanation. Maybe my faith will be strengthened again. But Uncle Louis told me that maybe what the Church of the Storm promotes is not necessarily right, and seeing is believing." Julia Peter lowered her head and said, "So, I fell into complete confusion. I can only stop thinking about these things now, and indulge myself in busy social activities. As soon as I'm alone, I can't help thinking about those blasphemous issues. Oh my god. Cousin, do you think I'm cursed? Did I do something wrong and be abandoned by the god of storms? Cousin, will I bring scandal to our Peter family? You are the lord of storms now. If my faith is not firm, then..." Sunan tapped the table and said, "I understand your thoughts now. What if I say that those wandering souls are, in a sense, kept in captivity by our family?" Julia Peter's pupils suddenly shrank, and she immediately looked up at Sunan. "Family of..." Sunan said, "Julia, there is no need to feel ashamed of having doubts in your heart." Julia said, "The Storm Church said, people cannot think about God, cannot test God. People must keep their minds pure, as ignorant as babies, in order to gain the appreciation of the god of storms." Sunan tapped the table with his fingers and smiled. "The ability to doubt things and explore the truth and laws behind them is the most precious quality of human beings. Julia Peter, there is no need to be ashamed of your talent. Your questioning thoughts are your precious talent, and they will not make you follow the crowd. Go with the flow. Julia, if you want, I can lead you into a world of questioning the god of storms in the church." Sunan handed her a magic book. "You can refuse or accept. I only give you one chance to choose. When you open the first page of this book, there is no turning back, because it is impossible for a person to pretend that he is still in that narrow cave after seeing the wider world. If you refuse, you can still have tea parties with your friends every day, looking for your ideal husband, repeating the same day after day. But if you accept, the truth is dangerous. Your past days will be gone." Julia looked at Sunan, looking at this strange yet familiar cousin in front of her, and was a little overwhelmed. "Sunan, you..." Sunan said, "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. It doesn't matter if you refuse. Anyway, you are still my family, and this blood relationship cannot be severed. It's just that you'd better not mention this to others. In fact, now that he is a first-ring wizard, he can do things without scruples, and he has Borgia Frederick here, and anyone who dares to question him is courting death. As long as Borgia Frederick insists that he is a pious storm lord, even if the Archbishop of the Storm Church comes, he will give him face." After Sunan left, Julia Peter couldn't help but look at the magic book. Suddenly, her pupils shrank suddenly, because she saw that her hand had been placed on the magic book without knowing when. The name of the magic book is Meditation Method of the Cauldron of All Souls. If Sunan's potion system wants to mature, there must be some apprentices of potion wizards to verify his own path. Otherwise, he can only walk on his own, which can only be called Sunan Peter's path. It's like the quadruple spell that Sunan used before. When the oak wizard saw it, he praised Sunan Peter instead of the quadruple spell. Because it was Sunan Peter who was outstanding, not the quadruple spell, the extraordinary spell casting technique. At that time, the oak wizard judged that the quadruple spell casting was essentially a special spell casting technique based on Sunan Peter's talent, and it was not worth copying and repeating for future generations to learn. Moreover, if Julia can really walk her own path of potion learning and become her second wizard apprentice of potion learning, then she will be able to make some potions in the future. I have one more free laborer. Of course, it is estimated that this will happen a long time in the future. Even if Julia gets the help of her own magic potion resources, it may take a very long time for her to make a magic potion that helps her. This is an investment that requires a long wait, and it may lose money because Julia is not talented enough. But this is a step that Sunan Peter, a first-ring wizard, will inevitably take. As a formal wizard, he cannot help but train some wizard apprentices. Even if he is not free now, he will slowly take some in the future when he has time. Julia sighed. I didn't expect that my cousin really became a wizard as the rumors said. In this way, wouldn't the Peter family be a wizard family? She was very smart and guessed the truth of the matter. So, my cousin discovered that I have wizard talent. It should be the time when Mr. Bloom talked to me that he discovered it. She remembered Sunan's words, people don't need to be ashamed of their talents. She opened the magic book, and when she saw the first line of text, the corners of her mouth suddenly curled up, and a strong and personal smile appeared. Perhaps every member of the Peter family has the spirit of rebellion and questioning in their blood. Julia Peter's eyes revealed a strange brilliance. This is the world I want. I don't want to be like those noble ladies, repeating the same days every day. She read the deeds of witches recorded in the meditation method written by Sunan, and was fascinated. It turned out that, if she became a witch, she could travel around the world without fear, without having to limit her world to a small manor, and never leave manor for the rest of her life. She wanted such a life. Chapter 241 Analysis of Demon Hunter Manufacturing Method. Julia Peter began her first night of meditation. Sunan had someone send her a bottle of mental strength potion, and wrote her a letter. The letter said that she would be given a bottle of such potion every day in the future, and that she would be provided with better resources gradually after her level improved. In return, Julia Peter could not betray her family, and would live as a member of the family forever. Julia herself also agreed to such a contract. At the same time, Sunan was also taking Vasilan to the gathering the night before, and analyzed the first offensive first level spell of potion learning. Potion lightning from the lightning bolt transformed by the electric ring witch. This is a spell that can cast a first level magic potion lightning spell by consuming a bottle of 4 times sublimation potion. The number of potions consumed is much lower than that of the brown force field. Sunan quickly constructed this spell that night. Since it was originally created by himself, the intelligent brain is a part of himself. The construction speed was very fast when the potion replenished mental strength, and it was constructed in half a night. At the same time, Sunan also went to the dungeon and looked at his 3 witcher captives, or 2 living witches and a witcher who had turned into a witch. The 3 of them were now imprisoned in the dungeon of Peter's castle. Because they were all cursed with sleep, and the dungeon itself was refurbished with static iron reinforced with ether ore. Even the shackles and chains on the prisoners were reinforced static iron, so they could only be sealed in the dungeon. Moreover, the walls of the dungeon were inlaid with special runes, which were made by Sunan after he became a formal wizard. These special runes were infused with telekinesis with the characteristics of Sunan's soul. In this way, even using energy replacement to escape from this dungeon is impossible. As long as the blind nun or the blind monk uses energy replacement on the 2 witches, these runes will release telekinesis, filling the entire prison, breaking the balance of energy replacement, preventing the occurrence of energy replacement, and even making contact with them. Because in this prison filled with telekinesis, it will be isolated from the outside world. It can be said that this dungeon has been built by Sunan to be unbreakable. When the middle-aged demon hunter Raphael looked up and saw Sunan, it was as if he saw the murderer of his father. Damn wizard, you destroyed our demon hunter family. You wizards killed my biological parents the first time, and the second time, you killed my demon hunters. My world has been destroyed by you twice. I will kill you. The next moment, the slave collar on Raphael's neck released a strong electric current, and his whole body began to twitch, and screamed in pain. Sunan only filled the slave collars worn by the surrendered drow such as Rye Mistress and Songzan with the Fire Demon's Wrath potion. But the slave collars of these experimental subjects imprisoned in the dungeon were filled with 3 kinds of potions: Fire Demon's Wrath potion, or the lower level Aksha series potions, and black and white flame potions, sleeping potions, and lightning potions. The lightning potion is a potion of 0.7 ring strength that I created based on the bull lightning transformed by the electric ring witch. In short, as long as I want, I can partially stimulate the 3 potions in the slave collar made of static iron at any time, to make these disobedient experimental subjects suffer. 2 minutes later, the current on Raphael disappeared, and he was already foaming at the mouth. Sunan smiled at Raphael and said, "First of all, you must understand your identity, and don't talk nonsense casually to make me unhappy. Even if you are an ant, if you shout too loudly, it will make the strong feel dissatisfied. Secondly, the person who destroyed your life twice should be the energy world." Sunan looked at the 2 demon hunters. These 2 demon hunters are very interesting, because the magic in them actually coexists with the warlock bloodline. It's like letting water and fire live in peace. Therefore, Sunan guessed that the blind monk must have done something to them to lead to the appearance of such demon hunter warlocks who understand wizards very well, and can find wizards' weaknesses. Using them as experimental subjects will be like analyzing the arcane magic system quickly, and you can get a lot of experimental results. Sunan looked at Raphael and Selena. He now has 2 living demon hunters and some demon hunter corpses. From the results of the autopsy of those corpses, demon hunters seem to be no different from ordinary warlocks. But they must have been tampered with by the blind monk, otherwise the warlock energy and magic cannot coexist in the same body. So, either these hands and feet are not on the flesh, or these hands and feet must be found on the living demon hunter. But you can't dissect the living body casually. After all, he only has 2 living bodies. Sunan plans to wait until he comes back from the rally, and then take these 2 experimental subjects for experiments. Demon hunter Raphael wailed on the cold ground in the prison, and his eyes were full of hatred when he looked at Sunan. "How? It may be that the energy world destroyed my world twice. It's all your fault, all wizards." Demon hunter Selena saw Sunan walking in front of a solitary cell, and said with red eyes, "Why, you wizards always destroy our world. We were just ordinary people, but because of you, we are displaced. Sunan Peter, the people of this territory all say that you are a good person. They all admire and respect you. But why do you keep those vampires in captivity? I recognize them, their bloody cross. I will never forget it. It was those vampires who killed my family. We just looked at that vampire woman a little more that day, and then my family members were killed by the curse magic." Sunan glanced at her in surprise. "Then you are wrong. These vampires are my experimental subjects like you. I captured them in the Achaean Peninsula. Speaking of which, aren't they also subordinates of the King of Blindness? Haven't you seen them before? By the way, the vampire which you are talking about should be Vanessa Van Helsing. Hasn't she been a member of the Blind King for a long time?" The pupils of the demon hunter Selena suddenly shrank. She seemed to have just realized something very important to her. Sunan smiled and said, "I see. You didn't know all this time. It seems that you have never seen vampires from the Blind King before. At least one group of vampires belongs to the blind nun, and you should belong to the blind monk. The blind monk should have known the truth long ago." Sunan thought for a moment, and in his mind, using the information he searched from these demon hunters, he outlined the character portrait of the blind monk. So even the tragedy that happened to you demon hunters was deliberately created by the blind monk. It should be that he deliberately made you orphans, and then suddenly appeared and adopted you when you were young. After all, you demon hunters, each of you has wizard talent. If the blind monk did not choose and deliberately create the tragedy that happened to you, how could he put together a demon hunter family? Demon hunter Selena opened her mouth. She loosened her hand that had been holding the prison railing and then fell to the cold metal floor. How could it be like this? She looked at Raphael, but Raphael, who had guessed the truth long ago, did not dare to look at her and deliberately turned his head away. Selena thought about it again, and she had seen the style of doing things in the energy world. Suddenly, Selena laughed. Ha 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 ha. The blind king. Ha 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 ha. Blind realm. I really am blind. This is indeed the blind realm style of doing things. Even if you don't become blind physically, you must become blind psychologically. I have always wondered why we demon hunters don't need to gradually seal our eyes as the price of casting spells. It turns out that we have been blind from beginning to end, so we still need to physically seal our eyes. Selena glared at Raphael. You already know the truth, right? So every time I talk about vampires, you don't talk to me. Your expression becomes strange. Raphael, I hate you. Selena cried with a smile. I was so blind that I always mistook my enemies. Raphael, what about you? You said your parents were killed by a wizard. When you went home, you saw the wizard kill your parents with your own eyes, then looked at them coldly and left. But if that's the case, why didn't the wizard kill you and let you live alone? The truth is, Raphael screamed. Shut up. Selena sneered. The truth is, your parents were also killed by someone arranged by the blind monk. I hate you. I hate you. The energy world is the one who destroyed my world twice. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. As long as I can survive, from now on, I will continue to take revenge. As a warlock, I will take revenge on the energy world. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. From today on, I will be a demon hunter who hunts warlocks and energy creatures. Sunan suddenly asked her, did the blind monk do something to you, so that you can be compatible with magic and warlocks? Demon hunter Selena turned and looked at Sunan. She no longer hated Sunan, but was grateful, because it was Sunan who helped her see her real enemy. Selena even felt guilty towards Sunan. After all, she was fooled by her enemy and took the initiative to attack Sunan's territory. Selena whispered, Lord Sunan, I don't know, but I know that when each of us demon hunters was a child, the blind monk made us drink a special potion called Chimera Soul Potion every day, and let us undergo various operations and trials. In the end, few people survived, but as long as they survived, they would become demon hunters. Sunan reacted immediately, and through the wolf pack effect, he asked a werewolf messenger to go to his attic laboratory and get a bottle of warlock blood separation potion. This is a branch potion modified from the arcane blood separation potion. Then, Sunan used the Nit reversal spell to directly summon the werewolf messenger to his side, and then crushed the warlock blood separation potion, and injected it into Raphael. Suddenly, Raphael screamed. The warlock blood in his body was leaving his body, which made it easier for Sunan to observe things that he could not observe normally. Sunan observed that there was nothing abnormal in Raphael's body, but there were impurities in his soul. So the soul of a demon hunter is a synthetic soul? And it is a synthesis of multiple souls. Wait. Sunan understood. This is too cruel. This surprised Sunan a little. The blind monk must have synthesized the souls of those children who died after failing the demon hunter trial into the souls of the two demon hunters. The wizard power of these two demon hunters is in their bodies, but their warlock power is actually controlled by the synthesized soul. Therefore, the wizard power and the warlock power do not affect each other. The synthesized soul is like a partition that separates the wizard power from the warlock blood power. This is the secret of their ability to use two powers at the same time. Sunan suddenly realized something, turned around deliberately, looked at the witcher Selena in the prison, and asked, you have retained some humanity under the education of the energy world. How did you do it? Selena whispered, I had a good friend in my childhood. She was naive and optimistic. She was obviously not doing well, but she would always encourage me. But then, one day, she was taken away by the monks to do the witcher trial and never came back. I was very sad at first, and I was almost numb during that time. I think everything in this world is very gloomy. But after I took the Chimera Soul Potion again, I suddenly felt that I could hear the voice of my optimistic friend again. I don't know why, I always feel that she is always with me. Sunan was silent. The blind monk, that bastard, was so cruel. I was embarrassed to tell this little witcher that your good friend is indeed always with you. Always with you. Sunan snapped his fingers and used the removal spell on Raphael to stop the warlock blood separation. After all, this is a precious living demon hunter. Now the direction of the analysis of the demon hunter has been found. The experiments on the demon hunter's physique in the monk's cube can be done after I come back. The significance of analyzing the demon hunter is still quite large. First of all, the blind monk must have more than one demon hunter army, which should be his core force. The process of analyzing the demon hunter can create potions, spells, and weapons specifically for demon hunters. Secondly, as long as the synthesis soul technology is modified, the heaven defying stuff can be removed, and the good stuff can be kept. For example, temporary soul synthesis, and then separated afterwards to create a werewolf that can be combined. Anyway, it's good to understand it. Maybe there will be some application. Sunan is already disgusted with the blind monk's miscellaneous stuff. Because these ghost things of his are essentially unnecessary to be so cruel. As long as they are slightly modified, they can become normal things. It's just because of his personal special hobby and weird aesthetics that he has created so many heaven-defying ghost things. For normal people, this kind of crazy thing would be an eyesore whenever it appears. Chapter 242 The Death Knights and the Wolf Pack Expansion Plan. In the dungeon, Sunan felt that the Witcher had essentially become a synthetic human created by the monks, but it was not a big problem. It was normal for wizards to transform their souls. It was just that some heaven-defying things made this soul transformation very heaven-defying. Sunan looked at the witch and asked the werewolf messenger beside him to pass the magic potion for extracting the essence of the warlock's blood. Sunan crushed the potion. There were still too few living witches, so it was better to reverse this witch and turn her back into an ordinary witcher, so that he could have 3 living witcher experimental subjects. Selena said to Sunan, "Be careful. The witch was created by the monks to deal with powerful wizards. The warlock blood in their bodies has gone out of control, and wizards will feel very uncomfortable just by getting close to them." Now this witch was captured by Blom. For the werewolves who converted the magic pressure into the power of body functions, this witch was nothing and could not pose a threat to the werewolf hunters at all. Green rings appeared on the 5 fingers of Sunan's left hand, and a green ring appeared in the palm of his left hand. Then, Sunan reached directly into the 2 stationary iron bars of the prison and grabbed the witch's forehead. The witch, who was tied up by the iron chain, let out a meaningless roar. Then, she began to scream. The out-of-control warlock energy in the witch's body was extracted by Sunan to his left hand, and he wanted to extract all the excess warlock energy from her body. Sunan had seen before that the so-called witch had too much energy from the evil water and stupid earth in her body, so it turned into the strange energy of the witch's claw. The reason why the witch would break the magic when she touched it was because of the chaotic quagmire caused by the combination of the evil water and the stupid earth. But his potion for extracting the warlock's power was already very mature. As long as the excess warlock energy in her body was extracted, the witch could return to human form and come back to life. He would have one more living test subject. Ah! The witch raised her head and roared, her claws pulling the chains that bound her straight, and then her roar changed from a beastly roar to a human female scream. The evil energy wrapped in her body was gradually completely extracted by Sunan, and the warlock energy in her body returned to balance, and then her pupils and facial features, in the shocked looks of Raphael and Selena, returned to the characteristics of an ordinary woman. Sunan sealed the chaotic swamp power extracted from her body in a bottle of white sap stabilizing potion as his own collection. Maybe he can find a place to use it in the future. The female demon hunter in the prison had a dazed look. Where am I? Why am I chained? What is the iron collar around my neck? You, Selena, Raphael, why are you all the same as me? She looked at Sunan Peter. Have we been captured by the wizard lord? I only remember Raphael fed me the monk potion. Selena looked at Sunan with gratitude in tears. Sister, it was this wizard lord who saved you. She told her the truth she knew, and their situation again. The Witcher had an expression, as if her worldview was shattered, and her brain crashed. Raphael stared at Sunan, but became a little mentally ill, and began to mutter to himself. It's impossible for someone to become a witch, and change back again. How could such a thing happen? This is impossible. Sunan glanced at them, and told Wolf 3 to arrange a super werewolf deacon, to focus on monitoring this prison. Then, Sunan walked deep into the prison, and walked in front of the 11 vampires. The vampires were scared to death, fearing that this vampire god of death would choose them as new experimental subjects. The vampire death is here again. Don't choose me, don't choose me. Sunan immediately chose a vampire, and then used a remote injection spell to inject the wolf poison balanced with magic potion into his body. The vampire's eyes rolled up and fell to the ground. This was the second phase of the experiment on vampires werewolf, to see if the use of wolf poison could greatly increase the power of vampires. After completing these experiments, Sunan left the dungeon and went to the wolf castle. In the early morning, Sunan in the wolf castle transformed the first batch of 30 super werewolf messengers into mutant werewolf messengers, and the first 9 super werewolf deacons into mutant werewolf deacons. In this way, he had 30 mutant werewolf messengers, 9 mutant werewolf deacons, 20 super werewolf messengers, 10 super werewolf deacons, 10 super werewolf inspectors, and 100 werewolf messengers, 30 werewolf deacons, and 10 werewolf inspectors, 1 high-level mutant werewolf, 6 werewolf hunters. For me, the ones who can act as direct combat forces are werewolf hunters and mutant werewolves. But the mutant werewolves are actually a bit reluctant. After all, they are just equivalent to ordinary first-class wizard apprentices. As for the mutant werewolves, I only have 40 of them now, including the maid para. The remaining 180 werewolves are just the lower level forces of the wolf pack. But this is nothing, because it is just like a pyramid. Only when the bottom of the pyramid is bigger, the number of high level werewolves at the top of the pyramid will increase. The more ordinary werewolves, the better. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. 69 book bar reads so. Sunan has arranged for Warwick to adopt 1,000 high-quality hound pups, and Sunan has issued a decree ordering the people in the territory not to harm hounds and hound pups at will. Now Peter territory may be the largest high-quality hound purchasing customer in the entire Storm Kingdom. At the same time, Sunan asked Sunday to make a werewolf curse transformation potion with all his strength. At the same time, the wolf pack now lacks the shadow werewolf class. The original shadow werewolves were all transformed into werewolf hunters, and the mutant werewolves were just transformed and had not yet completely digested the 3 sublimation potions. Therefore, they could only wait for a while, and after they digested it, they would transform the 40 mutant werewolves into shadow werewolves, and at the same time, transform the current super werewolves into mutant werewolves. All of this had to be done step by step. In short, the wolf pack would grow stronger. Even now, with 40 mutant werewolves equivalent to ordinary first-class wizard apprentices, plus Sunan himself, and 5 werewolf hunters, as well as death knights, plus 3 elite stone golems, with 600 plaster gargoyles, 200 golem soldiers, 30 bronze gargoyles, 2 obsidian bull statues, as well as arcane insect swarms and 10 war ancient tree people. Ordinary first ring level wizard organizations would not dare to go to war with him. Even if the war started, Sunan was confident of winning. Before going to the rally, Sunan went to the church cemetery in Cement Territory again, and asked Baroness Cement to send the priests of Cement Territory away, and then summoned the souls of 10 soldiers who had died in the recent war at one time, and transformed them into the second sublimation of Death Knights. There was no way. Peter Territory was too peaceful, and there were no people who died in the war. The core of the Death Knight is revenge, so the desire for revenge of the people who died in the war is even deeper. After a while, 10 black armored Death Knights in the cemetery knelt down to Sunan and swore their loyalty. "Thank you, our master. Thank you for summoning us back to the world from the cold grave of death. It seems that the Storm Church lied to us. After we die, we not only do not enjoy the right to go to the heaven of the Storm Kingdom because of our death in the war, but we can only lie in the cold tomb and suffer painful torture every day. From today on, we will be the blade of revenge and exist only to be loyal to you." Sunan nodded. "From today on, you will form the Death Knights with Vasilin. Most of these Death Knights should only be able to reach the level of 3 sublimations, but there may be a few Death Knights who have the talent to reach the level of 4 sublimations. However, if you want to find an outlier like Vasilin, you have to transform more Death Knights and try your luck." Vasilin walked out from behind Sunan. His strong magic pressure made the 10 new Death Knights unable to raise their heads, crushing their pride that rose because they felt their own power. Vasilin said, "The Death Knights will always be loyal to our master, Sunan Peter, even if it means going to war with death itself." He raised his black knife. All the Death Knights also raised their black knives and shouted, "Even if it means going to war with death itself." Sunan glanced at Vasilin. Those mediocre Death Knights might think it was just a slogan, but Sunan realized that Vasilin was probably serious. There is a goddess of death in the Order God system. Chapter 243 Meeting the Saint again. In the cemetery, Pleb was a little reserved. She glanced at the Death Knights, then saluted to Sunan and said, "Lord Sunan, congratulations. You have obtained a powerful knights." Sunan looked at Pleb. "You seem to have adapted to my identity as a wizard." Pleb said respectfully to Sunan, "Now the world is getting more and more chaotic. It is the hard truth, to be able to be loyal to a powerful person like you. The rest are just trivial matters. The barony of Simon will always be a barrier for the earldom of Peter. Even if the Storm Kingdom disappears, it will be the same." Sunan smiled, then observed Pleb, and sensed whether she had wizard talent. After finding out that she didn't care. When Pleb raised his head again, he found that the cemetery had returned to its original state. Sunan and the Death Knights disappeared, and even the 10 tombstones that had been dug up before had returned to their original positions. Pleb breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, a sense of loss appeared in his heart for some unknown reason. She would never know what kind of opportunity she had just lost. Pleb walked out of the cemetery, found her servants, and ordered them to the servants, who were waiting for her respectfully outside the cemetery, return to the castle. At the same time, Sunan had taken Vasily and 10 Death Knights on the Peter family's exclusive ship to Dolphin Port in Samori. A few hours later, they arrived at Dolphin Port. At this time, Dolphin Port looked more dilapidated than a few months ago. Dolphin Port seemed to have experienced many sieges. The walls of Dolphin Port were demolished and rebuilt, and many wooden piles and bricks were driven on them. After repairs, the original walls became a pile of rammed earth, rubble and wooden piles, forming a mixed material wall. The soldiers of Dolphin Port were more listless than before. Even when the Peter family ships approached, these soldiers were so tired that their emotions did not change much. At the port, the governor's attitude towards Sunan became more respectful. "Lord Count Peter, these days, many of our brothers have returned to their ancestors' homeland, Flanders territory, through this port. But the rest of us don't want to leave the Storm Kingdom. I wonder if we can go to your territory." Sunan nodded casually. Suddenly, the governor of Dolphin Port was overjoyed. Sunan thought that this time he should let the petrified witch create a gathering entrance in his own Peter territory and never enter this Samori Count territory in the future. In this way, he can avoid the new Law Church and the Saint of the God of Law. Sunan and his Death Knights quickly left Dolphin Port, got on the carriage, and headed for the gathering entrance. On the way, Sunan saw a motley army composed of civilians on the road ahead, but in this army, several leaders riding war horses made Sunan more concerned. In this army of believers of the God of Law, the Saint Rosenhelmed, who was riding on a war horse and wearing full plate armor, looked at Sunan in the carriage and muttered to himself, "It seems it's too late." The rebel leader beside him said to him, "My lord, what do you mean it's too late? There is a carriage of the Storm Lord ahead. Although I don't know who it is, as long as it is the Storm Lord, he is our enemy. I will immediately let the army surround him. We must drive all the people of the Storm Kingdom out of our territory." Rosenhelmed immediately stopped him. "Don't be reckless. The Storm Lord in front is special. He will only be our friend, or an insignificant passerby, but not our enemy. Because he is a wizard, I thought I could take him in as a subordinate." Rosenhelmed said, "But if that's the case, this idea is impossible. I didn't expect his wizard talent to be so good. To be able to become a first-string wizard at this time, in this environment." Obviously, the rebel leaders were very surprised. "Wizard? There are really wizards in this world. If it is a wizard, then it is definitely not our current enemy." Rosenhelmed took the initiative to drive the warhorse, walked to the front of Sunan's carriage, and said to Sunan, "Hello, Count Sunan Peter." Or, "Great Wizard Sunan Peter. I'm the saint of the new Law Church, Rosenhelmed. As a long-term neighbor in the future, I'm here to say hello to you." In the carriage, Sunan raised his eyebrows. The person in front of him must be the strange saint who tried to meet him last time, when he entered the earldom of Samori. However, things are different now. Now that he is a first-ring wizard, he has the right to communicate with the saint on an equal footing. It is completely different from the last time he hurriedly left the earldom of Samori. Sunan opened the carriage window, nodded to him, and secretly observed him, and said as if he was meeting an old friend, "It turns out to be Mr. Hermod." The error-free version is available at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel. 69 Book Bar reads, "I'm really happy to see you today. I think we will be good neighbors and not interfere with each other. Rosenhermod rode on horseback and said, yes, we will maintain eternal peace. After all, we have no conflict of interest. And I have observed the administrative style of the great wizard Peter as a lord. Your laws are strict and your administration is clear. I like it very much. It would be better if there were more and more lords like you. Rosenhermod added, this is not a compliment to you as a great wizard, but simply a compliment to you as the great lord of the storm. Sunan raised his eyebrows. In his eyes, the man in front of him has a very strong spirituality and may even be much stronger than the lightning wizard. He possesses a vast spirituality, and just by being close to him, I feel that my mind becomes clearer and my character becomes more mature. Rosenhelmut has an ability to make people who are close to him become serious and formal. This may be his natural ability as the saint of the god of law and the spokesperson of the law. Sunan said, I think the law church will hate the storm lords. Rosenhelmut shook his head and said, we don't hate the storm lords, but all the lords who do whatever they want. If all lords abide by the law, there will be a stable and unified law in this world that can balance the interests of everyone. Then our church can be disbanded. Just like in the past, the god of law led the cooperation between the gods and wizards. If it is the gods now, they will never cooperate with wizards again. Rosenhelmut bowed slightly to Sunan. On behalf of the people of Peter's territory, thank you. Sunan raised his eyebrows. Don't get me wrong. I'm the one responsible for protecting the people of Peter County. It has nothing to do with you and the god behind you. I already understand the attitude of your new law church. My attitude is that we don't interfere with each other. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Rosenhelmut watched Sunan close the window of the carriage and the carriage gradually moved away. He smiled and said, no matter what, you are a very good person. It would be great if all kings were like you and cared for their people. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244. The friends were all shocked. In the long uninhabited woods, with the sound of a thunderstorm, Sunan took the initiative to accept the curse and entered the land of storms. At that time, the laughter of the petrified witch came. The soul of a formal wizard has a permanent deafened field. It is much more difficult to cast a curse on the soul of a formal wizard than to cast a curse on an apprentice wizard. Even between wizards of the same level, it is the same to release a curse. I should also think about lowering the conditions for the success of the curse. Elvis also entered the gathering at almost the same time as Sunan. He looked up at the storm above the gathering space and said, no wonder Sunan wants to call the new wizard gathering the Storm Gathering. Petrified Witch, your gathering is surprisingly compatible with our thundering. At that time, Sunan, Elvis and the Petrified Witch were already in this wizard gathering space. The Chariot, Priestess, World, One of Swords, and Three of Grails, who had just entered the wizard gathering, felt something was wrong as soon as they entered the gathering. The pressure from the three official wizards made these first-class wizard apprentices feel uneasy and under great pressure. The world panicked and said, what's going on? This feeling. There are three official wizards here. Petrified Witch, have you become an official wizard? You are. Moon, how did you become an official wizard too? Because Sunan did not wear the moon mask this time, the world witch took a while to determine Sunan's identity. The witch of the world widened her eyes. Did I miss something? Why was it that at the last gathering, everyone was a first-class wizard apprentice, but at this gathering, you all became formal wizards? Moon, what method did you use? How did you improve so quickly? The old wizard of the chariot suddenly said to her, world. No matter what identities you used to interact with each other, now the Petrified Witch and Moon are both formal wizards. Don't be disrespectful. You are talking nonsense and angering a first-ring wizard. The witch of the world shut up all of a sudden, and her face under the wooden mask turned even paler. After all, she just realized with the reminder of the old wizard of the chariot that Moon was already a formal wizard. No matter what tricks he had, it had nothing to do with her, and it was not her place to ask. If Moon got angry and took his anger out on her, no wizard present would stop Moon, and they would even think that she, the world, was ignorant of etiquette and should be punished. She, the petrified witch and the Moon were no longer on the same level. She couldn't be so stupid as to think that she could be so disrespectful just because she had met these official wizards in a wizard gathering before. The world came to her senses and quickly apologized to Sunan. "I'm sorry, Moon. I was too excited just now, but I definitely didn't mean to anger you. You know, to me, you are a genius pharmacist. I admire you." Sunan nodded to her. In fact, the world had already contributed the flash potion to him, and he really had no ill will towards her. Sunan said to her, "I understand. Don't worry, everyone. We are all friends in a wizard gathering. We can't turn against each other just because the petrified witch and I have become official wizards. It's not like that. Everyone can be more casual in the future and don't be so restrained." Sunan glanced at the people who attended the gathering this time. In addition to a few regulars at the gathering, there were also the One of Swords and the Three of Wands who attended last time. "Are you going to participate this time? Have you collected enough magic stones and are ready to come and buy the flash potion?" In addition, there are more people at this gathering. There is also a guest who does not come often, a witch wearing a wooden mask of the hermit. The hermit seems to be very surprised now. She did not expect that she would just come to this gathering occasionally as usual to find out if she could trade magic resources. She actually found that this gathering of wizard apprentices, which used to be at the level of wizards, now has 3 official wizards. The hermit thought that among the forgotten, there is only one first-ring wizard in the witch house, and this first-ring wizard is not seen all day. He is their teacher's teacher. He is usually high above, but he can't be seen at all. Their witch house is a school of body transformation in the subdirection of the Transfiguration School, and is one of the most powerful first-ring organizations in terms of survival ability. But even so, there is only one first-ring wizard left. Now, 3 official wizards appeared at this wizard gathering at once, which made the hermit, who used to not take this gathering seriously and just regarded it as a supplement to the wizard gathering inside the witch house, start to get nervous. She now feels that she was really ungrateful and underestimated such a powerful wizard gathering. The hermit witch regretted it a little. If she had known earlier, she would have come to this gathering more often. Maybe she could have been close to the first ring wizards and asked them some questions. These were the first ring wizards that she could not even meet in the witch house. The hermit witch found that Sunan was looking at her and her limbs were stiff and very nervous. Then she bowed her head, bent down, bowed to Sunan and said, I'm Doris Perk from the witch house. Respected first ring wizard, hello." Sunan raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect that the members of this gathering would be so scared that they would reveal their identities after she looked at her. Sunan also asked, "What kind of magic is the witch's house good at?" The hermit witch immediately said, "The witch's house is good at the magic of the Transfiguration School, which changes the material of one's body. For example, rubber body spell, arm extension spell, leg mud spell etc." Sunan nodded. "So that's how it is." The petrified witch explained everything to everyone at this moment, such as Sunan and she both became formal wizards in the Leaping Land, and she became a first-ring wizard after drinking the Azure potion that Sunan made for her. The error-free version is available at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book 1 Bar publishes a novel for the first time. 69 Book Bar reads the identity of the first-ring wizard Elvis. And they want to reorganize the wizard gathering and gradually make the wizard gathering become a formal wizard level gathering. After hearing this, the priestess, chariot, world, as well as One Sword and 3 of Scepters all looked at Sunan and the petrified witch with envy. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them went to the Leaping Land and became formal wizards. At the same time, everyone looked at Sunan with fiery eyes. Now everyone knows that Sunan has the ability to refine potions that can break through to become a formal wizard. Then the importance of this wizard gathering in everyone's mind has risen. At the same time, everyone is glad that they can join this wizard gathering. And they are also glad that Sunan can join their wizard gathering. As soon as Sunan entered this wizard gathering, he directly raised the level of this wizard gathering. The old wizard chariot looked at Sunan. He was familiar with the history of magic and knew that a wizard like Sunan would be a very important wizard in a certain area even more than 2000 years ago, because he can refine potions that help wizard apprentices break through. The old wizard chariot bowed to Sunan and congratulated him. "I'm so lucky to know a wizard like you. Of course I'm willing to continue to stay in the gathering in the future and provide magic item identification services for our wizard gathering." The witch world also said enthusiastically, "Yes, me too." The witch priestess was a little scared and said, "I'm sorry, I thought the electric ring witch was a good person. I'm sorry, everyone." The petrified witch smiled and said, "It's okay." Sunan also nodded. The matter with the electric ring witch could not be blamed on the priestess for not knowing people well. In other words, as a wizard, you should be prepared for someone to cross the river and destroy the bridge. The rest of the people in the gathering expressed their agreement with Sunan's idea. The One of Swords and the Three of Wands did not expect that the next time they met with Sunan, their status would be completely different. Sunan said, "After that, the gathering will still retain the stages of exchanging anecdotes, exchanging intelligence, and exchanging magic resources. If you know any formal wizards, you can also bring them in. At the same time, in order to strengthen the organization of our wizard gathering, I need everyone to sign a storm gathering contract. Does anyone have any objections?" No one had any objections. Everyone wanted to continue participating in this gathering, and no one was stupid enough to quit a gathering of this quality. Chapter 245, Targeting the Undead Town and the Essence of the Magic Contract. Sunan looked at the lightning wizard Elvis. Elvis said that he would be responsible for providing the contract part of this gathering. Elvis took out a gold coin from his pocket. It seemed to be a gold coin from the Kingdom of Sicily. "This is a cursed gold coin. If someone throws this gold coin, it will appear the opposite of what the person wants. For example, if someone wants the head of the gold coin to face up, this gold coin will definitely face down, and the pattern face up." Sunan looked at Elvis in surprise. "What does this have to do with the magic contract?" Elvis smiled and said to Sunan and the petrified witch, "Use this gold coin as the core. You can create a formal wizard level contract." Sunan asked, "What do you mean?" A ring wizard explained magic, and everyone pricked up their ears to listen. A formal wizard, even if he just said a few words about his understanding of magic, would be of great benefit to them, the wizard apprentices. Elvis smiled and said to Sunan, "Actually, a magic contract is essentially a curse. Everyone agrees to accept the same curse, and when someone violates a certain agreement, the curse becomes effective. The petrified witch should know that the core of a general magic contract is curse magic. But ordinary curse magic has many loopholes, such as being able to transfer the curse to the scarecrow, replacing oneself with the curse. Therefore, a formal wizard level magic contract will use some magic props to strengthen the curse magic, and then the contract can be effective." Elvis' voice suddenly became lower. "Even so, if you want to find a loophole, you can find it." Sunan understood. "So, treat this gold coin as the core of the curse magic. When someone wants to violate the contract, this cursed gold coin will definitely want to reverse the result, so it will produce a stronger curse on the defaulter. That is to strengthen the curse twice. Use this method to strengthen the magic contract." Elvis' eyes lit up. It's convenient to talk to smart people. The principle is this. Elvis put the gold coin on a contract and showed it to the petrified witch and Sunan. "This is a blank magic contract. The three of us will discuss and formulate the contract rules, and then let everyone sign it together. Then the three of us will put 3 kinds of curse magic into this contract and combine it with this cursed gold coin to form a super powerful magic contract." Sunan nodded and began to discuss with the two of them. First of all, it was stipulated that no attack on others, provocation or verbal cursing of others should occur during the assembly. Secondly, no deception should occur in the assembly, that is, using counterfeit and shoddy magic resources. Occasionally, the effects are exaggerated, or the effect description is wrong, which is not included. Secondly, the members of the assembly can have conflicts in reality, but they should try to avoid life and death battles, unless the other party kills first. After a series of rules were formulated, a storm assembly magic contract, the basis of the rules and regulations of the wizard organization, was completed. In fact, this contract still has many loopholes. If you want to violate it, you can do it with a little effort. But this magic contract itself only serves to consolidate the order. The real order is still held by 3 first level wizards such as Sunan. The petrified witch stepped forward, pressed her palm on the contract, and then chanted a spell, and a first level petrification curse was cast. Sunan poured a bottle of 100-year sleeping potion on this magic contract. Elvis said to Sunan and the petrified witch, "I really envy wizards like you who are good at curse magic. I'm different. I can only cast a 0.7 ring lightning curse magic. You don't mind, right? After all, our school of energy transformation is good at face-to-face magic bombardment. This curse magic, I'm really not good at it." Sunan and the petrified witch naturally didn't mind it. A first level petrification curse and a first level sleeping spell are actually enough. Elvis took the magic contract and chanted a spell. Then, the magic contract itself flashed a lightning. Next, Sunan asked all the people in the wizard gathering to sign their names on the contract. If someone wrote a fake name, the contract would not react, so every wizard must write his real name. When the last person, the hermit witch, wrote her name on the contract, Elvis handed the magic contract to Sunan for safekeeping. After all, Sunan is now the leader of the wizard gathering. This magic contract should be placed in the hands of the leader. In this way, this loose temporary wizard gathering has become a qualified wizard organization. Sunan temporarily handed the magic contract to the petrified witch. "I may not be able to participate in the next few gatherings, so please trouble the petrified witch to help me get the wizards who want to join the gathering to sign their names on it." The petrified witch took it with a smile. "Okay, I'll give it back to you after the record is finished." Sunan looked at the justice witch, who was not in a good mood. She didn't say much today and remained silent. "Justice, you bought a lot of life essence potions from me. Why are you in such a bad state now? Even worse than the last time I saw you?" The witch justice spoke with a strong sense of fatigue. "Moon, I got some magic upgrades in the Leaping Land before, and then I entered the necromancer town of Corfu Island again a few days ago. I wanted to challenge that town. I fought with the skeleton dragon, but unfortunately I was still no match for it. The rules of that town are too complicated. I didn't expect that I would be trapped in it." When Sunan heard about the skeleton dragon, his eyes lit up slightly. After all, he now lacked the spine of a high-level dragon like undead. And now he is a formal wizard, and the original owner of the undead town is at most 1 ring. Even if he is resurrected now, and stands in front of him to curse himself with black magic, he may not succeed, not to mention that it is a undead town left by him. The 5th sublimation of the tree guard potion requires the spine of a high-level dragon like undead, but at this time, this kind of high-level dragon like undead is relatively rare. I'm thinking about where to find it. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. If I can take that undead town for myself, it might be great. In the gathering area, the justice witch regretted. "If I had known, I shouldn't have studied the abnormality of the shadow of the statue in the beginning. If I hadn't noticed the abnormality of the shadow of the statue in Corfu, maybe I wouldn't have these troubles now. We can also use the resources traded at this gathering to go further." The justice witch said. "The owner of the undead town seems to be a senior first ring wizard. I found a lot of fragments of his research materials in his town. I saw him preparing to make a lich, but he never went back later. I don't know if he succeeded." Sunan raised his eyebrows. It sounded like he needed to go to the undead town. Sunan glanced at the lightning wizard and the petrified witch. The two seemed to have a little intention in their eyes, but they didn't say anything in the end. It may be because the lightning wizard and the petrified witch, one is a school of energy shaping that takes the route of magic cannons, the other is a curse magic direction. This undead town is not in the same direction as them, so they are in an attitude of whether to explore it or not. It may also be that they feel that they will target this undead town, so they don't want to go there. Sunan suddenly said to the witch justice, "I can go to that undead town with you. But after the trip, this undead town will belong to me, and the things inside will also belong to me. Can you accept this condition?" Justice was stunned, and then she was hit by a huge surprise. This is a first ring wizard traveling with her. Is there anything safer than this? Justice did not hesitate at all. for her now. If she wants to go further, she must first get rid of that damn undead town and its black magic. Otherwise, she can't do anything. Justice said to Sunan, "Of course, Moon. And since you are traveling with me, I think I must pay you some compensation. This is my respect for the first ring wizard." Sunan may not care about this, but she is a first-class wizard apprentice with magic pressure, so she can't ignore these. Justice thought for a moment and said, "I once got a first-ring fire magic scroll, Great Firestorm, during an adventure. I was going to exchange it for some magic resources. But now, I want to give you this scroll as a trade." Sunan nodded. He had no reason to refuse, and fire magic was his main offensive consumable potion series. He was indeed interested in this first ring Shaper School Great Firestorm spell model. Chapter 246. Eager to find your own place in the world. Next, the Storm Gathering started the first transaction after the reorganization. Because the transactions were now between wizard apprentices, Sunan basically kept silent in the 3 stages. However, he sold 20 bottles of flash potion and 2 bottles of flash plus 1 potion to everyone, and obtained a total of 500 magic stones. Justice, Priestess, Chariot, World, Hermit and others divided 20 bottles of flash potion. This potion was enough to help them quickly increase their mental power to 100, and even the mental power was purer than that condensed by meditation. It can be said that Sunan's flash potion is now the most attractive thing for them in this gathering. With the flash potion, even the old wizard Chariot feels that his mental power, which has been stuck at 60 for a long time, can develop again. Not to mention other ordinary first-class wizard apprentices. They feel that the resources they can access in the gathering have even exceeded the magic resources they can get in their own forces. Therefore, these people will undoubtedly pay more attention to the Storm Wizard gathering. The Petrified Witch and Elvis each bought some of Sunan's Flash plus 1 potions. Although the Flash plus 1 potion is only a potion that has been sublimated 4 times, it is also slightly effective for formal wizards, although not much. Therefore, the two did not buy a lot, just 1 bottle each, and each bottle was sold for 50 magic stones. However, Sunan did not care much about this, because the formulas of the Flash plus 2 potion, the mental strength strengthening plus 7 potion, and the life essence concentration plus 3 potion have been calculated by the intelligent brain. Therefore, he will soon be able to update his own potions and turn them into potions that have a huge driving effect on formal wizards. Then, after a while, he will be able to cut the leaks of the Petrified Witch and Elvis again. This wizard gathering is essentially the most beneficial to Sunan. Because Sunan has productivity, he needs to find distribution channels. The entire Storm Gathering can easily become a dumping ground for Sunan's own products because of his identity as a great pharmacist, and then use a large number of magic stones to buy back precious magic resources. Therefore, for Sunan, the scale of this gathering must be as large as possible. After the transaction, everyone was very satisfied with their gains today. The priestess said, "Now our gathering is really getting better and better. I have a friend who is a half-step formal wizard. Maybe I can bring him in." Everyone looked at the priestess in surprise. Everyone didn't know what to say, but they just felt that the priestess was a first-class wizard apprentice with only 50 spiritual power, and she really had a lot of friends. Although the last time the electric ring witch was very deceptive, I wanted to cheat her, but the person she introduced was cheated into a bull lightning, and the priestess can usually take out a lot of magic resources. I really don't know what her identity is in reality. As the leader of the wizard gathering, Sunan said calmly, "Storm Gathering welcomes all friends who want to do business. Anyway, Storm Gathering itself has many casual visitors besides regulars." The old wizard Chariot smiled and said, "Then I can also recommend some wizards who want me to identify magic items. Some wizards are even first ring wizards. After all, for an old man like me who is good at general magic and magic history, what I'm best at is to serve those wizards who are truly talented and can lead the times and help them." The old wizard Chariot said his identity. Sunan nodded to him. His words not only showed his own role, but also acknowledged that he was a wizard of the general school. Wizards of the general school are basically magic historians. They don't need to have a special understanding of a certain magic path, as long as they can reach the level of commenting and summarizing. So even if they have not reached the level of first class wizards, they will be valuable to formal wizards. World watched everyone talking and realized that she was somewhat marginalized. She felt a little anxious. In fact, her situation was inevitable. Because Storm Gathering is a distribution platform, it is currently limited in scale, and there is a limit to the total value of magic items that can be sold. Sunan is the largest initiator of potion trading. As the original pharmacist of the Gathering, World has been most affected, and she is also facing serious conflicts in the ecological niche of this gathering. She must find her new value. Otherwise, she will become a marginal person like those individual visitors in this gathering. Although World is thinking hard about how she should behave in this gathering in the future, she still doesn't have any good ideas for the time being. Moreover, because she used to be arrogant in this gathering, relying on the fact that she was the only pharmacist before, she always mocked others. So she didn't have any good friends in this gathering. Now her situation is actually something that everyone is happy to see. World looked at the old wizard Chariot, who was the only one in the gathering who had a good relationship with her. Although she had ridiculed the old wizard Chariot, Chariot never cared about the ridicule of World and even regarded it as the temper of a little girl. So after a while, World stopped ridiculing Chariot and the relationship between the two became good. World secretly asked Chariot, "What should I do in this gathering in the future? Mr. Moon is the pharmacist now, so I will not become a marginal person in the future, right? The quality of this gathering is so high now, and I want to get in touch with Mr. Moon more. After all, he is the idol in our hearts for us herbal wizards." Chariot smiled. In fact, he didn't like World at first, but he was too old, and it was not easy to get angry with such a young man. But after a while, the relationship between the two became good. Chariot whispered to World, "In my opinion, the existence of Mr. Moon is actually an opportunity for you to make a breakthrough. Moon World sells high-level potions. You can sell Mr. Moon some materials that need to be processed for making potions. Besides, the gatherings will become bigger and bigger in the future, and more people will participate. You can take this opportunity to learn more from Mr. Moon. Even if you only learn a little bit, you will have a way to make a living in the future. World, you have to look further ahead. The little benefit at hand is nothing compared to the greater benefits in the future. In my opinion, you'd better muster up the courage now and ask Moon what potion materials he needs and what you can do for him. Even if you work for Moon for free, it will be of great benefit to you." The Witch of World thought about it, and it was indeed true. Moon's apostrophe potion skills might be better than the great herbalist wizard of the Forgotten School where she was. If she could learn a few tricks from Moon, even if she worked for free, she would make a profit. The Witch of the World changed her arrogant and mean character. When no one was talking, she suddenly said to Sunan, "Moon, do you need a large amount of materials that require high magic processing? Maybe I can help you make these materials, as long as you can pay me some magic stones. I can do anything you need, even for free," the World said a little nervously. Sunan looked at the Witch of the World in surprise. He didn't expect that this guy would suddenly change his temper and listen to her advice. Sunan thought about it and thought that there was indeed someone who could make some processed magic materials for him. It was not bad. "I need fox skin soaked in fire magic. There are 3 specific processing steps. I will directly use magic power to transmit them into your brain. If you can make it, I will charge you as much as you have in the future. I will pay according to the flash potion. You give me 30 fire fox skins like this, and I will give you a bottle of flash potion. How about it? Can you make it? This is the main material for making the fire demon's wrath. The Wizard's Hand Sunday and the Arcanist Song Zan can't do it for the time being. Only the Rye Mistress can make 2 of these special fire fox skins every day. If Sunan makes it himself, he can make dozens of them every day, but most of the day's time will be wasted. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar. First publish a novel. Read at 69 book bar. And it's all boring and repetitive operations, which makes Sunan feel very bored. But after all, this is the core material of the first level spell. Fire Demon's Fury Potion, of the fire magic subdirection of the evolution school, so it must be more complicated to handle. But Sunan has to store a large amount of Fire Demon's Fury Potion, so when he encounters an enemy, he can let the gargoyles cast it in the air. This is something that ordinary first level wizards can't do. After all, the number of spells that ordinary first level wizards can cast is limited, unless this wizard also works part-time to make scrolls and so on. But wizards who make scroll-like magic items part-time often have limited combat capabilities. Sunan, on the other hand, not only has a wolf pack, but also has good combat power. He can also make a large number of offensive consumable potions for storage, and can directly use them as consumables when fighting. Sunan now calls the war technology related to potions, sacrificing stone golems, as magic energy technology. For example, the drawings calculated by the intelligent brain, and the drawings given to Salan, ordering him to lead the craftsmen to make potion energy cannons, are the cutting-edge products of magic energy technology. Sunan feels that he is diverting the style of the wizard world. Sunan even wants to design wind magic disassembled with the cold wind as the core for these potion energy cannons. The gargoyles have been using this route of wind magic to assist in flying, so that the potion energy cannons can be suspended in the air, and after the spiritual connection with Merio and Alexander, they can become floating potion energy matrix cannons that can float in the air. As the backbone of wizard civilization, the first ring wizard, he feels that his idea is in line with what the first ring wizards themselves want to do. The Witch of the World looked at the firefox skin that Sunan asked her to make. She thought about it and found that she could still make it as long as she found 3 or 4 compatriots from her school to work together. Moreover, she was expected to make 2 to 3 pieces every day. After all, their herbal school had a special course on how to deal with magic materials, which was more advantageous than wizards from other schools. She could still make money by sharing the flash potion she traded with Sunan with some friends in her school. Moreover, the method of processing the firefox skin that Sunan gave her, including the method of processing using the spirituality of the firefox skin, opened her eyes and benefited her. She felt that she had a lot of new inspiration for configuring herbal medicine potions. She bowed to Sunan gratefully and said, "Moon, I can do it." She looked at the old wizard of the chariot with gratitude. Sunan also nodded. He didn't expect that the world was still a promising talent and could recognize his own status. A bottle of flash potion was sold for 20 magic stones at this gathering. In this case, he was equivalent to using 0.6 magic stones to collect a highly magical firefox skin, which was actually a profit for him. With only 1 bottle of flash potion that he could easily make, he could let Sunday, Sang and Rai make semi-finished products first, and he could do the final step. On the contrary, processing firefox skins would waste a lot of his time, and it was estimated that it was impossible for one person in the world to quickly process so many firefox skins. So she either made them slowly, or invited wizard apprentices sent by classmates to make them together. This was equivalent to getting several herbal wizard apprentices to work at a relatively low price. This was the benefit of mastering magic resources with high added value. Sunan said to everyone, "This gathering will end here first. Elvis, petrified witch, goodbye." Sunan looked at Justice and said, "I will wait for you on Corfu Island in the Storm Kingdom. You should be on Corfu Island now. I will go to the city of Corfu Barony to find you. You can wait for me there." Corfu Island is only 593 square kilometers, the size of a district in a coastal city in the previous life. Corfu Island is rich in olive oil and figs. The whole island is like a white sandy beach with rugged rocks. It is very beautiful. It is also the most important port and maritime market center in the west of the Storm Kingdom. The Platinum Commercial Republic wants to get this island as their maritime gateway to protect their artificial archipelago in the sea area where they are located. The sea area where the Platinum Commercial Republic is located is like a wooden barrel. There are continents on 3 sides and only one side is an outlet to the sea. Corfu Island is right in the middle of this outlet. The Justice Witch didn't dare to say anything more. The most important thing was that Sunan was willing to accompany her to the town of the dead, even if she had to wait in Corfu for a month. As the wizards left the gathering, Sunan finally asked the petrified witch to build a gathering entrance on Peter's territory. After the petrified witch agreed, Sunan also left the gathering space. The petrified witch looked at the empty gathering space under the storm and suddenly took a deep breath. It smiled to meet Sunan Peter. In the future, this storm wizard gathering will get better and better. It's a very happy thing to have such a gathering in such a barren era with many enemies. After Sunan left the gathering, he immediately led the Death Knights and returned to Dolphin Harbor in a carriage, and then returned to Peter's Baron's territory by boat through Dolphin Harbor. In the next 6 months, the soldiers and residents in this Dolphin Harbor will continue to leave this land by boat, either returning to their ancestors' hometowns or going to other Stormlords' lands. And the earldom of Samori will completely return to the hands of the Lord Church. Chapter 247 Analysis of Comnenus Superintuitive Ability. The castle attic of the Peter family. Sunan extracted the pure Comnenus blood from Rachel Comnenus's arm and put it into the white flax tree stabilizing potion. Sunan looked at the blood of the Comnenus family and thought, in the Comnenus blood, there is indeed a strange energy similar to, but different from the heart of the Storm Knight, and it seems that the essence of this energy is more powerful. This can be regarded as the power of the god of law. Adding this part of the blood to normal organisms may allow them to gain superintuitive abilities, but it is hard to say what will happen. And the werewolves cannot be allowed to directly contact the power of the god of law. The wolf pack is their own backyard, and other forces cannot be allowed to directly contact the wolf pack. Sunan plans to use a form similar to the arcane ring to add superintuitive abilities to the werewolves. That is, to create and wear a magic item that can gain superintuitive abilities. However, first of all, it is necessary to test the consequences of adding this bloodline to various organisms. Sunan immediately thought of the best experimental subjects, the vampires he placed in the dungeon under the Peter Castle. What else is more suitable to be an experimental subject than their immortality? Although the werewolves also have the power of immortality, they are our own people after all. The treatment of our own people and outsiders will definitely be different. Sunan thought, if possible, I can use the form of arcane prophecy to combine with this superintuitive bloodline ability and use the spell model of arcane prophecy to continuously drive Comnenus superintuitive bloodline ability. This should be able to try and approach the superintuitive ability of pure-blooded Comnenus. Sunan did it. As soon as he thought of it, he walked directly from the attic to the underground dungeon of the castle. All the maids and servants he met on the way saluted Sunan. Since the Peter family became the Earl's family, there have been more servants in Peter Castle, and there have been more self-requirements and etiquette. Becoming a servant of the Earl's family is the dream of most children and the families of the people. It means that they can get close to the upper class and have contact with the noble Earl's family. In the dungeon, Sunan looked at the 3 demon hunters. Since he came back last time, he had to do 3 different experiments on Raphael every day, such as blood separation, the stimulation reaction of different magic energies on the artificial soul in his body, etc. After a week of continuous experiments, he found that an ultrasonic magic with a frequency of 55,200 Hz can make the synthetic soul of the demon hunter resonate, and then there will be a stimulation reaction of the synthetic soul's collapse. So, now Raphael, who used to be furious every day and cursed the wizard and Sunan incompetently in the cell, has been exhausted and lying on the ground. Raphael looked at Sunan weakly as he walked into the dungeon, with fear and resentment flashing in his eyes. Sunan did fewer experiments on the demon hunter Selena, and the control experiment he did on another female demon hunter was only slightly less than Raphael. It was just that the demon hunter Selena seemed to be in a state of self-blame and guilt, so even if he occasionally used her for experiments, she not only did not curse, but also muttered to herself that this was the treatment she deserved. She was atonement. Sunan did think so. When the demon hunters were lurking around his territory and on the edge of the South Thrace military district, they killed many civilians at will. Even if Selena was used, she did have to pay the price for it. Sunan confirmed that ultrasound waves of a certain frequency would cause resonance in the synthetic souls of demon hunters, which meant that in the future, when he met demon hunters again, he could use this magic to directly restrain them. Moreover, Sunan planned to use ultrasound resonance to dismantle Raphael's synthetic soul after returning from the undead town, while keeping most of the structure intact. If he could do this, it would mean that he had enough resolution of the demon hunter's synthetic soul technology and could start experiments on mutant werewolves. If mutant werewolves, super werewolves and shadow werewolves can master this kind of magic, they can help me in the battle. However, I will not be as meaningless as the monk. Based on the wolf pack effect of the wolf pack, the temporary combination can become very perfect, beautiful and simple. After the battle, it can be split into two independent individuals. There will be no impact. Sunan believes that the more perfect the function of a thing is, the more beautiful it will look. Just like human intelligence is beautiful, human beauty is beautiful, advanced agricultural technology is beautiful, and advanced industrial technology will have an industrial beauty. Excellent magic technology should also have a unique magic beauty. For example, the death contract of the Death Knight, the negotiation between myself and death is very beautiful. The definition of the beauty of a thing is that it looks good and looks good. So generally speaking, the more perfect the function of a thing is, the more unique aesthetics it will have. And the aesthetics of the blind monk can only be said to be very energy world. This may be caused by the aesthetic difference between the creatures in the material world and the energy world. Sunan walked to the dungeon where the vampires were imprisoned. At this time, the vampires started shouting again, but the content was slightly changed. Master Wizard, he is here again. Who is he going to use as an experimental subject? Not me, but Cole, who was used as an experimental subject before, was obviously the weakest among us before, but now he is stronger than us. Sunan looked at the vampire Cole who had been injected with wolf poison and softened by magic potion. He saw that Cole had changed from a skinny vampire to a very strong man. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 book bar. His eyes were bright and full of fear when he looked at Sunan. He was eager to try. These blood servants were similar to the drow. Perhaps their personalities were even more perverted, and their pursuit of power was more stubborn. Cole hesitated for a long time and said to Sunan, Master Wizard, please use me as an experimental subject. The feeling of this sudden surge of power is so wonderful. I want to do it again. Master Wizard. He addressed Sunan as a honorific and regarded Sunan as his master. Sunan glanced at him, but still chose another vampire for the experiment. He extracted the source of pollution, the warlock blood, from the vampire's body. He injected a drop of commonous blood essence into the vampire that became a pure-blooded vampire with a single powerful injection spell and combined the vampire blood with the commonous blood. Sunan felt that if the pure-blooded commonous was transformed by a vampire, he might also become a vampire. Human blood itself will not pollute vampire blood. In other words, for human blood, vampire blood will pollute pure-blooded human blood instead. Therefore, he did not need to worry that commonous blood would pollute vampires. The vampire who was experimented on suddenly fell to the ground. Blood vessels on the surface of his body were twisted, and he made a painful sound. Sunan ignored him, but looked at the vampire Cole. Sunan checked Cole now. He was just an ordinary vampire Cole who was just a little faster than an ordinary storm knight. But now his state has almost been improved to the level of a storm knight, and his speed should be 9. The experiment he conducted with wolf poison was very successful. Vampires and werewolves, two opposite forces collided together, and they could improve each other's strength. Sunan said to Cole, what does it feel like to increase your strength? Cole's pupils suddenly shrank. He now had a kind of admiration and awe for Sunan, and he felt that Sunan could give him power, which was unfathomable. He now respected Sunan more than the vampire queen. Chapter 248 The Three Immortal Kings. Cole knelt on one knee and bowed his head to Sunan. Master, my strength is constantly increasing from my body. I'm sure that only someone like you is the natural master of us vampires. You are the Lord of Shadows. You should be the king of all shadow races. You should be the master of the three immortal kings. Sunan asked him curiously. What are the three immortal kings? Vampire Cole said to Sunan faithfully, Master, this is a legend within our three major Dark Knight races. There used to be three immortal kings who could rival formal wizards. They were the kings of werewolves, vampires, and ghouls. They call themselves the immortal kings and possess power that rivals a first-ring wizard. The vampire witch Vanessa Van Helsing wanted to become one of the immortal kings of the Blood Clan, so she stole the corpse of the patron saint of the Church of the Storm and refined the blood of the ancestor. Werewolves, vampires, and ghouls were once an alliance, but more than 2000 years ago, the immortal king of the Blood Clan suddenly surrendered to the Blind King, and he betrayed his two allied races and took the initiative to become the guide for the energy world to invade our world. But at that time, we agreed that if there was a being among the three races who could rival a first ring wizard, then he would be the immortal king who commanded the three major Dark Knight races. Sunan nodded. That's what it was. Sunan suddenly transformed into a giant werewolf hunter leader, which caused the pupils of all the vampires to shrink suddenly, and the three demon hunters also stared at him. Because Sunan had his own magic pressure, he became a werewolf hunter leader, and he still maintained the magic pressure of a formal wizard. Moreover, he had already refined the finished products of the Flash +2 potion, the mental strength strengthening +7 potion, and the life essence concentration +3 potion within a week. Through these three potions, his mental strength once again showed a rapid growth phenomenon, and he could increase his mental strength by 2 points every day. After 5 days of taking it, Sunan's mental strength has now reached 210. The intelligent brain speculated that these three potions could at least allow Sunan's mental strength to maintain this speed of growth until his mental strength reached 300. Vampire Cole became more respectful to Sunan. According to the covenant of the three major Dark Knight races, you are now our immortal king. You can command all Dark Knight races. It's a pity that there is only your branch of werewolves left now. I don't know if the intelligent ghouls have been exterminated and all the vampires have defected to the energy world. At that time, all the vampires who did not defect to the energy world were liquidated by the vampire elders. The vampires in the energy world basically defected to the blind nuns, the blind monks and the blind demon mountain evil ghosts. Sunan said lightly, I will not allow anyone to surpass me and control the vampires. All Dark Knight races must belong to my hands. It seems that intelligent ghouls may also have a connection with vampires and werewolves in mysticism, and their origin may also be the blood world. If you can find them, you may be able to strengthen the werewolves and vampires again. Even if they are extinct in this world, it is not impossible for me to find the coordinates of the blood world in the void in the future, invade across the world, and capture intelligent ghouls. 3 days later, Sunan's experiment on the vampires was a great success. He injected 5 vampires in total. The last time, he used potion materials to optimize the Comnenus bloodline and injected it into the body of the vampire Cole, so that Cole really had a slight super intuitive ability. Then, Sunan only took 1 day to combine the Comnenus bloodline that had been initially researched with the arcane prophecy spell model, turning it into a 1-ring arcane super intuitive spell model, and made it into an arcane super intuitive potion. He also used this potion to make 6 arcane super intuitive brass rings. In the castle laboratory, Sunan gave the 6 arcane super intuitive brass rings to Warwick, Blom, Wolf 1, Wolf 2, and Wolf 3, and kept 1 for himself. When fighting the demon hunters before, the arcane flash ring and the arcane shield ring were all damaged. However, Sunan later drew some blood from the drow he had raised in captivity and made 20 arcane flash rings and 20 arcane shield rings, which were distributed to the werewolf hunters and mutant werewolves respectively. However, there is not enough arcane blood for the time being, so the werewolves cannot be equipped with them. At the same time, the Comnenus bloodline has also been used up, and Sunan began to miss Rachel Comnenus. Since the last time the demon hunter family was completely wiped out by him, I don't know what the energy world is thinking, and it has directly withdrawn from the South Thrace military region. Not to mention Rachel Comnenus, even an ordinary warlock and an ordinary cultist have not been captured by his werewolf deacon team recently. Sunan suspected that the energy world was doing something big recently. So, the blind nun bitch probably saw that there would be no results on her side for a while, so she went to do something else. And if Sunan guessed correctly, the blind nun and the blind monk are now in Stormwind Castle, the capital of the Storm Kingdom. But it doesn't matter. After I harvest the undead town on Corfu Island, I will go to Stormwind Castle to play with my old friends and harvest Rachel Comnenus. By the way, make more arcane super intuitive rings. Warwick, Blom and other werewolf hunters looked at the arcane super intuitive rings on their index fingers and observed them repeatedly. After they put them on, they really felt something was different. In the past, they used super hearing, super vision, super smell, and super touch to observe the world, but after wearing this arcane super intuitive ring, they seemed to have an extra sense to observe the world. The image of the objective world has undergone subtle changes in their perception. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. They looked at the chandelier hanging from the ceiling in the attic, which was swaying slightly with a bunch of white candles lit. Blom hesitated and said, "I seem to be able to predict the swing trajectory of the chandelier with my intuition." Warwick looked at the ring on his hand and said, "This is not your illusion, but something that is happening in reality. The little master's magic is getting more and more powerful. With this ability, our fighting style in battle will change. No wonder when we fought with that commoness before, she could always think of a way to dodge or block our attacks in a hurry. With this ability, I even feel that I can predict the enemy's movement direction by intuition in battle. I can even imitate and understand the enemy's physical attacks." The rye mistress in the laboratory, who was wearing a black suspender skirt, looked at the rings in the werewolf's hands with envy. She wanted it too, but she didn't dare to speak. Instead, she flattered to Sunan, "Master, you are so awesome. With this kind of ring, the combat effectiveness of wizards in all dark energy casting directions can be greatly improved." The Rye lady really had a unique admiration for Sunan. "This is the most powerful magic I have ever seen. I have never seen it before." Sunan nodded to them. He still had to go to Sulan to inspect the shell of the magic cannon that he was commissioned to make. After the final processing, he could use the Fire Demon's Wrath potion as gunpowder to form a magic cannon. The Fire Demon's Wrath potion is essentially a very safe, high-quality liquid high-energy explosive material with a very high explosive energy ratio that can output huge heat energy in an instant. It can be said that using magic to make high-performance explosives will only have more advantages, and it will never be worse than ordinary technological civilization. After all, the heat energy contained in most high-energy explosives in the previous life is actually lower than the heat energy contained in firewood of the same volume and weight. It's just that explosives can release energy instantly, while firewood releases energy slowly. But the energy of the Fire Demon's Wrath potion is thousands or even tens of thousands of times that of the same firewood. This first level magic potion, which acts as an explosive, has a technological content that is many times higher than the best explosive material in his previous life. If scientists knew there was such a thing as the Fire Demon's Wrath potion, they would go crazy. Sunan asked everyone to go back and do their own work while he went to find Solon in the territory. The werewolves need to hone their martial arts. Recently, the werewolves led by Warwick have developed a lot of martial arts that only werewolves can use. Ryan Song need to continue to process magic materials for themselves. The most important job of Madame Rye every day is to make 2 firefox skins processed by fire magic. After all, the Fire Demon's Wrath will become Sunan's most commonly used consumable potion for quite some time in the future. When the cannon sounds, it is worth a lot of gold. Chapter 249 20 Griffin Cannons. Peter Castle, Solon's studio. Today, Solon's status has risen. After all, the status of the artists supported by the Storm Baron is completely different from that of the artists supported by the Storm Count. Solon was very proud and worked more seriously. In his studio, Sunan saw 20 cannons made of stationary iron, each of which was the size of a carriage according to his requirements, and the rune clay tablets he had made in advance were pasted on the inside. Sunan secretly placed a bottle of Fire Demon's Wrath at the bottom of the furnace room next to Solon's studio. For a long time, the magic flame formed in the furnace can melt and forge stationary iron. Of course, Solon himself didn't know. He asked the apprentices to uncover the red cloth on the cannons. Each cannon was made with the image of the legendary griffin head. Moreover, the head image of each griffin cannon was different. Some had angry eyes, and the muzzle of the griffin cannon was like a griffin roaring with its mouth open. Some of them had their eyes tightly closed, as if the muzzle of the griffin cannon was the legendary griffin sleeping with its mouth open. Each griffin cannon was beautifully made and exquisite. Sunan was very satisfied with the appearance of these griffin cannons. In the future, he would use them to fight wizards, the energy world, and even the secular army. The image of these griffin cannons would be majestic and terrifying enough. Solon was the artist who designed the weapon skin for himself. After all, the weapon skin was also very important. Sunan patted Solon on the shoulder. Very good, Solon. I'm very satisfied with your work. Have someone move these works to the drill ground of my castle. He would completely complete these griffin cannons at night and let Merio and Alexander hang 10 griffin cannons behind them respectively. The bottom of these griffin cannons have wind magic runes, which can borrow the energy of the core sacrificial stones inside Merio and Alexander to continuously transmit energy and let these cannons float in the air. At the same time, the special structure inside can store 5 fire demons wrath potions respectively. The number is not large, but it doesn't matter. I can arrange plaster gargoyles to fill these griffin cannons with fire demons wrath potions to replenish the consumed shells. Solon was also very excited. My lord Earl, this artwork is very artistic. Where should I put it as a decoration this time? My suggestion is to put it at the entrance of your castle. Sunan nodded. Solon, I find that your habit of often mentioning art is very similar to that of an old friend I know. Maybe you artists all have this habit. Don't worry, I will have a good use for the artwork you made for me this time. With the no traversal spell, as long as I carry a special rune golem mouse with me, I can switch the wolf pack members I want to the position I want at any time. Because there are 3 kinds of potions for strengthening mental power, he does not need to worry about excessive consumption of mana like the Oak Wizard. This time, Sunan is going to deal with the skeleton dragon and its undead army in this way. Summon Merio and Alexander, open the brown force field, and use 20 griffin cannons at the same time to fire the fire demon's fury potion to carry out a first level magic bombardment attack on the skeleton dragon. It is just right for the artillery experiment. However, he also needs to observe the situation before conducting experiments. After all, he is going to harvest this time, and he is also going to use the undead town as a long-term source of medium and high-level undead materials. It cannot cause too much damage to the undead town. However, this griffin cannon is also the source of Sunan's fear of the psychic magic and black magic inside the undead town. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. As long as the firepower is sufficient, no matter how powerful the curse magic is, it will be over with a direct bombardment. Sunan left Solon's studio and began to prepare for going to Corfu tomorrow. Sunan first installed the 20 completed griffin cannons at night, and all of them were installed around the fountain next to Merio and Alexander like fountain decorations, making the cannon look like an accessory of the fountain. But in fact, these griffin cannons have been linked to Merio and Alexander mentally, and the gargoyles in Peter Castle and Maple Leaf City can also be responsible for filling the griffin cannons with ammunition during the battle. As long as Sunan summons Merio and Alexander with the ecological reversal spell, he can summon these griffin cannons together. In the end, Sunan made 10 bottles of each of the 3 latest mental power enhancement potions for storage, and led a large bag of special rune golem rats and the death knights to Corfu. To deal with the undead, Sunan is not going to use the werewolf troops and the swarm troops this time. It will be easier to restrain the undead by using the golem troops, gargoyle troops and the death knight troops. The flying gargoyle Gagoi, the Tesla valve flame acceleration compression device in the throat, after filling 5 bottles of the fire demon's wrath potion, formed a flame bombardment light column magic, the intensity of which was already very terrifying. Half a day later, Sunan took Vasily and others, and arrived at Corfu City by boat. In order not to arouse the fear of the Corfu Baron, Sunan did not hang the emblem of the Peter family this time. After docking, he asked the sailors serving his family to stay on the ship and parked the ship in the port, waiting for Sunan and others to return. There are many merchant ships coming and going in Corfu port every day. Therefore, this move will not attract anyone's attention. The entire Corfu island is like a beautiful white sandy beach. A large number of white residential buildings are built on the edge of Corfu Island near the sea, lined up one after another, and extremely beautiful. Business here is developed, and it is in the sea, and it is also west of the Storm Kingdom. far away from the Bulgars in the north of the Storm Kingdom and the Nicomedia Empire in the south. Sunan led 11 black armored death knights into the town on Corfu Island. The surrounding residents and merchants felt that they were not easy to mess with and avoided them obediently. Sunan found the Justice Witch in a tavern in Corfu town. With his huge magic power, Sunan could easily find the Justice Witch, who deliberately did not hide her magic power and was waiting for Sunan's arrival in such a small place. At this time, the Justice Witch in the tavern was not wearing a wooden mask. She had black hair, black pupils, and a face with typical Mediterranean features. She looked about 20 years old, but this was not credible, because first-class wizard apprentices had too many means to keep themselves young. Sunan felt the life level of justice a little bit, and confirmed that her age should be 30 or 40 years old. The Justice Witch looked up at Sunan, who walked into the tavern, and immediately showed a surprised expression to the boy who walked into the tavern. It seems that she has been waiting for Sunan every day recently, and she is getting more and more anxious every day. "Hello, my lord. My real name is Mary Palialo." Sunan walked over and sat at the same table with her. At the same time, the Death Knights surrounded Sunan. Some of the drunkards in the tavern were scared and kept a distance from Sunan and Mary Palialo. They were afraid that they would get drunk and provoke these 11 terrible black knights in full plate armor and their common master. The error-free version is available at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel. 69 Book Bar reads this. It is obvious that a big shot has come to their small tavern. Sunan signaled the Salayan not to let anyone get close, and then whispered to Mary Palialo, "Justice, your last name is Palialo, you are?" Mary nodded, confirming Sunan's guess. "I'm indeed from the royal family of the Nicomedia Empire, and I'm a purple-robed person. The Nicomedia Empire has 2 co-ruling emperors. The Eastern Human Empire has a long tradition of co-ruling emperors, so there are now 2 major royal families, one of which is the traditional Lascaris family. One is because the old king of the old Lascaris family died when the little Lascaris was only 2 years old, and we were also recognized by the god of law in ancient times. Paleologus himself is also one of the divine families and has the right to inherit the throne, so my brother Michael VIII became the co-ruling emperor of the little Lascaris, so the Paleologus family has now become a royal family. According to the current saying, it is one of the 4 major surnames that now claim the right to inherit the royal family of the Eastern Human Empire. I'm the sister of the current emperor of the Nicomedia Empire. But now I have become a wizard and have no right to inherit the throne, so these are irrelevant." Sunan showed a thoughtful look. Now that the Eastern Human Empire has been destroyed, there are 3 countries that claim to be qualified to inherit the throne. They are the Nicomedia Empire of the Paleologus family, the old royal family. The Lascaris family has basically been sidelined. The Trabzon Despotate of the Comnenus family. The Epirus Despotate of the Angelus family. Among them, the most powerful one is the Nicomedia Empire controlled by the Paleologus family, which basically retains the military strength that is roughly equivalent to the level of a kingdom to a principality. Sunan did not expect that the Justice Witch would actually be the royal family of the Nicomedia Empire. The Nicomedia Empire is now the #1 enemy of the Storm Kingdom. This is really. Mary briefly explained to Sunan that the Paleologus family, after the country was taken over by the Storm Nobles, the capital of the empire was controlled, and the Law Church was controlled by the Storm Church, and became a branch and puppet of the Storm Church. The Paleologus family used all means to seek help from witchcraft in order to restore the country. Mary is one of the achievements of the Paleologus family in this regard after 58 years of hard work. Sunan has a question. The Palia family is also a divine family chosen by the god of law. Divine families seem to have some special abilities. So what are the special abilities of your Palia family? If someone else asked this question, Mary would definitely refuse to answer. But the moon in front of her was here to help her get rid of the town of the dead. So Mary thought for a while and replied, "Our special ability is energy counterattack." Sunan showed a puzzled expression. Mary Palia said, "I can counterattack the attacks within a certain energy range released by the opponent during the battle. But I can't counterattack beyond my level. I can only counterattack the power of the same strength as myself." Energy counterattack is the special divine ability of our Palia family, as a divine family. In addition to my own talent for dark energy magic, I embarked on the path of melee spells of the dark energy magic system. Sunan nodded and said, well, not bad. With this special talent, combined with the melee system of dark energy magic, it will be really excellent. Sunan said what Justice was most interested in. Well, Justice, I will still call you Justice in the assembly. You can call me Sunan at other times, and I will call you Mary. Let's set off now, and head to the undead town. What do you think? Mary said quickly, okay, Lord Sunan. Thank you for helping me. Chapter 250 Entering the Town of the Dead. However, Sunan didn't care about Mary's secular identity. This identity is not that important to wizards. Besides, Mary is a member of his own gathering, and this time she also paid a certain price to invite him to take action. The two of them brought the Death Knights to the wilderness outside the town of Corfu, in front of the statue of the God of Law, a huge artificial miracle of more than 200 meters high. At this time, it was exactly noon. Because of the scorching sun, there were no other people around the statue of the God of Law. There were only low bushes reflecting light in the sun. Sunan really found that the shadow of the statue was offset under the sunlight, which proved that there was something in the shadow that caused the shadow to deflect. After finding the magic fluctuations in the shadow, Sunan opened the door to the inner world of the shadow. Sunan, Justice and the Death Knights entered the shadow together and disappeared on the sun-baked bushes and grass. As soon as he entered the town of the dead, Sunan noticed that this town of the dead was different from what he imagined. He was like coming to a quiet and peaceful country town. Outside the town, there are a lot of fields, which are covered with food and vegetables planted by the residents of the town. The sun here is warm, the breeze is gentle, the air is fresh and refreshing, and it is as beautiful as a landscape painting. The color of the whole town is red and white. I believe that living here will be very comfortable. There is not a trace of death magic in the whole town. Sunan looked up at the sky, where there was also the sun and blue sky and white clouds. Sunan realized that something was trying to curse him, but under his 15 times permanent deafened field brown force field, the curse was like an egg hitting a stone. No matter how he tried to curse himself, it would not work. The Death Knights are themselves in a state of neither life nor death. This kind of aging magic can only be used against things with a lifespan, so it naturally has no effect on the Death Knights. Mary Valiel said to Sunan, this town looks like a normal town during the day, but as soon as it's night, as long as you leave the town, you will be attacked by a large number of undead creatures. I want to find the core area of this town and find a way to solve the black magic, but I have never found anything. And I can't stay here for a day. I will be forced to leave this space because of the undead army at night. I tried to stay in the town at night, but I was not attacked by the undead army. But I have searched the whole town and confirmed that the core control area is not in this town. I think the core control area should be in the wilderness outside the town. Unfortunately, I have very little free time in the wilderness because at night, the wilderness is full of undead creatures. Sunan nodded. Mary, I have basically understood it. You don't need to tell me, I will observe it myself. Because, what you say may mislead me. Based on your own wrong observation of this undead town, you will summarize a series of wrong rules in your wrong observation, and then you tell me these rules, which will waste a lot of my time. I might as well observe it again myself. Sunan said the truth. Therefore, Mary Valialio did not make any rebuttal. She was also afraid that her wrong cognition would interfere with Sunan's judgment of this place and affect Sunan's speed in finding the core area of this undead town. Sunan spent 10 minutes carefully observing the sky of this space and found that this space was cast with magic, directly borrowing the sky of Corfu Island outside this space. The evidence is that after they entered this town, their shadows in the sun were parallel to their shadows in the same period of time in Corfu Island. This shows that this space has not formed an independent ecosystem. The sky, the sun and the air are all connected to the outside world, directly borrowing the natural environment of Corfu Island. Sunan walked between the fields, squatted down, and pulled out a radish in the field. The radish in the field was shriveled, and only the size of a human little finger. Sunan asked the Death Knights to start pulling up the nearby farmland, and found that all the crops here were like this. Sunan's eyes were sharp. This means that this town can no longer rely on farming in this space with a serious lack of life energy to maintain its food source. This is also easy to understand. After all, this space was transformed by the necromancer, not by the wizard of the school of life. Therefore, it is normal that nothing can be grown in this space. Mary had obviously been in the wilderness outside the town, looking for the core area, or fighting with the undead outside the wilderness, so she had never checked these crops. At this moment, her face changed drastically. I always thought that the people in this town survived on these crops outside the town. If the crops here are all like this, then what do they use to survive? Sunan glanced at her. At that time, there was a man dressed as a farmer outside the farmland. Seeing Sunan and others pulling crops in the field, he became very anxious. He hurriedly trotted over and shouted as he ran, "Stop, stop it quickly. Strangers, why are you pulling our crops for no reason? Do you know that all food is precious?" Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel for the first time. If Mayor Anthony, who hates outsiders the most, sees you doing this, you will be immediately driven out of our town. Sunan turned and looked at the farmer, who was wearing an ancient costume, like an ancient man who had died many years ago. "Oh, then I'll plant the crops back." Sunan immediately ordered 10 ordinary death knights to plant all the crops that had been pulled out. Suddenly, the old farmer Gaius laughed. In his eyes, the crops seemed to have recovered. "Foreigners, you are really kind-hearted. Okay, I guess invite you to have dinner at my house. Although my family is not very rich, we have 3 slaves. One of them is a eunuch slave captured from Persepolis in the east. He can cook well. I guess I'm the most hospitable person in the town. There is also a free public bath in the center of our town. That is the bathhouse built for us by our emperor to please us citizens." Sunan and Mary looked at each other. Now, Sunan can be sure that the people in these towns are indeed still living in an ancient era, so ancient that it is likely to be a society more than 2000 years ago. Sunan glanced at Gaius and found that he was full of life energy. He looked like a normal living person, and there was no death at all. But in this ghost place, where it is impossible for living people to survive, can anyone really live a comfortable life served by 3 slaves? Sunan looked at the town in front of him again, and he had already guessed. "I see. Then this town is really interesting." Sunan said to Gaius, "Okay, then we will go to your house with you." Gaius obviously became very happy. He was really warm and hospitable. And Mary asked Sunan, "Lord Sunan, did you see anything?" Sunan said to Mary, "If my guess is correct, then this town is not what you guessed before. It is a place where a necromancer stores undead soldiers. This is where his wizard tower is located. It seems that I'm lucky this time and can have a relatively large harvest." Mary showed a puzzled look. "But there is no wizard tower here. I have looked for it many times." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.